My brothers, we are gathered tonight for a story. A tale of fathers, mothers, sons, and brothers. Of suffering, loss, vengeance, and justice. Of holding on and letting go. Of fate, prophecy, life, and death. Of the choices we make, the paths we walk, and the men we become. The writing team for God of War Ragnarok had to tackle a challenge the size of Kratos' biceps. How do you follow up the story of one of the greatest character arcs the gaming world has ever seen? At the beginning of our present story, Kratos has already transformed from the closed-off brute who hid his past from Atreus into a loving yet still demanding father, inextricably bonded to his son. Where does he go from here? Well, let's ask the first game.
We must be better.
These words are not a situational motto to be forgotten when our heroes have overcome a given struggle. They are instead words that permeate every moment of their lives, that ought to inform every decision they make. That is, of course, not how things turn out. This would be a rather boring story if Kratos and Atreus always made the right choice every single time. The second saga in their narrative is full of impulsive decisions, rash words, and the struggle to understand and trust one another, even as father and son cling desperately to each other. Those mistakes, misunderstandings, and clashes of personality are a significant part of what makes this such a human story. What teenager alive could not relate to being frustrated by a parent not supporting you in your every desire and plan? What parent of a teenager would not understand the mental tug of war between holding on and letting go as your child forges on ahead on his chosen path with or without your blessing? Despite its cast of gods, dwarves, and giants, and its epic existential stakes, Ragnarok is effortlessly relatable, and thus also informative and inspiring. No matter how much we have grown, it tells us we can always be better. With that in mind, let us begin our story and examine the state of things now that some time has passed since we left Kratos and Atreus as Fimbulwinter began. The very first scene demonstrates the trust and understanding that now exist between father and son. Atreus is a boy of fewer words now, I can't imagine why, and there's this unspoken sense of united purpose.
What's next?
Home.
And yet, they each have their own inner journeys that will soon be set at odds with each other. Kratos clings to the pouch that held the ashes of his late wife, to the object that symbolizes the bond that he and Atreus have formed, while his son gazes at a marble of yet unknown origin and meaning, an item that represents his desire to find answers that lay beyond the confines of their forest home. This is the state of things. Kratos is content to wait, to train, to survive alongside his son, while Atreus is decidedly less patient and actively seeks out the path he believes he must walk. As much as their characters have changed, they still retain their foundational characteristics, the traits that make them them. From the first hours of his story, we knew Atreus as an optimistic and hopeful boy who sought to help others wherever he could, and so he is now. Even when Freya attacks them, and hardly for the first time, even after she stabs his father and he nearly puts an arrow through her neck, Atreus holds out hope that Freya will forgive Kratos.
I keep hoping she'll let it go. You saved her life.
I killed her son. There is no letting that go.
Kratos, by contrast, remains the ultimate pragmatist. He accepts that Freya will seek vengeance as long as she or he lives. I mean, he saw the look in her eye the same as we did. Those are the eyes of a woman who has lost everything. All purpose in her life has been stripped away save for vengeance. Freya's desperate scream as her pursuit fails for what we can assume is the 100th time is bone-chilling. And yet, Kratos persists.
But the worst is still ahead of us. We must be strong.
Did we expect anything less? Kratos has always viewed the world through this incredibly practical lens. Freya wants to kill me. I'll do my best to not let her, and she can sort out her own issues. Or not. It is what it is. Atreus' favorite wolf is dying. That's a shame.
Atreus, the time draws near. You must prepare yourself.
I wonder if there are other impending deaths that Kratos knows about and for which he wants Atreus to be prepared.
Come. We train.
What?
Here we are introduced to the early story's central conflict between father and son. Kratos is concerned with preparation, uncertain of exactly what is to come, though he has a pretty good idea of at least one notable event. He pours his energy into readying Atreus to face whatever the future holds, especially if that future is one his son will have to face alone. But Atreus is not content with waiting. He wants answers. He wants to fulfill his destiny.
Whatever Loki's supposed to be doing, he's supposed to be doing it now. My story doesn't end hiding in these woods. I should be out there, finding out who I am, who Loki is.
It's no surprise that Atreus has this attitude. For one thing, he's a teenager, eager to prove himself. For another, at the end of their previous journey, the shrine in Jotunheim revealed that the giants had foreseen their entire adventure. The adventure that had brought great healing to the relationship between father and son that enabled said relationship to exist in the first place. What reason would Atreus have to not trust prophecy? Whereas Kratos is a Greek, so he has every reason to not trust prophecy, considering its famously deceptive nature in his homeland. He is also quite adamant that Atreus still has much to learn before he's ready to face Ragnarok. And although Kratos' trust in Atreus has certainly grown, it is far from complete, which is appropriate as Atreus' judgment is far from perfect. And therein lies a crucial point in this story. Neither character is right or wrong all the time. Is Atreus too headstrong and impulsive? Definitely. Is Kratos too protective and controlling? Absolutely. And yet, they are both understandable in their flaws.
I will not allow you to pick a fight with gods.
I don't want to fight anyone. I just want answers.
And if those answers lead to war with Asgard?
Maybe that's what Mother wanted.
We do not know what Mother wanted.
Looks like we never will.
First off, this is a phenomenal shot. It's no accident that Faye's shield is in the foreground, as we are told she brought suffering on the Dwarven realm when she tried to inspire an insurrection against Odin there. And of course, Kratos himself knows how destructive such fights can be, even when one wins, especially when one wins. Second, what kind of parent would want their child to run headlong to war against the very god who created the realm in which they live? The safety of one's child is one of the highest goods for any parent, and yet it is not, or at least should not be, the highest. At some point, we have to let go. We have to trust our children to choose for themselves. Naturally, Atreus, like all teenagers, wants to have that freedom of choice far earlier than his father would like to grant it. The problem is, of course, that Atreus is still young and immature, despite his growth during and since their great journey to Jotunheim. He is easily overcome by strong emotions, such as grief and the loss of a loved one, namely Fenrir, which leads him to, well, this.
Atreus, where are you?
Imagine finding out your kid can turn into a giant bear when they get sad, angry, or afraid, and then you're just like,
You did not do anything. They overcame you. That is why we must not abandon your training.
Kratos, the dad of war, is just an awesome dude. He takes Atreus' transformation and subsequent panic when he finds out what happened in stride, as if it's just a normal Wednesday, and says, well, gotta keep training, gotta learn discipline.
You've already taught me discipline.
The confidence of youth. Yeah, Dad. We covered discipline last semester. I want to take Prophecy 101 and Jotunheim Secrets this year. As if, of all things, discipline isn't a constantly undulating trait for all of us. Atreus is like the guy on January 3rd who got up early and went to the gym 2 days in a row, and he thinks he's got this self-discipline thing down. As if in 2 weeks he won't be sleeping till 8:45 and eating an untoasted Pop-Tart for breakfast. Discipline, as being discussed here, does not mean unyielding control over one's emotions, but rather not letting your emotions control you, which Atreus clearly did. Our passions are never going to be completely and totally under our sway, but we can, with discipline and training, regulate them and choose whether or not to act based off of them. Refusing to give into a strong negative emotion will lessen it in the moment and improve your ability to regulate it in the future. This is why Kratos tells Atreus,
Close your heart to it.
in the first game. Such advice should not be unqualified, of course, and that idea will play a major role in the later stages of development for these two characters. But at the moment, it's safe to say that Atreus is hardly in danger of closing his heart too much as his father had, since we did just witness him have the entirely opposite problem. And now we see him snap from shock and horror at what he did, or rather what happened to him, and into anger and frustration as he and Kratos argue yet again over his desires for answers about his future.
I need answers. Answers you don't have.
Answers only your mother had. Answers she withheld.
Faye, the progenitor of their entire quest, the reason father and son have enough of a relationship to bicker at all. She knew so much about their journey, and yet she gave them nothing else. Well, almost nothing else. If she was granted this gift of foresight, why would she not use it to guide her husband and son? But Kratos is, of course, not one to go chasing after answers if they are not readily available, and he is not pleased with Atreus' dogged insistence at doing so himself.
What if there was someone who could help us? Someone that could give us answers about the giants and who Loki's supposed to be.
Atreus.
Wouldn't it help to understand what I'm becoming?
Atreus! Listen to me. I might have killed you.
This simple gesture from Kratos goes so far to show how much he has grown as a father over the past few years. For once he couldn't even bring himself to reach out to pat Atreus on the shoulder to comfort the boy, he now naturally and genuinely shows physical affection in a manner that says louder than his words ever will, "I love you, I cannot lose you." It's an incredibly heartwarming moment. That is, if you're only paying attention to Kratos. Atreus, on the other hand, doesn't return the gesture in any way and just stares his father down. The boy who longed for his father affection and love now all but ignores it as he obsesses over prophecy and destiny.
Stop thinking like a father for a moment and start thinking like a general.
No!
Yeah, Dad, just undo all the character development you've had over the past 15 years. No big deal. And Kratos' reaction here is just perfect. There's the initial violent no that tells us how passionately he hates who he was and how tightly he holds on to the new life he has embraced. But in that single word is the anger that made him who he was all those years ago, an impulsive and reckless man driven only by his hatred of Olympus and his desire for revenge. He is better than that now, and he knows it. Instead of allowing that small outburst to set him off, he breathes and answers as he knows he ought to have answered.
No.
It reminds me of
Only fire! Only fire. When I tell you to fire.
Kratos is still Kratos, but now he is quicker to control his temper, which has led to it being less hot than it was when Faye left him alone with a son he was ill-prepared to raise. We rarely, if ever, leave our character flaws and vices behind for good, but if persistent and dedicated, we can temper them and lessen them, at least to the point where they do not shape our actions as they once did. And if the aftermath of Atreus' emotionally charged Ursine rampage proves anything, it's that the boy has a long way to go when it comes to properly curbing the control his emotions have on him.
What's with all the blood?
Yours, Atreus.
Seriously?
That, or any prey you might have been dragging, I suppose.
Not sure that makes me feel any better. I didn't mean to.
Intent does not matter. Only consequences.
Now, I'm not a consequentialist, and I doubt Kratos would describe himself as one either, but there's absolutely wisdom to be found here. Good intentions do not absolve us of the consequences of our actions. Our intentions and actions must be tempered by prudence and forethought for potential consequences. We must be aware that good intentions do not always correlate with good outcomes for ourselves or for others. Atreus didn't mean to create 2 bear orphans, and Kratos didn't mean to flood all of Greece, and yet those things happened, because each of them got lost in his own anger and grief. Any idiot can be well-intentioned, but that doesn't absolve them from responsibility when they act like an idiot and people get hurt. We should know better. We must be better disciplined. But Kratos already told Atreus that, so I won't belabor the point just as the man himself doesn't. He has said his piece, and now it's time for home and bed. That is, until the Aesir come knocking.
What was that?
The ball!
These characters are so wonderfully consistent. Kratos has no time for questions. Questions mean you take longer to grab your weapon and head out the door to face down the god of thunder. And the introduction of Thor and subsequently Odin in this scene is simply brilliant.
Can I come in?
I have meat.
You would not find me good company.
It's incredible how many of Kratos' lines are just so Kratos. I gotta remember to use that the next time I get invited somewhere I don't want to go. But I was talking about the Aesir. Thor projects this incredible presence due to his size and his overly casual nature.
You seem like a calm and reasonable person. Are you? A calm and reasonable person.
He acts like the man across the table from him has not slaughtered an entire pantheon of gods and killed Thor's own sons and half-brother, because he's not here for a fight, not yet anyway, but simply to make sure Odin doesn't get an axe to the dome the moment he steps across the threshold. In barely a minute of screen time and with maybe 10 words of dialogue, we understand that Thor is exceedingly confident in his own strength, and that said strength is entirely in the service of his father. As for Odin himself, well, he's a little more verbose.
Back before winter set in, there were some misunderstandings.
One might think that he's here to exact vengeance on the god who has wronged his family 3 times over. 4 times if you count freeing Mimir, which Odin absolutely does.
You have a debt. You're no fun anymore.
Oh, but Odin is a good, generous, and forgiving god. He is willing to let all that go if Kratos will simply agree to, well, not be Kratos. Also, side note, he is not so subtly trying to get Thor to drink here. Keep that in mind.
How does peace strike the esteemed, retired god of war? How about we just don't kill each other? How about you stay home, kick up your feet, seek no quarrel with me, and I'll have none with you.
Sounds pretty good, right? All Kratos wants is for Atreus to be safe, and yet...
So what do you say?
No.
Again, they have this character down so well. One single word said with firm eye contact and perfect posture that all combines to say, I refuse. Final answer, now get out of my house before I throw you out. There might be those among you who wonder, why did Kratos reject Odin's offer? And the key to answering that question lies in its penultimate word. Yes, Kratos wants peace, but not Odin's peace. He has absolutely no reason to trust the Allfather, and a lifetime of experience that tells him not to trust the likes of Odin. And although he only just discovered Atreus' search for Tyr,
Of course, it means that that one has to stop his search for Tyr.
he's wise enough to know that there is no way Atreus could be dissuaded from pursuing answers about his destiny, about who he is. Also, Kratos simply isn't an idiot, so of course he doesn't trust Odin, and his rejection of the alleged peace offer leads to this.
About time.
While Thor is ostensibly taking his blood payments for the deaths of Baldur, Magni, and Modi, his true intention is to goad Kratos into unleashing his former self.
That was for Baldur. Now show me this god killer I've heard so much about. Was it luck? Did my sons die blind fucking luck?
Why? Curiosity, perhaps, but the morbid sort. Thor is essentially a dead man walking. Not that he has a terminal illness, he is immortal, after all, but rather that he has nothing to live for save for the fight itself. His life, at least as he perceives it, is empty and devoid of meaning. The only thing worth doing, the only thing that excites him is the thrill of combat. So why not seek out the strongest opponent he could find? And in the process, the two swap parenting advice.
This is for Modi!
You put him last, even in death.
The fuck you say?
Modi sought out in fear of you. He died of the wounds you gave him.
Oh, we got a model father here.
Okay, maybe not advice. And when that failed to produce the desired result, Thor broke out Old Reliable.
And your boy, Allfather, has plans for him. There he is. There's the god of war. Consider your blood debt paid. Be seeing you.
So Kratos loses control, punches Thor hard enough to jar his teeth loose, and then immediately goes into breathing exercises to calm himself down and stop himself from going full Ghost of Sparta and tearing Thor to shreds right there and then. All because his son's well-being was threatened. He will never truly be rid of who he was. The old instincts are still there and may break free, but now at least he can rein them in before he fully loses himself. Although his demeanor upon returning home to Atreus after the fight is a bit more in line with his early game self from the last time around than we've seen so far in this game.
Why were you searching for Tyr?
If I told you I was looking for him, you would have said not to.
So you hid the truth from me.
I wanted to tell you. I really did, but now that you know, there's something you should see.
No.
Just trust me, you'll want to.
Trust! You have broken my trust.
This is an escalation point in the ongoing struggle between Atreus and Kratos. As their story progresses, we will see this occur several times over, as their disagreement over how best to proceed and how their drastically different views of the world will clash, and that conflict will be followed by a resolution, only for tension to build up beyond its previous point and require more effort on each of their parts to reach reconciliation. But now the offense is relatively small, and while Kratos doesn't love the idea of seeking out fate, he is, as he was before, compelled by his son and by his wife to depart on a journey for which he feels unprepared. Though this time, Faye's inspiration comes in dream format, dreams which I assume are thematically appropriate memories.
It was not our concern. Now it is.
The problem doesn't have to reach our doorstep for it to be our responsibility.
It's no wonder that Kratos is hesitant to choose to act. He has a history of making rather terrible decisions when picking out the path he would walk. What is one to do when you can't trust your own judgment? At the very least, you can stay close to those you love. So if Atreus is going to persist in seeking out the giant shrines in search of Tyr, Ragnarok, and Loki's destiny, then Kratos will walk with him.
Show me.
Though that hardly means complete submission to Atreus' plans. Kratos challenges his son every step of the way as Atreus describes what he has discovered and how he hopes to find Tyr, the prophesied leader of the armies that will oppose Odin at Ragnarok.
Tyr was an ally to the giants, so he'd be on our side if we find him. And if anyone might know who I'm supposed to be, it's him. If he's out there, we gotta find him. How can we not?
Those are many ifs, Atreus. What do you know?
Atreus is leaning hard into prophecy, his enthusiasm for it growing, certain that it will mean great things for him as it did before. But Kratos understands how prophecies deceive those who hear them. He desires his son to act according to his own judgment, which must be formed under Kratos' tutelage, of course, instead of taking actions that he believes will lead him to a glorious foretold end. Self-control is far more important than control over future events, mostly because the former is actually possible, and Kratos never misses an opportunity to reinforce its importance.
Remember when we fought our first troll out this way?
I remember you lost control.
No doubt the memory of his fight with Thor, in particular the end of it, is fresh in Kratos' mind. One of the most painful failings as a parent is to see your child fail in the same way you have failed, because you know where they got it. It's dreadfully convicting to witness your child lash out as you have. The last thing any parent wants is for our children to become our failures. We desperately want our sons and daughters to be better than we are. Kratos certainly does. And yet, he still struggles with raising a son in a manner so unlike that of his own youth.
Don't hold the lad's curiosity against him. It goes with being young.
In my youth, we learned obedience.
And is that what you wish for him? Brother, he's going to walk his own path. If you don't want him walking away from you, then smarten up and walk with him a while.
Father, what was Spartan training like?
Unforgiving.
Is that why you didn't train me like one? Did you not think I could handle it?
I did not think you should have had to.
Thanks.
Hardships and suffering can produce wondrous effects in those who are able to endure them, sharpening their minds and toughening their bodies and wills. But to look back on those hard times with rose-tinted glasses is folly. Spartan training produced obedient, fearless, and ruthlessly capable warriors, but that did not mean that it produced good and virtuous men. If he truly wants his son to be better than he was, he needs to let go, to walk with Atreus along his own path, to counsel and guide, not to impose his own will. Again, this struggle is a human one, a relatable one, an experience shared by millions of parents who have watched their children grow up to be different people than they are, and who have had to change their own ways to best help their children on their journeys. For most of us, though, that thankfully does not mean wandering into the realm between realms and mudding up poor Sindri's house. I mentioned this scene mostly because this bit made me laugh out loud when I first saw it.
Your bedrooms are there, the kitchen is just over there. Anybody need a snack? Kratos? Snack?
I do not need a snack.
Kratos saying the sentence, "I do not need a snack," is top tier comedy. You can't tell me any different. But also because Brok shows up and doesn't recognize Atreus, and Kratos takes him hilariously seriously.
What the hell is it anyway?
That is my son.
And finally, because before they venture off to Svartalfheim to rescue Tyr, Kratos asks the dwarves to fix Faye's damaged shield.
Wouldn't you rather I just whip you up a new one?
It is important to me.
The voice acting in this game is absolutely top-notch across the board, but Christopher Judge just knocks it out of the park at every turn, especially when he allows into his voice those hints of softness that convey how deeply he loved and misses his wife. It's important to note that Kratos loved Faye for the woman she was when they were married, and that he knew little, if anything, of her past, quite on purpose.
I still can't believe Mom led a whole rebellion here against Odin and never talked about it.
The fact that it didn't go well might have covered that notion.
What your mother did before we met was her business.
Did you ever ask?
Eyes on the water.
Doubtless, discussions of their individual past lives weren't popular with Kratos, who distinctly lacks his son's curiosity and eagerness to know every detail about Faye. She was a good woman, smart, strong, capable, but most importantly, willing to put up with his rather dour attitude without taking it personally. That was enough for him. He didn't even know she was a giant. Point being, Kratos was then and is now content to simply be, to not ask questions, to live and let live. As long as he is not sowing chaos and causing destruction, he is satisfied. But as my friend Will likes to put it,
That's not good enough!
Kratos is no mere man, free to live out his days as he so chooses because he doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. He is a deity, a being of immense power, and thus, well, you know. Even if he had no particular plan or purpose, his very existence in the Nine Realms meant that Odin had to factor him in, to account for his presence and make a plan to deal with him. Perhaps if Odin had simply never sent Thor to Midgard, Kratos and Atreus would never have acted as they did, and Ragnarok itself would never have come about. All the same, Kratos' desire to simply escape with Atreus is set at odds with his son's eagerness to fulfill the prophecies of Ragnarok.
Perhaps we find a new home, where neither he nor Freya can trouble us.
But once we find Tyr, he can help us fight.
Fight?
That's, not what I meant. Obviously, we have so much to learn from Tyr. Any way he can help us is good, right?
And you, the player, might be wondering, who's right? Should father and son find a new home, or should they declare war on Odin, take the fight to Asgard, and bring about the end of the world? The answer, of course, is neither, and both. In a story such as this, both main characters undergo significant growth, their desire to remain united keeping them bonded even through difficulties and disagreements as they work to purify their motivations and purge their selfish ambitions. For Kratos, that will mean eventually ridding himself of the idea that he is only beholden to those whom he calls family, while Atreus will have to shed his devotion to prophecy, to his idea of how things should go, and instead learn to act as he ought. However, those two are hardly the only characters in this story who harbor secrets and feel the need to atone for their mistakes. There are at least 3 others by my count, but let's start with Mimir, since we are moving through this story chronologically, and we happen to be in Svartalfheim, where Odin's former advisor convinced the dwarves to build mining rigs that poisoned their water and soil and forced them into effective slavery to Asgard. Once Kratos has rendered the machines inoperable, he offers Mimir comfort.
You must live with your deeds, but do not be troubled by them, brother.
Oh? And why not?
You were given an impossible problem. Do not blame yourself for failing to solve it.
I'm sure the dwarves would feel differently. This doesn't fix things.
No, but it is a start.
It is often so easy to forgive our loved ones for their failings, and yet so difficult to treat ourselves with that same mercy. Kratos has only ever known Mimir as a loyal companion and true friend who has looked out for him and Atreus, has counseled and advised them time and again, has said things that Kratos could not when Atreus needed to hear them. So it's no surprise he offers his friend leeway that he certainly would not give himself. There are, however, limits to such generosity. I said a second ago that it's easier to forgive our loved ones than it is ourselves, but that tends to be true only as long as the target of that offense is not us, or at least someone with whom we identify. Such is the case for Kratos when Mimir hesitantly reveals that he captured, enchained, and enslaved, well, let's call it a giant whale.
What is this?
A loonbacher. I captured it many years ago.
This creature. You enslaved it.
Aye.
But why?
Because I was young and stupid. And I didn't know what it was like to be chained in one place for years at a time, with nothing to occupy your mind but pain. But we're going to free it.
But it will always be chained. You know that as well as I.
This sin of Mimir angers Kratos far more than the mining rigs, despite it being far less heinous, in part because it was simply something Mimir did in order to curry favor with Odin, but mostly due to the sight of the chains binding the Loonbacher, causing him to envision Mimir as one of those who had bound him and used him as a pawn in their schemes. When we have been the victim of a wrongdoing, we tend to villainize those who have hurt us. So the realization that a man Kratos deeply trusts acted in a manner similar to that of the Greek god who tortured Kratos is a painful and anger-inducing one. But of course, such sins tend to lay heaviest on the ones who commit them.
Whatever anger you're feeling, whatever loathing toward me, it's nothing to what I've said to myself.
You would still save this broken creature.
I know what it is to be imprisoned like this. I can't just leave it.
And if it is beyond saving,
I don't understand.
let us continue.
Yeah, that's because he's talking about himself, Mimir. Despite all his growth in the past decade plus, Kratos remains convinced that he is a wretch, a man broken beyond repair, unworthy of redemption. If the dumbest nerd on YouTube can see that, maybe the smartest man alive could puzzle it out too. But I suppose at the moment he's distracted by his quest to free the beast, and thus he hopes to be free of his guilt. How can we forgive ourselves for the damage that our sins have caused, especially when those wrongdoings have done irreparable harm? Mimir hoped that they would cut the chains and the Loonbacher would swim away, reveling in his newfound freedom, in the gift of life restored that Mimir had granted it. Instead, it simply sat there, too resigned to its fate to understand that it was no longer beholden to its chains, and thus refusing to let Mimir cast off his own. Can we really speak of redemption if we are unable to undo the harm we have caused? I get the feeling that topic might be better covered when I get around to talking about the Valhalla DLC, but for now, I will simply say yes. While undoing the harm of the past is largely impossible, redemption is always possible. It simply requires a promise to act as we wish we had, not as we actually did. Assuming, of course, that we now have formed sound judgment and know the proper decision we should have made, which is far easier with the gift of hindsight and the passing of time. That all sounds so simple, and yet it is one of the most difficult endeavors we face as humans. Forgiving ourselves is often the last step on the road to redemption, and it can be made far more difficult when we still see around us the fallout of our sins.
Dina and I wondered where she went after our little coup here failed.
Failed?
Yeah, jump. Failed.
Faye is dead.
Rest of them are. Ones left alive have to pay the price.
Now, obviously, Faye isn't here to witness the price being paid by those who followed her to defeat, but Durlin's words certainly hit home for Mimir, who failed the dwarves and their realm and is incapable of restoring what he took from them. For Kratos, who himself is one still living with all the scars of his misdeeds. And for Freya, who is emptied of purpose save for vengeance following the loss of her son that she caused. It's amazing how lines like Durlin's can have different meanings for each character, even those who don't hear them. And that is only possible because the writers crafted complex, unique characters who nonetheless share many of the same struggles. Such internal conflicts humanize these gods, making them relatable and sympathetic, which in turn causes their triumphs to be that much more inspiring. Kratos' constant and unrelenting battle with doubt of his path forward, of his son's abilities, of his own goodness and self-worth is eminently engaging for anyone who has ever struggled to know how to best act with prudence and justice. By contrast, we have Heimdall, as told by Mimir.
True believer, that one. There are few things so dangerous in a man as lack of doubt.
The irony of Heimdall's lack of doubt is that the man to whom he is totally devoted is filled to the brim with questions about the nature and meaning of life and death. I said man and not God very purposefully there, because this story's depiction of Norse mythology clearly shows that there is a higher plane of existence for these deities. Odin, as we'll find out in more detail later, is frantically searching for answers about why he is here, what any of this means. That is an incredibly human pursuit. And of course, such doubts mean that Heimdall's total trust in him is misplaced, that Odin's captain is unwilling or unable to think for himself. Being beholden entirely to the will of another person means subverting your own ability to judge rightly and act accordingly. You could pick any number of examples throughout history of men who inspired this total lack of doubt in their followers, and it didn't tend to end well for any of them. Mimir's words also speak to Atreus, or at least they would if the boy would heed them, as he has been since the start of this narrative, confident that the path laid out by prophecy is the one he must walk, even if he does not yet know what that will look like. Atreus has complete and total trust in the giant's visions, despite the fact that they are, like him, fallible creatures who could very easily be wrong. That, and he might not exactly love everything they have predicted will come about, but more on that later. In the meantime, we'll continue our journey in the mountain train until things go awry due to a monster attack, the brakes fail, and Atreus unleashes his inner Brok.
Get up!
Kratos also unleashes a bit of his old self there between the gruff words to Atreus and the extremely quick takedown of a troll that made me stare at my controller and look for a new attack button that I've clearly not been using this whole time. As we've noted, Kratos tends to revert back to form somewhat when Atreus is in danger, and that transformation seems to be happening a bit easier now. It took a lot of goading from Thor for Kratos to unleash the ghost of Sparta for a single punch, but here all it took was a mild derailing and a hug from a troll. Of course, Kratos also isn't too happy with Atreus' behavior on the train car.
So, quite the mouth you had on the train, lad.
It's just a word. I've heard way worse from
The
Brok.
word does not matter. You lost control.
We were falling through the air. I thought we were gonna die.
Is that what you truly wish your last word to be?
No.
In moments of crisis, panic does nothing. Harness it. Let it serve you.
Use the energy it gives you to decapitate a being 10 times your size. I love that the man who separates limbs from torsos as a day job is upset at his son for saying another word for poop. Yes, I know that's not the actual point, but I wanted to make that joke. I don't exactly know what to make of Kratos' advice here, but maybe that's just because it sounds suspiciously like Sith talk. Let the panic flow through you. Use it to empower yourself. Of course, his point about losing control is quite valid. Curse words in particular are ones we often drop when we do momentarily lose control of what is coming out of our mouths. Then people take those 4-letter words and incorporate them into their daily vocabulary, which kind of defeats the point, but I digress. Kratos is, of course, ever focused on Atreus' discipline, and the repeated evidence that it is far from perfect. His advice is just so very Spartan for some weird reason. It has this bias towards action that I'm not sure is truly wise, though. Even if you harness your panic, it would still be metaphorically pulling you along. Sure, you can steer, but if you're being yanked along by a negative emotion, you're likely going to end up somewhere you won't like. Perhaps it would be best to simply drop the metaphorical reins altogether. But letting go is difficult. And that is, after all, why we are here on this quest. Kratos cannot let go of Atreus, who in turn cannot let go of his search for Tyr, and the future the Norse god of war is foretold to bring about.
We spend all of our time fighting bad stuff. And I don't get why we can't do that alongside Tyr.
We do not know him.
We saw his shrines. He's a leader. He stood up to Odin when no one else would. If he's done it before, why wouldn't he do it again?
Images from long ago do not tell a whole story.
Again, Atreus trusts prophecy, Kratos does not, because, you know, And bit by bit, we get a little more flavor added to the big man's opinion on such matters. Tyr may once have been the force that united the realms, but who is to say that he is still that same god now? Kratos knows better than anyone that people can change in drastic and unexpected ways. Not to mention he's about the last person in the Nine Realms to blindly trust a god, considering his experience with them and as one of them. Of course he's not going to encourage Atreus to go be best friends with Tyr.
Ever since we got to Svartalfheim, you've been critical of my every move.
I don't know if you've noticed, Atreus, but he's always been like that. Okay, jokes aside, yes, Kratos is clearly a demanding father and trainer, but the opening scene of this game showed us that the two were in sync with each other, needing few, if any, words to know what needed to be done. And even the fact that Atreus was able to explore Midgard and find the Jotunnar shrines tells us that Kratos trusted his son to be away from home for a while, likely under the guise of a hunting trip, though I do suppose he had Sindri with him, so that would cut down on travel time. Anyway, it's clear that Atreus believes that he deserves, that he has earned more trust from his father in his abilities.
If you don't think I can lead us, just say so.
It is not your competence that is in question.
Okay, but what does that mean?
Consider your intent.
Hang on a second there, Muscles. What about...
Intent does not matter. Only consequences.
Again, I'm being somewhat facetious. Kratos' earlier admonition was about losing control, how Atreus is responsible for maintaining his discipline, and that failing to do so was not an excuse that absolved him of blame for the harm he caused. Now, Kratos is questioning Atreus' motivation, prompting him to examine the path he's walking, asking him to consider who he intends to become.
Your question from before, about my intent. I intend to help the god of war stop Odin, and that means freeing him from whatever prison he's in right now.
Atreus, what do you intend to stop Odin from doing? You speak as if you know his plan.
I don't know his plan. That's why we're...
Brothers, with Fimbulwinter underway and Ragnarok around the corner, Odin will be desperate. Whatever he's planning to do surely won't be to the benefit of anyone but himself.
Exactly.
Kratos, understandably, isn't too quick to assume that Odin's plan, whatever it is, must be stopped, and certainly not if doing so means endangering his son. While obviously he does not trust or like Odin or his family, he has no real quarrel with them. As he just said, images from long ago do not tell a whole story. Atreus and Mimir have regaled him with the tales of Odin and Thor murdering their way through the Nine Realms and wiping out the giants, yet Kratos does not rush to condemn them. Or at the very least, he does not wish to be the aggressor, however contemptible his enemies may be.
Atreus, another mental exercise. Would one who spends their life fighting, such as Tyr, have any desire to prove themselves? The proof leaves a wake of destruction.
But if the wake of destruction is a bunch of bad guys, why does that matter? You're strong, and you did the right thing.
War does not measure the strength of a man. I hope one day you understand.
I love how Kratos is no longer hiding from his past, but instead openly, if not blatantly and explicitly, using it to teach Atreus, or at least attempt to teach him. Kratos' war on Olympus did leave behind a wake of destruction that was largely, but certainly not entirely, bad guys, and yet Kratos now does not see it as a testament to his strength, because he understands that true masculine strength is far more than the ability to see your enemies dead at your feet. Rather, proper strength is moral fortitude, persistence in doing what is right because it is right, and acknowledging our weaknesses and failings in order to learn from them and become better men. However, that hardly means that Kratos does not also value physical strength, competent leadership, and proficiency in combat. Those are very much necessary for a man such as him. They are traits that his son must embody. And when it turns out that Tyr is a sad sack of a man with absolutely no fight left in him,
This is the god of war.
which I should have seen coming. His name is Tyr, after all. Kratos does not shrug it off and say, what are you gonna do?
I don't belong out here, please. It's worse when he's angry.
Father!
Are you not a soldier? Are you not a leader of men? Master yourself! My son brought us to this place. For you! Look at him!
And you thought Kratos wouldn't make a good therapist. His loyalty to Atreus here is simply heartwarming. My son expected a god of war, so act like it, or I'm going to give you a personal demonstration. Kratos, to absolutely nobody's surprise, has no patience for weak-willed men who are scared of their own shadow. For all his distrust of prophecy and dislike of his son's devotion to it, at least Atreus is confident in his actions and not cowering in a corner at the thought of Ragnarok, an event Kratos would rather not have a part in.
We do not seek war.
We just want some answers.
I don't know how to help you.
It doesn't matter. The Giants trusted you. That's the Tyr we need. We need you.
In case you're getting sick of hearing these same points repeated over and over again, let's spice up the conversation a bit. Atreus' desires have been rather nebulous. He seeks the fulfillment of prophecy, yes, because he's a giant, wants to do giant things, and trusts the giants who, like his mother, he believes have something truly special in store for him. But what does he want for himself? Who does he seek to be? He couldn't really answer those questions. Atreus wants to know who he is, but he wants other people, namely the Jotnar, to tell him who he is supposed to be. Rather than examining himself, his life, and the needs of his loved ones and discovering a purpose he can wholeheartedly embrace, he looks to outside sources for a guide on how to be Loki. Kratos has the opposite problem, and yet the same problem. His constantly expressed desire is to not go to war, to avoid the plotting and scheming of Odin, to simply be left alone.
I want things to be the way they were.
Well, I'd like to climb a tree again. Certain ships have sailed.
I just wish Atreus were not so restless. I care only for his safety.
Imagine Kratos, of all people, wishing things could go back to the way they used to be. Dare I suggest he was actually happy in the few years they spent surviving Fimbulwinter, hunting, training, and relying just on one another. Doubtless, Kratos found peace in the simple life he and Atreus had managed to build, even if it was punctuated by the odd woodland skirmish. For any normal man, there would be no shame in that. But Kratos is clearly no normal man, and as much as he would like to deny it, he was hiding in those woods. Kratos, as he is, has learned to avoid evil, but he's not yet learned how to choose good, at least not unless he's struck with a dichotomous choice. That is to say, Kratos also does not know who he is supposed to be, but unlike Atreus, is terribly afraid of his future and will do all he can to delay it, because he fears what will happen to Atreus upon his death, not because he fears death itself. His reason for his hesitancy still remains a secret, however. Otherwise, Atreus would not likely be quite so eager to hunt down the major players of the foretold battle, and also would not go traipsing off to Midgard to find Freya and attempt to convince her to, stop trying to kill them. And on his way to see her, he demonstrates just how much he isn't his dad yet.
Not so easy, huh?
Shut up!
And I think that's just plain hilarious. But I'm glad we're finally getting to see Freya again, because although the journey of father and son is immensely rich and beautifully written, the arcs of the significant side characters are worthy of examination. When last we saw Freya, she was screaming in agony after a failed assassination attempt, watching the only thing she cared about in the world ride away from her. That thing, of course, being the opportunity for vengeance.
Your father. Where is he?
Yep, that's how I always begin conversations. I don't want to talk to you. Where's the person I actually want? Freya is quite possibly the most Grecian character in this entire saga, save for Kratos himself, of course, due to her utterly tragic nature. She agreed to marry Odin in order to protect her home realm, only for him to turn on her, cast her out, entrap her in Midgard, and proceed to decimate Vanaheim anyway. She was told her son would die needlessly, and then her attempt to protect him from such a death drove him away from her, until finally he returned intent on killing her, only to be killed himself. She is an empty shell filled only with grief, rage, and the need for revenge.
You mean to plead for your father, save your breath. His fate is sealed.
And yet, Atreus doesn't see her that way. No surprise there, hopefulness is one of Atreus' most foundational traits. He sees the best in people, it's just who he is.
He took my son. What makes you think I won't do the same?
You're better than this!
Those words are unexpectedly powerful. Atreus doesn't plead for Freya to put down her sword, but simply stares her down, trusting that the woman who once saved his life will not now take it from him. She is not, he rightly assesses, a cold-blooded killer willing to murder him for the sake of causing Kratos pain. Because, well, what kind of sadistic person would do that? Despite what Kratos might think, Freya does know that his killing Baldur was done in her defense, not because Kratos wanted to kill him or even because he had his own vendetta. Attempting to take vengeance on Kratos is one thing, an understandable if not justifiable reaction of a mother broken by grief, but exacting that vengeance through shedding innocent blood would be crossing a line. In making Freya realize that, Atreus begins to open the way for her healing, Sometimes the best thing anyone can do for us is simply believe that we can be better than we are. Almost like that's a theme here. It helps that the stories of Kratos and Freya share some key similarities. Kratos was tricked by Ares into killing his wife and daughter. Freya only lost Balder because of her attempt to protect him, which she never would have done had the stupid Norns not foretold a meaningless death for him. And being the calm and rational people that they are, both kept their composure and very calmly, very politely, set off to exact vengeance. Except in Freya's case, she can't even reach the man who is truly responsible for so much of her suffering, the one who invaded her home realm and used her son as yet another pawn in his relentless search for knowledge. Or so she thought.
I think maybe I'm supposed to help stop Odin, somehow. But since all the giants are dead and you won't fight Odin, then he's already won.
Honestly, some top-notch manipulation by Atreus right there. By telling Freya that there is no giant army to throw down Odin in Ragnarok and revealing that he is a giant, he presents himself as her only option to get the vengeance she so badly desires. And then he puts it on her by appealing to their need for her sword in their fight.
Why aren't we working together? Now that you can fight again!
I am far from whole.
Another moment where I have to gush over the voice acting. Danielle Basuti's injection of a mix of anger and grief into that line is just plain perfect. And credit where it is further due, the animation team absolutely killed it with their depiction of Freya as she finds out that the 9 realms are open to travel again, that she could possibly be free of her curse. As hope at achieving her vengeful goal blends with the anger that inspires her to pursue it and to throw Atreus out of her home, den, lair, campsite, whatever, so she can think things over. That is, to think over whether or not she's going to continue on her rampage of attempted murder. And since Atreus would rather not have his father know how close he came to losing his head, he tells Sindri to keep things quiet, which the dwarf is happy to do, but also has a secret of his own to share.
Long before you were born, there was an accident at the forge. Brok died. I couldn't accept it. I went to the Lake of Souls in Alfheim to steal him back. Legions of souls tried to stop me. I can still feel them crawling all over my skin. Thing is, I could only get 3 of his 4 soul parts back.
Sindri.
Brok just thought he got knocked out. I've been lying to him ever since. It's been eating at me lately.
You have to tell him. He has a right to know.
When the time is right.
I don't really have too much to say about this at the moment, but it's an important plot point that I had to bring up, as well as perhaps the most critical character point for our favorite germophobic dwarf. The most relevant line of Sindri's, thematically, is this one.
I made a choice. One that wasn't mine to make.
The choice between life and death will come up again at least a couple of times as we progress through this story, and the character's philosophy regarding that choice is worth discussing, but not quite yet. Instead, let's return to our favorite prophecy-chasing little half-giant.
After Tyr was such a failure, just wanted
Now
to...
hang on, little Jotun. Tyr may not be everything you expected, but a failure? You saved him from a terrible fate. That's not nothing. And hey, maybe he'll be some help to us yet.
Maybe.
I wanted to highlight how different this Atreus is than the boy in that previous game. That kid who was just happy to be out of the woods and eager to help literally anyone and everyone they came across. And while that altruistic little runt hasn't outgrown his helpful streak entirely, we can see that the purity of his desire to help has been tainted by his overwhelming desire to fulfill prophecy. His search for Tyr wasn't motivated by the old god of war's own good, but rather because the giant said he would lead the armies at Ragnarok.
Do you see who's leading the armies against Odin? That's Tyr. If he's gonna be around at Ragnarok, that means he's gotta be alive. Right?
Tyr was useful to Atreus, until he wasn't. Sindri calling him out on his selfish attitude is not only good for Atreus, it's also indicative of how close the two have become as they explored and hunted for secrets together, and kept secrets from Kratos together.
Where have you been?
Peeing?
Hope you're all hungry.
I could eat.
Sorry, I just love how Kratos looks around like, what the hell just happened? Which happens to be the same sort of reaction out of Atreus when Kratos reveals that they are planning to search for Groa's shrine and the secret prophecy within it in Alfheim instead of pushing Atreus to go back into hiding with him. I'm not really sure why Atreus was surprised though, considering that he eavesdropped on the conversation in which Mimir told Kratos he needed to let Atreus make his own mistakes.
Holding him too tight won't keep him out of danger. The lad's determined to make a few mistakes of his own.
Kratos does tend to listen to Mimir, and has since they met. If Mimir led Kratos astray, he'd probably end up underneath their outhouse, so I imagine he tries very hard to provide good advice. And he has twice now, in this game, advised Kratos to walk with Atreus, wherever he goes. I don't believe Mimir is aware of the prophecy of Kratos' death, as he wasn't there in Jotunheim, and Kratos isn't exactly the sharing type, so he likely thinks, as Atreus does, that Kratos' desire to stay hidden is simply due to his fear of Atreus getting hurt. Which it is, but Mimir doesn't know that Kratos believes such a fate to be inevitable. Nonetheless, his counsel is certainly wise. Atreus is a headstrong teenager unwilling to stop chasing his destiny, and unless Kratos is willing to physically restrain him 24 hours a day, the only way to ensure they stay together is to keep pace with Atreus, hence the Alfheim decision. Although it's a little odd that Tyr wants to come along. What use does he have for prophecies of Ragnarok? He's made it quite clear that he's planning to sit this one out. Also, he knows it's a war zone, right? That's not going to be a pleasant experience for a man who has forsworn all violence. And sure enough, as soon as they show up, things devolve into fisticuffs.
We don't want to hurt you.
We do not have a choice.
Why are you fighting us? We helped you last time.
Atreus, focus.
Just another line that is so Kratos. Dude really is the ultimate pragmatist. This is the way things are. Accept it, deal with it, move on. Which isn't always a good thing, to be clear. It certainly helps him keep focused when he's being attacked, but in situations like, shall we say, his rocky relationship with Freya, the dude could use a touch more optimism, which is why he balances well with Atreus, whose outlook can be quite accurately described as hopelessly optimistic. Such an attitude leads Atreus to believing that in any given conflict, there must be a way to resolve it. Such is the case with the Elf War, which apparently causes both light and dark elves to attack any strangers on sight.
Is there truly no other way?
Not like they're giving us much of a choice.
So your father said. I'm just naive, I suppose.
No. Just an optimist, old friend.
Again, I have to ask what Tyr is doing here, aside from throwing subtle shade at Kratos for being realistic about having to fight off the murder-crazed elves. But we were talking about the Elf War and Atreus' desire for an answer to its conflict.
I get it now. Why they keep fighting? The Dark Elves want the souls in the light left alone. The Light Elves want to keep using them.
That's the long and short of it, aye.
So then, which side is right?
Rarely is it so simple.
And not our place to say. This is an elven conflict.
I said as much the last time we were in Alfheim.
You have to admire Atreus' childlike desire to know what is right and what is wrong. I say childlike not because it is an immature desire, but rather a pure one, and one that should be fulfilled and properly formed before we leave childhood for adulthood. In fact, one might say that being able to properly distinguish between right and wrong is a prerequisite for attaining authentic maturity. The problem is, of course, that the world is messy. Not that morality is gray, relative, or fungible, that's not what the game is saying at all, but that making distinctions about a right side and a wrong side in any given conflict is not always as simple as we would like it to be. Specific acts are easier to judge and examine, but how they fit into and shape the greater whole can be wildly complex and not easily understood, especially by an outsider. And yet, wanting to comprehend the troubles of others and the desire to resolve them are praiseworthy traits, but sadly not ones that Atreus can explore at this time as their mission beckons. And as the search for Groa's shrine continues, the companions encounter the light of Alfheim, which featured heavily in the last game, where Kratos experienced visions of Fae and heard how Atreus longed for Kratos to be a father to him. But now it won't play a role at all, or so they think.
So, did you ever meet Groa?
Many times. But she was plagued by constant visions, so conversation was difficult, to say the least.
The soundtrack for this scene is called, quite appropriately, Pull of the Light, which begs the question, what's in the light? The answer, of course, as far as Kratos cares, is Faye. We knew that from before, and her theme plays as a part of this song. Does this scene show Kratos longing for, or at least accepting his impending death, for a reunion with his wife? I thought that at first, but as I think about it more, I think it simply shows his longing for Faye, for her presence, inspiration, and guidance. The last time he encountered the light of Alfheim, Kratos emerged a changed man, one who now could, due to Faye's presence in the light, understand his son better. Perhaps he now hopes for the same. He desires once again to receive advice and wisdom in order to connect further with the son whom he now loves so deeply, the son who is slowly becoming a stranger to him, which is a rather unfamiliar activity for Kratos. Hoping, that is. As long as we have known him, going all the way back to God of War 1 and his initial quest for vengeance, Kratos has rarely, if ever, expressed or demonstrated any sort of hope for himself. Oh, he had goals. Kratos has always been quite purpose-driven, but what Kratos intended to accomplish could never be classified as a longing for joy and an expectation that he might just find happiness and peace. Even his journey in the previous game was not one inspired by hope for the future, but rather by his dutiful promise to his late wife, by Faye's steadfast belief that if father and son were to take this journey, they would find in each other meaning and purpose. And now that he has found such purpose, Kratos finds it on the verge of being torn away from him by the apparently omniscient prophecy of the giants. Although it turns out even Atreus' closest confidant doesn't share his steadfast belief in said prophecy.
Do you believe in fate, Sindri?
Oh, of course not. You think I'd wash my hands this much if I thought that what I do doesn't ultimately matter? There's only one thing with any say over how we live our lives, and that's us.
I love this, not just because it's funny, but also because it gets to the heart of the contradictory nature of prophecy. If prophecies were to come true, no matter what, then the people involved could simply sit around and do nothing, waiting for destiny to hit them. But they don't, because, well, that would be a rather boring story, because often prophecy counts on them attempting to avoid it in some way, but most importantly, because the prophecies rely on the choices made by the people whose stories they foretell, which means either the prophecies are really good guesses, or these aren't people with free will at all, but merely a bunch of meat puppets acting out a play. And since Sindri doesn't want to think of himself as a meat puppet, I dare say he would rather not think of himself as corporeal at all due to the tendency of bodies to contract diseases, he chooses not to believe in fate. A belief that Kratos is all too happy to share, even though he is most definitely aware of the power of prophecy and its tendency to be fulfilled, even when its subjects would really rather it not. So you can imagine his visit to Groa's secret shrine room was not a comfortable one. Actually, you don't have to imagine, because we're going to talk about it. Starting off, of course, with yet more of Atreus inserting himself into the prophecy, so sure of its grand design in which he must play a pivotal role.
The champion?
I think it's supposed to be... me.
You assume too much.
Cocky little bastard, isn't he? But I've ragged on Atreus enough for his overconfidence at his interpretation skills, so let's examine the rest of the prophecy, which depicts Tyr, the god of war, fighting the armies of Asgard, and then, unexpectedly, the destruction of that realm, and no others.
Asgard is destroyed? But the other realms thrive?
And Odin dies.
Odin's death seems to fascinate Tyr in a way none of the rest of this has. Again, especially for a god who has renounced his former ways of war and is adamant he will not take up his spear no matter what is foretold.
I won't allow prophecy to define my choices.
But we just saw
No,
you.
Atreus.
Yeah, we know, dude. Seriously, what is this guy doing here? Just stay home and sulk. It's all you're good for. But at least his words ring true somewhat for Kratos, who, true to form, doesn't exactly share his son's trust in and enthusiasm for the vision they just saw.
So then, we can win Ragnarok. We can beat Odin.
We are not present in any of this.
But that was Tyr leading the charge against Asgard. Plus, Hell's army was there. And the elves. Champion.
What Kratos really means, or at least what he should mean, is we do not know if any of those characters depicted there are supposed to be us. But again, this is becoming a belabored point. There is not much more to analyze other than to say that the reason the story keeps hitting these same notes is because they are gradually escalating their immediacy and impact, and thus bringing the conflict between Kratos and Atreus to a boil as they repeatedly clash due to their respective distrust and enthusiasm for the Jotnar prophecies. It's not even that Kratos doesn't believe the prophecies will come true. He has enough Grecian experience to at least strongly suspect that they will, but likely not in the predictable and gloriously victorious manner that Atreus interprets. And who can blame him, considering the god of war supposedly leading armies into battle against Odin is currently throwing a temper tantrum because he ended up killing one doggedly persistent murder elf in self-defense.
It's gonna be okay, Tyr.
You've seen what is to come. I told you I would not follow you to war, and yet here I am, dragging an innocent elf and marching towards the destruction of Asgard.
What choice do we have?
There is always a choice. I will not lead you to war. I won't. I'm not that god anymore. I don't want to fight. But with you three, there is no avoiding it.
I mean, I understand the pull of pacifism after you've experienced lifetimes of warfare, but dude, stop being a little baby about it. If you want to sit this one out, that's on you, good for you. Go back home, make some tea, curl up with a good book, but get your whiny ass out of everyone's face. Again, it just makes no sense that this nincompoop is even here in Alfheim, dragging a corpse behind him because he's sad or whatever. Oh, I guess it's not a corpse.
No!
Atreus!
You have to love how Kratos was there immediately. My man did not hesitate for even a split second, but just dove right in after his son. I'm almost surprised he didn't beat Atreus to the lake's surface, him weighing at least 5 times as much and all. This is just one of those moments that makes you appreciate Kratos for being the badass dad that he is. For all his struggles to connect with and understand Atreus, his dedication to his son is beyond question, even if that son persists in antagonizing him at every turn.
Look, I just want to do the right thing. And according to prophecy...
Speak no more of prophecy.
War will not give you the purpose you seek, Atreus. Only slaughter.
So what are we supposed to do? Roll over? Do nothing?
Enough. We will discuss our next move when we are out of danger.
2 things to take away from that clip. Atreus conflates the idea of doing the right thing with acting as foretold by prophecy. That kind of attitude has got to be a nightmare for Kratos, although we can't exactly absolve him of all blame. Yes, he has taught Atreus to be better, but his moral formation lessons, from what we have seen anyway, aren't exactly the best guide.
Is it always moral to kill something that's trying to kill you?
Yes.
Well, there you have it, lad.
I mean, he's not wrong, but there's a gap between simply not doing what's wrong and doing what's best. Again, it's not exactly clear what sort of lessons Kratos was teaching Atreus while they survived Fimbulwinter, but I think it's safe to assume that they were more focused on mental and physical toughness, discipline, and preparedness, and less on how to soundly and rationally discover your path in life. You can't teach what you don't know yourself. Of course, Atreus turned to prophecy. At risk of sounding like a broken record, the only one in which he'd ever featured produced exactly the intended result, with him as the beneficiary. Why wouldn't he use his people's visions as a moral guide? Second, Tyr is the one to tell Atreus, war will not give you the purpose you seek, while Kratos basically just tells him to shut up until they get back home. This is a sign of the growing tension between father and son. That's not to say that Kratos isn't trying. However much Atreus may get on his nerves, and it's quite frequently considering the kid won't shut up about Ragnarok, Kratos still wants what is best for his son. He still clings to the bond they have formed even as this new journey begins to test its limits. Kratos from the previous game would never have gone on this side quest to rescue a giant jellyfish just because Atreus heard it and realized it was in pain. Okay, he probably would have, considering this is a video game after all, but he would not do so quite as willingly as he now does, to the surprise of Atreus, who finds it necessary to repeatedly express his shock that his dad actually wants to join him on his little rescue mission.
Never been this interested before. When I talk to animals or enchanted rings or whatever.
Much has changed for both of us.
Well, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out why you'd help some random animal.
Is this not what you want?
No, it is. I'm just surprised it's what you want too.
Kratos, in true Spartan fashion, doesn't bother telling Atreus his true motivation.
But I'm usually the one who drags us around trying to rescue animals. Why do you care so much? Is there something you're not telling me?
No.
Okay.
And in that same manner, doesn't provide any answers for his son, who wonders if they're doing the right thing by freeing this creature, if it means invading dark elf homes and provoking them to invoke castle doctrine and thus sign their own death sentences.
Are you sure we're doing the right thing?
If you wish to abandon this creature, we will leave.
Well, no. I don't want to abandon it. But if we have to kill a bunch of dark elves to get there...
And of course, he ultimately leaves it up to Mimir to let Atreus know why he's been so willing to help the wounded animal.
Father, thanks for bringing us out here, but you don't have to do this kind of stuff just to keep my mind off Ragnarok, you know?
This was not a distraction.
No? Then why are we really out here?
Have you ever considered... He just wants to spend time with you, lad. While he still can.
Really?
We do not know what lies ahead. But if Ragnarok approaches, I wish to enjoy the time we have left.
I don't know what to say. Thank you for bringing us out here. I'm glad we did this.
As am I.
Oh, Kratos, you big softy. He just needs a little push to actually open up and admit that he cares, that he knows the time they have is limited, that he needs Atreus. Atreus, not Loki. I haven't touched on that dichotomy yet, but we have heard Atreus speak of Loki as the figure portrayed by prophecy, the person he is supposed to become, if only he knew how. The person he firmly believes to be the champion who kills Odin at the end of Ragnarok. And of course he thinks that's him. Although he's not still the little twerp who found out he was a god and immediately let it go straight to his head, Atreus still is a god, and thus logically should be a major player in the events to come. At least, so he would think. And so apparently does Tyr, who has taken over cooking from Brok, the first useful thing he's done all game, and for whatever weird reason, seems to want to encourage Atreus to play out the prophecy that Tyr himself wants no part of.
Here you are. A meal fit for a champion.
Enough. I said we would speak no more of that.
Yes, of course. Didn't mean to offend.
I'm not offended. It's just a word.
A word that clouds your judgment.
Oh good. Thanks, Tyr. Now you've started an argument. I mean, yeah, they were probably going to end up arguing about the prophecy at some point, but you didn't have to force them into it when dinner has barely started, you lumbering idiot. Seriously, you would think a god who has lived for so many lifetimes of mortals would know better. And yet, here we are, once again witnessing Kratos and Atreus bicker over the giant's visions. But things are a tad more heated now. Atreus' idea of who Loki is and the path he is supposed to walk has become more concrete. And this increased confidence inspires an equally strong pushback by his father, who not only fears for their lives, but also for who Atreus will become should he go off to war. Kratos knows better than anyone the toll that war exacts on a man, and the thing he fears perhaps above all others is that his son will follow in his footsteps. He believes that war will mean the end of their bond as father and son, one way or another.
You really don't think it means anything? After the journey Mom sent us on? Everything we saw in Jotunheim? What was it all for? Don't you ever think about that?
Every day. But I cannot believe her purpose was to inspire you to take foolish risks.
Faye once again is central to the story of her husband and son, but now we witness the difference in how Kratos and Atreus view her. To Atreus, his mother was a giant, a visionary, someone to guide him to his destiny. To Kratos, Faye was a wife and mother, one whose utmost concern was that her son be cared for and protected by a loving father. It's also worth noting that Kratos apparently thinks about Faye and the prophecy they witnessed in Jotunheim every day, but he never talks to Atreus about it. He's clearly come a long way from the completely closed off grump he was at the beginning of the last game, but come on, man. Did it never occur to you that your son might also be dwelling on the meaning of those same events and would welcome your input? Well, not so much now, since Atreus has more or less decided for himself what it all means.
But what if the giants are counting on me?
What giants? I'm counting on you. To be safe, to be smart.
But
use the judgment of a man and not of a child.
Kratos, look who you're talking to. Do you see a man standing before you? Yes, Atreus desperately wants to be a man. He is, after all, a teenager. And he's just about got his whole life planned out with unshakable confidence. Again, he's a teenager. But the fact remains that he is a child. And expecting him to judge with the wisdom of a man is unrealistic. Without the lifetime of experience, mostly the lifetime of mistakes, that his father has, how could Atreus have the ability to assess and discern as Kratos does? It's the typical teenage conundrum. The kid thinks he's a fully mature adult who should be trusted to make his own decisions, while the parent just sees his child making stupid decision after stupid decision and wants to yank him back under tight control, giving him less of the very thing he so desperately wants, and causing the child to push harder for independence. Obviously, not every parent-teen relationship works out that way, but since Kratos is a rather passionate and reactive person, that is exactly how things happen here.
But what if Loki going to Ironwood is the only way that...
Atreus. My son. And nothing more. Do you hear me?
I'm not hungry anymore.
Forgive me, Kratos. My words were chosen carelessly.
Oh, were they, Tyr? Were they chosen carelessly? If I knew anything about you, other than the fact that you're a weak-willed wet blanket whose only purpose is to spoil the fun of some perfectly morally justifiable violence, I'd say that you stirred that pot on purpose. Get him out of my sight. Again, I want to take a quick moment to praise the voice acting of Christopher Judge. The dude kills it in every scene, especially when he's allowed to actually, emote. When Kratos gets angry, it's like a pot that is suddenly sprung to a boil, and the lid is still hanging on, but you can tell just one extra bubble would send it flying. It's hard not to sympathize with Kratos, though. He fought for well over a decade to master himself, to learn control of his emotions, particularly his anger, so he could finally open up to his son, reveal the truth of his past, and forge a bond the likes of which had been for so long lost to him. Of course he feels possessive. What father wouldn't? What good dad would listen to his son's plan to go off to war against the most powerful being in the world and just say, yeah, sure man, let me know when you get back. However, his fatherly instincts are not now, as they ought to be, tempered by compassion and sympathy. It would be one thing if Kratos were to question Atreus, to kindly push back on his ideas with the goal of ensuring that he makes properly informed decisions based off what he knows to be, not what he thinks is supposed to be. When Kratos hears his son refer to himself as Loki, he can't help but envision the loss of the boy he has come to love so deeply, and he can't bring himself to let go. So he grabs on tighter than ever with predictable results. What teenager wants to be told that their whole identity can be summed up as the child of their parent? And while Atreus does act in the typical sulky, broody teenage fashion, he is at least correct in that he is and will be more than just the son of Kratos. But like most teenagers, he lacks the virtue of patience and demands answers now.
I just don't understand. Why is there all this stuff about Loki and the champion and Ironwood if none of it's real? He's just so...
Thankfully, Atreus does have someone on his side with lifetimes worth of wisdom and experience, along with a touch of germophobia.
Mind if I give you the best advice you've heard all day? And possibly ever? Sleep. That's when all the troubles of your mind work themselves out.
Despite this video being longer than pretty much all feature-length films, I honestly think I've not spent enough time talking about Sindri and Brok. It's not always shown, but we know from what Atreus has said that Sindri has been his constant companion and ally during his search for the truth about his destiny. The dwarf provided a home for him when he and Kratos had some roofing problems, and now Sindri goes to Atreus when everyone else has decided to let the youth stew, giving advice freely without expecting anything in return. And Sindri doesn't try to persuade Atreus of his foolishness, despite his own professed disbelief in fate, nor urge him to any given course of action. Instead, he simply advises that he take care of himself. Advice accompanied by the rarest of gestures from Sindri, which is then hilariously followed up by him apparently getting ready to sever his now assumedly disease-ridden arm. In short, Sindri acts as a gentle guide and advisor, in much the same manner as Kratos should be. And while he speaks in a more friendly and less authoritarian tone than perhaps would be appropriate for the boy's father, his counsel shows genuine care for Atreus' well-being, a trait that his father very much possesses but hasn't been communicating well as of late. But those worries are for tomorrow as far as Atreus is concerned, though I do wonder how he sleeps with his bow still slung on his back. But he does, somehow, which brings us to perhaps the most confusing and open for interpretation sequence in the whole game, in which Atreus sees his younger self reaching for a mask and then proceeds to witness all the bratty things he said after he first discovered that he was a god.
It's all you ever talk about, over and over. Do something about it or shut up already.
Little peoples
We're sick of hearing about little people's little problems.
Culminating with his past dream self stabbing him in the neck.
Please!
So what exactly is happening here? Well, Atreus/Loki is a giant who tend to have prophetic visions, but this one takes place in the past. Why? Seeing as how it shows Atreus his past mistakes, how he acted just like the worst little twerp when he was caught up in his idea of being a god, I would say that this vision is given to him as a warning about the future. That is to say, do not be so sure of who you are and what you are supposed to do. Just because you believe yourself to be a great champion in the war to come does not justify acting foolishly or rashly. Charging forward assured of the righteousness of your choices because of your assumed nature could lead to your downfall. It's also a warning against seeking all the answers and knowledge in the world, but we'll get to that later. That's my takeaway from it anyhow. Clearly it's not Atreus's, because when he arrives in Ironwood and runs into Angrboda, we get this exchange.
You'll get your answer soon enough, Loki.
Right.
Is that not your name?
No. It is my name. I'm Loki.
And while any player who actually cares about gameplay feels meh at best at this sequence that was way longer than it should have been, our protagonist is thoroughly enjoying it. He has met another giant. He's finally going by the name that he's wanted to assume, the name that carries the weight of prophecy, and he might just be getting some answers about all the questions that have been plaguing him for the past few years. Things, as he sees them, are finally looking up.
But why wait for me?
Because my destiny is to tell you yours.
Awesome, right? The last time someone told him his destiny, well, it had already happened, but the story shown to him was the greatest adventure of his life. How could this go wrong? He's so enthralled in this experience, so caught up in finally getting to roleplay as Loki, that he would rather forget about his life as Atreus.
Do you like breaking stuff?
It's just something my father... You know what? Never mind.
These little bits of dialogue that occur as you traverse the world are honestly some of the best storytelling in the game. Atreus swung from frustrated and annoyed to excited and enthusiastic as he entered Ironwood, only to momentarily dip back to irk and irritated at the thought of his dad and the last words they exchanged, not wanting to let that memory spoil a perfectly good adventure in learning his destiny. As it turns out though, the real mood killer is him learning his destiny.
Wait. No. No! It's not right. That can't be what happens. No. No. This isn't real. Ironwood's not real. Ungar's not real. None of this is real!
Hey! Whoa, you're okay!
I love that Teen Wolf Atreus tries to destroy the shrine as if that's going to avert his father's death prophecy. Funny how one's attitude on prophecy can make a U-turn when said prophecy turns out to suck.
That cannot be my future. It says I serve Odin and my father dies. There's just no way.
Look, this is the only way things turn out. The sooner you accept that, the better.
Angrboda? More like Angry Boda. My wife thought it was funny. Okay. Also, why is she so angry, aside from the fact that she is yet another temperamental teenager? We'll get to that in a bit, but only after some horribly boring gameplay that you get to skip, but I did not, all under the guise of Angrboda teaching Atreus giant stuff.
Forget about that now. Forget the future. Forget Loki.
This is approximately the 5,000th time that this game has had someone tell Atreus not to think about the future, but unlike the other 4,999 times where it was just his overbearing father wanting to keep him safe, a father he could never have guessed is destined to die in his arms, Atreus is finally all too happy to take this advice. It helps, of course, that Angrboda actually offers an alternative to dwelling on prophecy by teaching him about his own people, an offer too enticing for the knowledge-hungry Atreus to refuse, though naturally he can't help but ask about what he just witnessed.
What about my prophecy then? If it is true, what do you think I should do?
Doesn't matter. There's no changing where you end up. You can try whatever you want to avoid it, but it'll happen anyway.
You're telling me nobody has ever changed their fate? Ever?
I mean, sure, maybe some details change, but the endpoint remains the same. better to walk your path than to struggle against it.
It's funny how blatantly contradictory the nature of prophecy is. Things are going to turn out this specific way, no matter what you do, so it doesn't matter what you do, even though you are clearly depicted doing certain and specific things. Okay, maybe not quite specific. As mentioned, the details of prophecy tend to be open for interpretation. For example, who knows what the Odin panel means exactly? It could mean any number of things. Atreus serving Odin as Loki merely one of dozens of possibilities. The other panel, yeah, that's Kratos. Unless you can think of another bearded man with a red face tattoo around these parts. But maybe if Atreus goes to Asgard before losing his father, not after, he can subvert the prophecy and this is how they all feel, isn't it?
You know, maybe Odin needs you for something.
Or maybe it's not what it looks like. Maybe I'm tricking Odin.
And this is how you end up fulfilling prophecy by trying to avoid it. Did it ever occur to you, Atreus, that you could just sit on your ass in order to prevent this horrible future? I mean, of course it didn't, because A, he's a headstrong teenager, and B, he's a character in a mythological story, and him doing nothing would be slightly more boring than the gameplay during this sequence. But then I suppose the prophecy would have accounted for that, and he'd somehow end up fulfilling it anyway through some unforeseeable means. Better to walk your path than to struggle against it. Assuming your ending is foretold and unchangeable, this is honestly excellent advice. It would be far better to spend your life doing good and loving those around you as best you can than it would be to obsessively fight against an inevitable end, discarding the precious time you could be spending with your friends and family in pursuit of an impossible goal. Such was Freya's failing in the first game. In an attempt to subvert the prophecy of Baldur's death and save her son, she drove him away from her, made him resent her to the point that even after his curse was broken and he could finally feel again, the only emotion he could feel was anger at her and the desire for revenge. And like most good advice, the dispenser of subtle wisdom isn't the best at adhering to it. After Angrboda shows Atreus the marbles containing the souls of the giants, we find out that she isn't exactly pleased with her own story.
Hey, you okay?
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm done. I guess. Now that I've given you those, my part in all this is over.
You could always come with me. We could fight Odin together.
If I was supposed to fight alongside you, I wouldn't disappear from your damn mural halfway through.
I mean, yeah, it kinda sucks that your part in the story is over, Angrboda, but you don't have to get so angry about it. Okay, I'll stop now. To this point in the story, the prophecies we've seen have always been told by those long dead. And while that is still the case here, Angrboda, as the messenger of this particular prophecy, clearly believes in it fully, to the point that she intends to live according to it, which, of course the prophecy will then come true. But in these moments where a character is struggling with the knowledge of a future they don't want, and even being a little whiny about it, I'm inspired by the words of a young Atreus.
Do something about it or shut up already.
Which is funny, coming from the boy who wholeheartedly believed in prophecy, right up until it showed his dead father, and then he starts calling it names.
Hey, just because of some dumb mural, your story doesn't have to be over.
I know.
Right, sure, Atreus. It's now some dumb mural because you don't like the paintings on it. Atreus' character arc in this game can be summed up as a series of mood swings regarding his feelings towards prophecy and his relationship with his father, and this is the low point on the former. Well, almost. Angrboda gave Atreus the bag of giant soul marbles, stating that he is supposed to know what to do with them when the time comes. So when they come across a soulless snake, Atreus, being Atreus, wants to restore life to the poor creature, and has Angrboda help him put a giant soul into the serpent, which then immediately slithers off into the unknown, leaving Atreus frustrated. I don't know what he expected to happen. Did he expect a thank you from the snake? Anyway, this is the low point. He had swung back up and was feeling a tad more optimistic about prophecy when he'd had the soul injection idea, but now that, I guess, the snake didn't immediately pan out to be some incredible revelation, he'd rather leave the marbles with Angrboda.
Loki. Are you certain?
Call me Atreus.
Hey, if prophecy says you're going to know what to do with these marbles in the future, and you're not feeling too hot about that prophecy right now, what better way to avert it than to simply not have the things with you? Seems brilliant to me, except for the fact that Atreus did in fact already use one of them. Damn prophecy, always prophesying things in unexpected ways. More on that later though. As we've seen, Atreus is not the only one struggling with his destiny. It's easy to forget that Angrboda is a teenager herself, one who has played along with her assigned role for years, and now that it has apparently ended, wants more. She seeks purpose, even though her very reason for existence in the grand scheme of things anyway, has already been fulfilled.
You are nothing! and no one will ever remember you! Not even Loki! You'll just be a forgotten chapter in his story!
While Angrboda isn't the most fleshed out character, I still appreciate the parallels between her and Atreus, as she counsels him through a struggle she thought she had overcome, only to discover that once her apparent destiny had arrived, she too is unsatisfied with her foretold future. And her newly found unease is echoed by Atreus.
We've got to be more than a bunch of stories with our endings already written.
Finally, Atreus gets to the heart of the issue. If everything is foretold, then he is not a real person who can make real decisions that really matter. And there is not a person alive who believes that. What we do matters. The choices we make count for something. Atreus is at last realizing that living according to prophecy as he so long desired is no better, and apparently quite worse, than living under the rule of a father who loves him, even if the two do not always understand each other. And now that he knows what he knows, it is time to be reunited with Kratos, who is of course completely understanding of his son's disappearance and unwillingness to talk about where he has been and why he has been there.
What were you thinking?
I wanted to visit Fenrir.
For 2 days.
Do
not lie to me again! Why did you come here? Alone? Do you seek death?
No more than you.
Then why? Why? What is it you will not tell me?
First off, Kratos popping out of the portal and jump scaring Atreus is just perfect. The game only uses that gag a couple of times to great effect on both occasions before it becomes a predictable bit. Second, we see and hear the building desperation of Kratos as Atreus continues to dodge his questions and evade his control.
I have tried to walk this path with you. We follow your every whim.
But you don't believe in any of it.
And still I follow.
This moment is simply heart-wrenching. Despite Kratos' shortcomings, his impatience, and his distrust in prophecy, he is trying to stay connected to his son, and yet he feels Atreus slipping away. He is losing his son, his purpose in this life, his very reason for living. And while Kratos' desire to protect Atreus is both natural and admirable, it is becoming all-consuming.
Because all that matters is that you are safe.
Kratos has essentially fallen into the trap that ensnared Freya before we first met her, and the trap that Sindri is currently stuck in. His ultimate good is the safety of his child, but not necessarily the well-being of said child. When we seek to protect our loved ones, it can be altogether too easy to do so for our own sake, for the aim of avoiding the pain losing them would cause. Kratos cannot imagine living without Atreus, which isn't a bad thing, mind you. I would hope that there are people in our lives whose absence we simply cannot fathom. For Kratos to have come this far in his relationship with Atreus is wonderful to behold, from calling him boy and not even being able to lay a hand on his shoulder, to now both physically and metaphorically clinging to the boy who means everything to him. And yet his love isn't perfect. Kratos, being a full measures kind of guy, has gone from uncaring and removed to extremely caring and overly protective without prudently tempering his vigilant nature to prevent it from becoming possessive and jealous. In the previous game, we witnessed Kratos struggling to bond with Atreus, fighting to overcome the belief that the sins of his past made him unworthy of the title of father, having to accept the fact that this boy needed him, that they needed each other. His arc in this game is almost the opposite, as he learns to let go, to trust, to stop being Atreus' sole protector and authority figure, and instead to become his guide and counselor as his son sets off on his own journey. But that endpoint for Kratos is still a ways off.
But that's not all that matters. Who's keeping you safe?
I do not need you to protect me.
You sure about that?
What do you know?
I can't talk about it, but I just need you to trust me. You kept secrets, but I trust you.
That's not the same.
Why not?
Just so we're clear here, both of them now know about Kratos' death prophecy, but neither is willing to reveal that fact. And it makes the player want to scream at them to just sit down and have a talk about it already, so they can stop playing Ring Around the Secret and frustrating each other to no end. And unfortunately, they don't get the time to resolve that conflict now because a Valkyrie shows up and starts some trouble, only for Kratos to realize that it's Freya and stop fighting. But unlike earlier in the story, when Atreus couldn't take the shot, this time he bears down on her without hesitation. That's a rather different reaction than one would expect out of Atreus, the boy who just a moment ago put his life totally in Freya's hands, certain she could not bring herself to kill him. Well, when you discover a prophecy stating your father is to die in your arms, I suppose that can make you a bit more desperately protective, which is, of course, exactly how Kratos feels. hence his intervention that prevents Bear Atreus from getting gutted by Freya or from tearing her to shreds. Either way, not an outcome Kratos wants. Such a badass dad move, wrestling his literal bear of a son away from danger, all the while encouraging him to master himself, until Atreus finally calms down and transforms back. Anyone accusing Kratos of going soft in this game needs to rewatch this scene. He uses his enormous strength and skill effectively and with incredible control, keeping Bear Atreus from biting him without, tearing the kid's jaw off, a feat of which he is more than capable. And as it turns out, this display of fatherly affection seems to break through Freya's hardened desire for vengeance. She is, after all, not a completely depraved monster who wants to kill people just for the thrill of it, but rather a wounded mother who has lost herself in her grief. Seeing another parent treat his child with such care, even as he wrestles him into submission, is enough for her to think that maybe she should in fact not mindlessly continue the cycle of violence. Just the look in her eyes is enough to tell us that this is a deeply broken woman, one who knows, even if she doesn't want to admit it, that killing Kratos would not bring her peace, but would only serve to further increase her agony and self-loathing.
Maybe. For the moment, you're of more use to me alive.
And fortunately for her, Atreus had told her that the Realm Tree was open for business, and so she actually has hope of ridding herself of Odin's binding curse. Otherwise, she probably would have kept attacking, which likely would not have ended well for her. More on that later too. So, to Vanaheim, to her home realm, they go.
Well, guess it's just us then.
That's not really an important clip for the character arcs or the show's philosophy. I just find Brok and Freya's reaction to him incredibly amusing. I also love how pragmatic Kratos is about their situation.
I will help you, but it will not change what I have done.
I know. That's why I still might kill you when this is over.
We going or what?
Most people, I would guess, would think of this quest as a way to redeem themselves, to quiet the quarrel and make Freya give up her vengeful path, but not Kratos. And although his eminently practical attitude is extremely in character, it isn't ideal. True, he killed Freya's son and nothing can change that. But Freya can change. Freya could find it in her heart to forgive Kratos for, saving her life. As we heard earlier in the story, that is not a possibility that Kratos entertains. Things are the way that they are, and he assumes they will always be the way that they are until one of them kills the other. This tells us not so much that Kratos doesn't believe in the possibility of change, he clearly does, but more that he does not believe himself worthy of forgiveness and redemption. If there is not a way to make things right, that is to unkill Baldur, then that's that. Why would Freya forgive him when he could not undo the damage done? That is because Kratos misunderstands the concept of forgiveness. To forgive someone means to release them of a debt they owe you, whether that is an actual legal debt because you dinged someone's car door, or just one you created in your own mind because someone snapped the neck of your only offspring. It is not the same thing as reconciliation, which means the restoration of the relationship prior to the offense. So if Freya decided to stop trying to kill Kratos, but had no interest in allying herself with him, that would be forgiveness without reconciliation. The first is necessary for the second, but the former does not necessarily mean the latter will occur. This begs the question, what is required for forgiveness? The answer is simply a change of heart. But Sam, Kratos didn't have a change of heart. Correct. Freya did. Because although I talk and think about forgiveness and redemption generally in terms of man's relationship with God, and although this is a story about mythological deities, there really are just people. People who are both capable of hurting each other, and who both need to change in order for reconciliation to occur. For Freya, this means forgiving Kratos, absolving him of his debt, that is, a vengeful death. A change of heart he is certain is not possible for Freya, because he does not deserve it. Even though he was completely in the right when he killed Baldur, Kratos cannot help but conflate that action with his own prior sins, the ones for which he has never fully forgiven himself, the ones that make him in his mind a wretched and unworthy man. He has accepted those sins, yes, and he does not let them torture him as once they did, but absolving him of their debt and believing he is worthy of Freya or anyone's goodwill is currently beyond him. Kratos is a man of incredible strength, fortitude, and even wisdom, and yet he still has the opportunity to grow, as do most of the characters in the game, specifically Freya at the moment, who hasn't exactly lost her taste for revenge as of yet.
But if it helps these two find peace...
This is a temporary alliance, Mimir. Anything beyond that would require trust.
Oh, please. You know damn well Kratos isn't the true cause of your suffering.
You're both as much a part of my suffering as anyone.
Of course, Mimir is the only one speaking on Kratos' behalf. The god of war never defends himself against any accusation, yet another sign of his belief that he is not worthy of forgiveness or redemption, even if that accusation comes from a woman who is in a rather unstable emotional state. And though she herself is quite broken, Freya's character in this game is damn near perfect. The writing and voice acting display this anguished, long-suffering woman who, for much of her life, could at least rest in the knowledge that her son was safe, and now finds herself lacking even that small comfort. Seeking revenge, but also struggling against those vengeful instincts in search of healing. It's a struggle that causes her to lash out in grief and anger repeatedly, even at her own brother, who we have not yet met.
Freya is not a part of this.
And this is where she gets another dose of wisdom from her traveling companions, except this time it's from Brok, of all people. I apologize in advance for the length of this clip, but it's important.
Listen, I know how bad it can get with one's own kin. Sindri and I were on the out so long it was like not having a brother at all. Now I take some of the fall for that on account of me walking out. But it never stopped me blaming him most. Any of this sound familiar so far?
And what is your point?
My point is, that weren't the end all of things after all. Once we got our heads right, it was like no time had passed. He went straight back to being as big a pain in my ass as he ever was. That's family. You gotta keep them close, or they make you good and crazy.
Why do you think I need to hear any of this right now? My focus is on regaining my freedom, and I have no intention of being distracted.
All I'm saying is, if you happen to find yourself talking to your brother, maybe the worst word said between you don't have to be the last one said.
Enough! When the day comes to face Freya again, it will be when I am standing on my feet and free. You understand me? It will not be while I'm stuck in this preposterous situation.
Got a case of pride, I get it. Hope yours clears up quicker than mine did.
Is Brok the wisest character in this whole game? Our favorite foul-mouthed blue dwarf just succinctly diagnosed Freya's problem and offered concrete, meaningful advice on how to remedy her falling out with her brother, all inspired by his own failings. I love how he talks about Sindri as the one who drives him crazy, but he holds him close nonetheless. The two dwarves could hardly be more different in terms of attitude and mannerisms, and yet they cling to each other as tightly as Kratos holds on to Atreus. That's family, as Brok puts it. We don't choose them, save for our spouses, I suppose, but we do choose to love them, as they are the ones placed in our lives and thus the ones for whom we are responsible. And once we make that choice, it cannot easily be set aside. Unfortunately, this also means that the wounds they cause cut that much deeper, and reconciliation is that much more difficult. But the first step in any endeavor where we seek healing is to let go of our pride, to stop thinking that our self-image is the most important thing, and to humble ourselves, that is, to tell the truth, to admit not only to our own faults, but also to concede that we are vulnerable and can be wounded by others. And it turns out Freya has to do just that, showing up to talk down Freyr, who had no idea who Kratos is, but recognized Mimir as the Aesir god he once was and was ready to throw down.
I guess we'll settle for blood.
Stop!
One thing worth noting from this scene is that the only words Kratos says are,
"We do not serve Odin."
I mean, come on, man, give him a little something extra. I get that you're trying your best to protect Freya's confidence and not betray the fact that she's here, which Freya would assume was a lie anyway, but you didn't even try to talk Freya down. Kratos would have absolutely slaughtered this entire band of renegades in self-defense if Freya hadn't stepped in. The man is far too easily resigned to the fact that if others want violence, he has no choice but to pick up his axe. Another point of potential growth, one with a payoff much, much later in our story. But Kratos' struggles and flaws take a backseat on this journey through Vanaheim, which focuses on Freya's hope that finding and destroying the source of Odin's curse that binds her to Midgard will finally bring her some peace.
I have words if you would hear them.
Speak then.
This anger you feel for your brother, I know it well.
You have a brother?
Okay, hang on, sorry to interrupt, but I just have to laugh at the utter shock in Freya's voice when she finds out that Kratos had a sibling. She probably assumed he was born 6 feet 4 inches tall and frightened his parents to death at birth. Anyhow, continue.
His name was Deimos. When we were boys, he was taken by two gods obsessed with prophecy. The gods of my homeland seldom left survivors. So by the time I learned he had lived, it was too late for amends. His anger poisoned him against me. But I never stopped loving my brother.
You think my anger is irrational? You've known Freya for mere moments, and already you're taking his side?
I am not taking his...
No. You're just sharing your thoughts on a subject you know nothing.
Freya seems convinced that her pain is unique, that Kratos cannot know the best way for her to act because he doesn't know her brother, and he doesn't even know her. This is just as it was with Brok, and I'm sure it's an experience many of us have gone through. When in pain, we don't always want to hear that others have suffered as we have. We can be tempted to believe that what we are experiencing right now is completely alien to anyone else, that no one could possibly know the agony we are enduring, because then no one can judge us. That is, unless we are confronted with the uncomfortable truth that someone does in fact understand our pain and has come through such a trial without letting it destroy them and has become whole again. And of course, that is, as Freya finds out, exactly the situation with the man she accuses of not knowing her pain.
Everyone is so eager to advise me, as if any of you know me or what I need. The biggest loss in my life is due to you saving me when I specifically told you not to. Well, it was my family, my mess. I know Baldur wasn't perfect, but he was mine.
I know.
You know? You think you can even begin to understand the pain of losing a child?
Yes, I do.
There was another. Before Atreus?
Her name was Calliope.
Calliope.
I know your son's story. You should know my daughter's. In the service of a cruel god, I was tricked into destroying a village, not knowing my own wife and child were there until their blood stained my hands. I swore revenge.
I can't imagine.
I paid back their blood 1,000 times and burned Olympus to the ground. Yet, the guilt remained. Perhaps you will kill me, Freya, but it will bring you no peace.
Perhaps it is not peace I seek.
Again, apologies for the length of the clip, but I just couldn't cut it off. I love hearing wise old man Kratos talk about his past. Sue me. There's something so remarkably satisfying about hearing him openly describe without Freya prompting the events that he kept hidden for so long. The sins that he ran from because he was afraid of the monster he was, and because he feared what the truth might do to his son. And yet Freya isn't the most open to his counsel. Even though she knows that he does understand her pain, that hardly lessens its reality. And like most people in pain, she is obsessed with removing it and laser focused on the single path that she believes will set her free. That is to say, ultimate and final vengeance against Odin.
Ragnarok will not bring back what you have lost, any more than killing me.
I'm reaching my limit for enlightened platitudes from you today. Can you please just shut up and kill things?
I shouldn't have said that. I should not have said that.
Freya is lucky that she's dealing with Kratos, the father of a teenager, who is used to getting sassed every 5 minutes. Kratos from 3 years ago might have ripped her arms off for saying that, which would have been hilarious in a darkly ironic sort of way. As it is, he's just a little angrier than usual.
Do not tell me to kill again.
What?
I killed to protect my son, to aid my friends. But I will be no one's monster. Never again.
You don't get to make that choice. Not with the debt you owe me.
I am not here for debts. I would always have helped you.
So much has been taken from me, and I'm just supposed to let it all go?
Freya.
Enough.
I love how Kratos is completely understanding that Freya wants to take vengeance upon him by, murdering him, but the idea that he owes her the debt of being her hired blade is preposterous to him. He would rather die than be someone's monster again, and you have to admire that about him. And of course, the paying Freya back, making her whole after the death of Baldur is not something Kratos can accomplish, and he knows this all too well. Freya has suffered a great loss, a great number of losses over the years, and no one other than herself can do anything that will finally grant her peace. So in a sense, yes, she should let it all go. She must release the iron grip that her pain has on the choices she makes in order to be healed. And in the aftermath of their battle with Nidhogg, and Freya finally setting herself free of Odin's binding curse, she has to make that decision. Does she continue to let her anger at Kratos drive her to attack him yet again, or does she find in her heart the ability to forgive him? Again, Kratos didn't really do anything wrong, but considering Freya's perspective, it's understandable that she thinks so.
Is it done?
It's over. It's really over.
And now that you have what you seek,
I suppose this is the point where I forgive you, where I kill you.
have you decided?
I really tried hard to make this video not 90% me gushing over Kratos' character, but sometimes I can't help it. Him adjusting his grip on the axe, completely ready to take on a fight he really doesn't want, tells us so much about his character, his respect for the choices of others, his willingness to stay alive for his son even though he hardly thinks he deserves it, and his unmatched acceptance of the situation as it is. No pleading, no begging for Freya to forgive the blood debt she thinks he owes her, just cool, calm preparation for what must be.
To be honest, I don't think I can do either. There's still a part of me that is so angry that it'll always be. It'll always be angry. But no. You are not the one who needs to die. I do see that.
The main conflict experienced by characters in this story, and in so many great stories across the world of fiction, is the struggle between acting as their strongest emotions tell them to, and acting as they ought to. Doing what they want versus doing what is right. Holding on to those passions and being driven by them, or letting them go. Kratos desperately wants to hold on to Atreus, but he needs to be able to let him go, to let his son choose his own path. Atreus wants to fulfill the prophecies and be the glorious champion of the Jotnar, but he needs to set aside his aspirations of grandeur and simply do what needs to be done, to help those whom he encounters and those who need him. Freya wants to exact vengeance on all those who have hurt her, but she needs to find within herself the ability to forgive, if not necessarily to forget, and thus to be at peace. In that scene, she takes a step in the right direction, even if her ultimate destination is a good ways off. And Kratos is, of course, completely understanding. He has already received from Freya far more mercy than he gave the gods of Olympus. Again, Ares was legitimately in the wrong where Kratos wasn't, but a dead child is a dead child to a parent's eyes. So he actually almost kind of apologizes.
I do not regret saving your life, and never will. But the choice between life and death should have been yours to make. I should not have robbed you of that choice.
This is a highly intriguing and apparently contradictory statement from the big guy. It is at least consistent with what he tells Atreus at the end of the last game.
So you'd let me kill you?
If it meant you would live, yes.
Kratos' expressed lack of regret is due to the fact that Freya is his friend and ally, the woman who saved his son's life, and he's glad that she still lives. If he had to do it all over again, he'd probably kill Baldur again, even knowing the consequences. And yet at the same time, he empathizes with Freya, even to the point that he states he should not have acted as he did, should not have taken that decision away from her. And on that last point, I disagree. Baldur had every chance to stop attacking, to let go of his desire for vengeance against his mother, but he chose to persist and got his neck snapped as a result. Kratos was right. The cycle of violence must end. I understand his compassion toward Freya now, but if we truly have a choice between life and death, we should never select the latter option if we can help it. Even in a situation such as a soldier diving on a grenade to save those around him, he should not wish for death, but rather that his comrades should live. He should hope, possibly against all hope, that he somehow might survive. The show hit on a similar point earlier when Sindri revealed his secret about Brok to Atreus.
I made a choice. One that wasn't mine to make.
But there's a distinct difference between accepting death as a natural part of life and allowing your friend to be murdered by her crazy son. All that being said, If I was faced with a choice of letting my child kill me or killing my child, yeah, I'd probably choose to die. And if someone interfered in the same manner as Kratos did, assuming that my kid had somehow become a vengeful monster, I'd probably still be quite angry with them. So I completely understand and sympathize with both characters here. But how I feel does not dictate what is right or wrong. This is a tough one, mostly because the situation is so fantastical and dramatic. Either choice would unavoidably lead to great pain. Is Kratos merely expressing empathy when he says he should have not robbed Freya of her choice? Or is he making a definitive moral statement? I'm fully in the camp of Kratos did nothing wrong this time, but also can't imagine the pain of being Freya in that scenario, and would absolutely be every bit as mad as she was. Those aren't necessarily easy viewpoints to reconcile, but it's what I got. Getting back to the actual story, Freya still seeks healing in her present relationship with her brother Freyr and in her past, as she seeks to rid herself of her memories of her marriage to Odin. I won't go into depth on her reconciliation with Freyr, other than to say that, as so often happens, both siblings felt they were wronged and felt the other needed to apologize first. And of course, our enlightened Kratos has words of wisdom to offer.
What do you want from him?
An apology would be a start. I want to forgive him. I'd like to think he's changed. He's all I have left now. Did you ever apologize to Deimos?
It is difficult to seek forgiveness when you feel unworthy.
I know I've talked about this before, both in this video and in the prior one, and I'm sure we'll talk about it again in the Valhalla video, but it's just so important. Forgiveness is a gift. It is not earned, it is given. We forget this. We feel the need to earn something that cannot be earned. And since we are struggling with an impossible task, we feel like shameful wretches who can never repay the debt we owe, because we can't. What's done is done. Words spoken in anger cannot be unsaid, and even wounds that heal over time leave scars on the body and mind. When we hurt those whom we love, we cannot make it right by any other means other than repentance and forgiveness, both freely given out of love for one another.
Forgiveness can be powerful, even for the unworthy. My wife, Faye, taught me that.
The hints at Faye's influence on Kratos are dropped here and there throughout the game, leading up to the flashbacks that we'll see later. And of all the lessons for Kratos to learn from her, this has got to be the most obvious. Kratos is the most unworthy man when it comes to deserving forgiveness for the sins of his past, having committed some of the most heinous offenses and sunk deeper than one might think possible into the pit of self-loathing, thus requiring an even more powerful redemptive pull. Forgiveness can be powerful. Forgiveness must be powerful, especially for the unworthy, because they know they have received a far greater gift than those who think themselves worthy of redemption. And all of this, repentance, forgiveness, redemption, and reconciliation, requires one foundational virtue to take over in our hearts: humility. We must be able to tell the truth about ourselves, to admit our faults and failings, and yet not to wallow in them or fall into despondency, but to admit that we deeply desire to be made whole again, no matter what we have done, no matter how unworthy we feel.
I thought you were dead. I've had to live lifetimes with those last awful words I said to you. Have any idea what that's like? Knowing that your own selfishness hurt the person that you cared about the most. Abandon you. Oh, Freya. I mourned you. Oh, I've missed you so much.
Freyr's character isn't the most well-developed one in the game. They can really only do so much with how large a cast they had, but this scene was absolutely beautiful. It didn't drag you through every detail of the siblings falling out, though it did hit a highlight or two.
The man's family set me on fire. How did you expect me to react?
Like my brother!
Because this is naturally how a brother and sister would talk to each other, assuming they had a dramatic falling out that involved marriage to an evil god and the near destruction of an entire realm, that is. And of course, the moment of healing comes when Freyr finally breaks through the finger pointings and accusations and expresses the pain he suffered due to him failing to love his sister as he ought, and Freyr recognizing her own pain in her brother's words. Compassion that is suffering with is an incredibly powerful healer, but it requires humility. We first need to admit that we have been hurt, to rid ourselves of our pride and accept our vulnerability before we can be reconciled and healed. But Freya's journey to wholeness is hardly complete. As mentioned earlier, she seeks to destroy the remnants of her marriage to Odin and to be free of her ties to Asgard.
The closer we get, the more tightness grows in my chest.
You're sure you want to continue?
Confronting the past comes with a price.
It must be done. I've lived with this pain far too long.
Freya believes that if she seeks out and destroys the artifacts from their wedding, she will at the same time be free of the wounds caused by that dreadful marriage.
I thought I'd feel peace by breaking it. But I feel nothing.
Perhaps what you seek cannot be found in a circlet.
You may be right.
Perhaps, though, if she is able to destroy the last remaining relic, the sword forged as a symbol of her union with Odin, she will find peace.
Mona!
Freya has been trying to purge from her memory, from her story, all remaining vestiges of her Asgardian past, but that endeavor has proven fruitless. Why?
The deepest wounds form the strongest bonds.
And the strongest bonds have the potential to cause the deepest wounds. Freya says herself that she was happy with Odin for a while, and we know that she loved her son imperfectly, yes, but she did love him. The wounds caused by the loss of that which she loved truly and deeply are not ones she can simply cast aside as if they had no effect on her. Thinking she could was a sign of her pride, which told her that she could simply refuse to be hurt, could reject her vulnerability, could deny the fact that her sufferings changed her and still affect her. But when her pride ran into a sword that would not budge, she is eventually and finally able to cast it aside and admit the truth.
Asgard holds a part of me I can't sever. I bond to my son, to the Valkyries. That damn realm isn't just Odin's. It belongs to me too.
The mistakes we make, the sins we commit, and the sufferings inflicted upon us are all a part of us, whether we would wish it or no. There is no going back to expunge them from our lives. There is only how we choose to react and respond to those failings. We can hide them from our loved ones, afraid that they might one day rear back up and transform us into the monsters that we were. We can reject them, act as if they never happened, simply wishing to be the person who never made those mistakes and suffered that pain. Or we can learn from them. The only failures and sins that persist are the ones we fail to allow to change us for the better. Freya can never be who she was, the Valkyrie queen who did not know the grievous pains of loss. She realizes that now. The pain she suffered changed her. She can either hold on to that pain, staying stagnant, wallowing in her agony and wishing for a return to better days, or she can let go, moving forward, acknowledging her failings and sufferings as an irremovable part of her, but refusing to let them define her and drive her every move.
The pain he caused is his. I refuse to keep holding on to it. You know, an arrogant man once told me you can't change the past, only how it shapes you. I think he might be right. It's been a while since I've had a confidant. Would the god of few words lend me his ear now and again?
As long as I am needed.
We can hear how Freya's pain still manifests itself in her little jabs at Kratos. Sure, she's grateful to him for his help during her journey of recovery, but she's still not fully whole and at peace. It would be weird if she was. Just a moment ago, she had a sword at his neck, and a few seconds after that, she was complaining about his enlightened platitudes and telling him to just kill as she asks. Now, at least she was able to admit he was right and asks for his help further. It's not perfect humility, but it's perfectly consistent with what we should expect of one who has been consumed by grief and the desire for vengeance for years. Characters should have notable and dramatic turning points in their arcs, but they absolutely should not turn on a dime and become totally different people in the space of a few seconds. This story understands that. This is why, and I apologize if you're sick of hearing about this, but, well, that's the story. The game has Kratos and Atreus repeatedly clash over the nature of the prophecies and the paths they are supposed to or intend to walk. Tension needs time to build, and at this point in the narrative, it is built to quite a crescendo, as Kratos is sick of Atreus' secrets and disappearances.
Well, brother,
Before you see the lad again, might we discuss an approach?
He will tell me where he has been. That is my approach.
Ah, classic Spartan diplomacy.
Funnily enough, both father and son want the same thing: answers. Kratos wants answers about where Atreus has been, why he went there, what he has learned. Atreus, this whole time, has been seeking answers about where prophecy will lead him. And then when he got them, decided, nah, I can change that. So, what does he seek now? You guessed it, answers.
Odin had the chance to kill me, but he didn't. He offered to teach me. Maybe if I had more answers, I could prevent...
Prevent what? What is this about?
It doesn't matter.
What Atreus seeks is knowledge, the answers to life, the universe, and everything. He wants to have all the information he can lay his hands on so that he can logically select the correct path that will lead to the future he desires. The problem with this quest is that the virtue of wisdom is not present. Knowledge is good and necessary, but without wisdom, all of that information is a bunch of facts that might lead you somewhere you shouldn't go. In Jurassic Park terms, knowledge is figuring out how to resurrect the dinosaurs. Wisdom is knowing that you really shouldn't. No matter how much knowledge we accumulate, if we do not prudently order our wills, we are bound to make terrible mistakes. And sadly, Kratos is making that same mistake. Not that he has no right to know where Atreus has been, but his methods of demanding answers is hardly the ideal one.
So you're back.
Are you ready to answer me?
About what?
Where did you go? Who did you see? Was it Odin?
What? Is that what you think?
Do you deny it? Answer me! Did you go to Asgard?
No! Of course not! But so what if I did? It's my future, it's my life.
You are my son!
Then why don't you trust me?
If you want me to trust you, then tell me the truth.
The truth is you're being a complete asshole!
Teenagers.
He doesn't have any faith in me. It's fine if he keeps secrets. It's fine if Mom did.
It is not fine! Her secrets haunt every step of this path.
Oh, okay. So you don't believe in her anymore either?
This is not about your mother!
Gotta love the classic redirection Atreus throws out, taking Kratos' words in a completely different fashion than they were meant. Again, very teenager. And where once father and son may have had a calmer and more rational discussion, the repeated arguments, Atreus' unhappy discovery, and, you know, the impending ending of the world, have caused tempers to rise to a boiling point, where rational discourse has a hard time establishing a foothold. This is especially true for Atreus, whose thought of going to Asgard is met with less enthusiasm than he might have liked.
I was only thinking about going to Odin, but I swear it's for a good reason.
There is no good reason to go to Odin.
He'll only cloud your mind.
But I'd be going for us. I gotta stop something bad from happening.
Something bad did happen! Look at me! At Freya! At Tyr! Odin did this to us!
What's got everyone caterwauling all of a sudden?
Atreus wants to go to Asgard.
Asgard? Get kicked in the head or something?
Great. I guess everybody's against me now.
Yet again, classic teenager attitude of the world is against me, which of course only solidifies in his mind the idea to do exactly what everyone is telling him not to do. He knows something they don't, or so he thinks. He is the only one who can avert fate. Everything relies on him. No one else understands what he is up against.
You must choose who you are going to be. Are you going to continue to lie and keep things from me? Or are you my son?
Choose? I never get to choose.
The irony of that statement is that Atreus has been chasing prophecy this entire time, and Angrboda literally just told him it doesn't matter what you do. Fate will arrive no matter what. And undoubtedly that awful revelation inspires his words here, alongside his exhaustion with his father's increasingly overbearing nature. Speaking of overbearing...
Just leave me alone.
Listen.
Let go of me!
Listen!
I said let go!
What the fuck?
Atreus! It's Sindri. Just try to keep control!
Come on! Boy!
I'm just going to let that one sit for a moment. In order for the characters of Kratos and Atreus to grow, they had to struggle. And that means that at some point they had to hit a low point. This is it. Apologies if that's a spoiler, but we have in fact reached the bottom of the valley. Kratos has become angry, impatient, and possessive. Atreus is also angry, impatient, and possessive, except for different reasons. Kratos has been holding on with an increasingly tight grip, even as Atreus has insisted with rising fervor that he let go. And ultimately, the two do not trust each other. Kratos does not trust Atreus to make wise choices and stay out of danger. Atreus does not trust that Kratos has his best interests at heart. Rather than seek to understand each other, they have insisted on their own ways, until Atreus finally does something unimaginable. He runs away from his father. At this point, the story is shaping up to be a classic Greek tragedy. Father and son who do genuinely love and care for one another are driven apart by the secret that they keep from each other. The exact same secret, of course. And the son seeks to avert prophecy by uncovering the mysteries of the universe, only for his actions to fulfill that very same prophecy.
If I go to Asgard, following the prophecy where father ends up dead, if I stay locked up at home, there's nothing I can do to stop it. I guess in Asgard, I could at least keep an eye on Odin. Be a spy. Find out his plan. Get control of this.
Notice Atreus' attitude here. He is planning to subvert prophecy by acting according to prophecy, seeking to take control of the situation. Despite his steadfast belief in prophecy, despite Angrboda telling him,
"This is the only way things turn out,"
and despite the fact that going to hang out with Odin is a monumentally stupid idea, as he well knows, given the Aesir god's history of violent betrayals which Atreus has apparently memorized, it's either go back home with his tail between his legs, which is a literal possibility for Atreus, or take charge of his destiny and go to Asgard. His every action, every choice he makes is made with respect to prophecy, whether intended to fulfill it or reject it. And of course he does go to Asgard because duh, where he is deposited into a river and then washes up next to a Midgardian refugee camp. And finally, we get to continue our discussion of Odin. This story's biggest problem is absolutely its pacing, and Odin's eye patch not gracing the screen for almost half the narrative is a big part of that. For the player, it could have easily been 20 plus hours at this point since the Aesir incursion into Midgard, so it's altogether too easy to forget the details of Odin's manipulative nature, like how in his first and thus far only scene, not so subtly encourages his son to taste the mead that Thor has clearly been avoiding at no small effort. And one might not realize that Odin could have very easily dropped Atreus anywhere in Asgard, and yet he ensured he would run into the people from Atreus' home realm who have been taken in by the Aesir and given food, shelter, and a respite from Midgard's freezing cold. Show don't tell, right? Odin telling Atreus that he's not so bad would feel hollow, especially since they've barely met. But if Atreus sees that Odin helps people like he, Atreus, aspires to, well, he might be a little bit more open to believing in the Allfather's good intentions. But why did Odin drop Atreus into the river? I don't know, probably because he's a dick. Anyway, Odin's manipulation seems to work quite well on Atreus pretty much immediately.
Wait, you know the Allfather? Sort of his apprentice.
Wait, where did that come from? Apprentice? Straight up, this might be one of the most disturbing moments of the entire story. It tells us that Atreus has a deep desire for identity and belonging, especially one that grants him what he wants. What any teenager wants: independence, autonomy, and the apparent freedom to choose for himself, to take control over his life. To be fair, he's also just exaggerating a bit, again, because he's a teenager. Odin so far has played him perfectly, giving him the free choice to visit Asgard and demonstrating that he's a good and benevolent god who looks out for others, not just himself, not even just the people of Asgard. And that manipulation continues in its perfection when Atreus meets Heimdall, who is, how do I put this, the worst.
So, what part of the enormous wall made you think, oh, visitors must be welcome? Wow. I do have to say, Loki, I am profoundly unimpressed. You should probably stay down. Great.
This ends with Thor showing up to interrupt the decidedly one-sided fight, followed closely by Odin himself, who quickly acts to settle things down and show just how understanding he is.
He means to betray you.
Is that true, Loki? You a little trickster? I'm just messing around. Of course he means to betray me, huh? Heimdall, why else would he come? I've given him no reason to trust me. Not yet. but he's got some very big questions. And I have so many answers to give.
What's brilliant about Odin is that he doesn't really lie. All of his words are true, even if his actions are deceptive and manipulative, to the point that not even Heimdall realizes the role he's playing in the Allfather's plan to put Atreus at ease. Imagine being able to manipulate Heimdall, of all people. The way Odin acts as if all his cards and Atreus' cards are out on the table, their agendas both clear to one another, is diabolically brilliant. What better way to get someone to trust you than to say you know that he intends to betray you, but you don't care? Odin projects this air of indifference as to his guest's intent, although it's quite apparent that he has carefully placed all the pieces on this game board so that their every move is according to his design. And the best way for him to prevent Atreus from figuring out that he is just a pawn, well, technically he's more like queen due to his importance in Odin's schemes, is to simply go about his day, acting nonchalantly as if Atreus finally arriving in Asgard is not the most important event of the century. In the process, of course, he continues to work on undermining Atreus' image of his own father.
So how'd your father take the news that you decided to accept my invitation?
I don't think we should talk about my father.
Not well, huh? Can't blame him. Between my ex-wife and my disgruntled former employee, he's not exactly getting an unbiased view. But you're curious, open-minded. That's important.
Note how Odin doesn't outright insult Kratos. He knows doing so would provoke a strong negative reaction in Atreus, but instead simply implies that Atreus is better and smarter than Kratos, that he's able to rise above the anti-Odin grumblings of Freya and Mimir. Although I'm not quite sure why Odin thinks Kratos is getting any sort of information about him from Freya, considering she only just stopped trying to kill him. He said is getting too, very much present tense. Odd. I had to mention this bit of dialogue where Odin lets his mask slip a little bit, but Atreus doesn't seem to notice because the man seems so genuinely genteel.
If I'm being honest with you, Loki, you're lucky my offer still stands after you went and sprung Tyr. But I suppose spending time with him is punishment enough, isn't it? At least Mimir never lost his sense of humor.
Note how Odin laughs at Tyr being a sad sack of a man and chuckles as he talks about Mimir. Two gods whom Odin imprisoned and tortured, and he's laughing about what he did to them. He clearly delighted in their misfortune to the point that he can't even contain himself when talking about it to a boy whom he is trying to convince of his goodwill.
I need to know nobody's gonna get hurt.
Why would I hurt anybody? A truce is all I've been asking for from the start, if you recall. Look, you're here now. Stop worrying. It's all gonna be fine. Almost to your room.
My room?
Yep, just over here. Feel free to come and go. Take what you need, poke around as you please. You're not my prisoner. And more importantly, I'm not your father.
Odin really has set himself up as the exact opposite of Kratos. He mentions a project he's working on that Atreus could benefit from, piquing the boy's curiosity. He gives him his own room and the freedom to move about as he so chooses. He talks freely and shows interest in those whom they pass. He's practically deferential to Atreus, just happy to be hosting him, hardly giving off the slightest clue about how desperately he wants Atreus to join his quest. Before we discover what said quest is, we and Atreus are introduced to Thrud, the daughter of Thor and thus sister to Modi, whom Atreus granted a rather infamous end. And despite pretending to really not be, she is remarkably okay with the fact that he knifed her brother in cold blood.
We're better off without him, Loki. Trust me.
This casual dismissal of Modi diminishes, or at least is intended to diminish in the boy's mind, the severity of Atreus' sin that day, in complete contrast to the lesson his father would have him learn. I'm not entirely sure if Thrud said what she did under Odin's direction, but they assumedly could have put Atreus up in Magni's old room, and yet, here he is. Thrud is one of the characters that, in my humble opinion, the story doesn't do quite enough justice. The same goes for her mother and father, who just aren't on screen all that much, and thus aren't able to receive much character development. They each have a setup and payoff for their arcs, and the bones of all of them are quite good, but since they're all crammed into the last 40% of the story, which has a lot happening, none of those three get their characters as fleshed out as much as they deserve. But we'll put that thought on hold for now, because it's finally time to find out what Odin's big project is. Well, after Odin gifts Atreus a sword, that is.
Take it, if you like it that much.
For real?
Consider it a perk of the job.
Thank you. I mean, really.
And they say I'm the bad guy. Come on, let's walk.
The offhand, casual manner in which Odin says that is villainously disarming. Why would he give a sword to Atreus if he had any quarrel with him, any fear that Atreus would harm him? Everything about the environment Odin has manufactured in Asgard is designed to make Atreus feel at ease and at home, more so than he is in the treehouse that serves as his current residence, especially when it comes to his quest for answers.
Everyone's got me all wrong. You think war drives me, or power, wealth? Nah, never have. You know what drives me? What I really want? I want answers. Same as you. See, mortals have it easy. When they push up against life's big questions, they can look to us. They give them meaning, divine comfort. We both know that's a sham. But when we have questions, why are we here? To give meaning to mortals while living without it ourselves? No. We're more than that. And I found something that proves it.
Aside from the everyone's got me all wrong shtick, because they absolutely have him pegged just right, Odin is actually genuine here. But there's a trick to what he's saying. He just wants answers, he tells Atreus. What he doesn't say is what he will do to get them, which of course is anything and everything, as long as it gets him the meaning that he seeks. Did it ever occur to Odin, I wonder, that the mortals themselves might be the gods' purpose? That guiding them through their lives into the afterlife was the responsibility of those who are immortal? As discussed earlier, the pursuit of knowledge can be dangerous, and since Odin has a history of pursuing knowledge, such as Freya's Vanir magic, for his own gain, I'd say his quest is downright treacherous. But Atreus is in a vulnerable state, determined to save his father, so his judgment is a little clouded, and he's perhaps a bit more suggestible than he should be.
What is it?
It's what drives me. You feel it, don't you?
Feels like knowledge. Truth.
All truth. All the answers. We could find out why we're here, learn how to change our fates, stop Ragnarok for good, maybe. Save the people we love.
See, this is how you know that Odin's a skinny little liar. Who exactly does he love? Thor? He just uses his son as his personal sledgehammer. Freya, obviously not. Sif, Thrud, not that we've seen. Heimdall? Odin treats him like a dog. For all Odin's posturing earlier, he is alone. Who is Odin trying to save? Himself. That's it. And that is the fundamental difference between the villain and our heroes. Kratos, Freya, Atreus, Brok, Sindri, and Mimir fight for the love of one another, whereas Odin fights to save his own skin and to pursue answers he believes will lead him to infinite knowledge and thus infinite power. I don't know what the point of Tyr is. Any authentic story about heroes and villains will come back to this foundational truth that the pursuit of love for the sake of love is good, and the pursuit of power for its own sake is evil. And that's what Odin's quest is. It's just gift wrapped in a box that says, "I want to help you save the world" on the wrapping paper. But Atreus didn't bother shaking the box, and thus he doesn't know it's as empty as Odin's promises are. So off he goes to Muspelheim with Thor to find the missing piece of the mask. Which begs the question, why didn't Odin do this? Could he not have just dropped into each of the 9 realms with the mask in hand to check if it glowed as it does now? Or does Atreus' translation of the mask seriously narrow down where in the realm the other piece could be found? Whatever. Not that important for our discussion. What matters is that Atreus is now in a lava realm with a behemoth who hates his guts.
I took my blood payment from your father for what happened to my sons, but I haven't taken it from you.
Uh-oh. Oh shit.
Listen, Modi had some problems, but he was my son. And the only reason you aren't mush right now is because of that broken piece of wood.
Look, clearly neither of us can do this mission alone. And I want to impress the Allfather just as much as you do. You don't have to like me, but we're gonna have to trust each other. Just a little bit.
Trust.
Well, would you look at that? Another character who has been hollowed out by grief and exists primarily to exact vengeance. In all seriousness, though, I'm quite happy Thor is getting some characterization beyond just the wrecking ball that Odin throws in whatever direction he so chooses. His introduction was fantastic, and it's about time we learned some more about what drives him. which isn't much, it turns out. He acts according to the will of Odin, his own desires only bleeding through on the rare occasion when he actually gets to fight something, even if that something is the urge to send Mjolnir through Atreus' spine. He is a man resigned to his present circumstances, who doesn't worry about fate or prophecy, in stark contrast to Atreus, who even now is still looking for answers in the giant shrines. And yet, even as he is reunited with Angrboda, the very same person who revealed the fate he now fights against, Atreus is re-energized, the indomitable spirit of youth pushing him to believe that he can prevent his father's death, and do more besides.
A while back, you talked about how the giants left. You ever think about them?
All the time. They're far from here. Far from Odin and Thor. But I wonder what lands they've gone to, what seas they've crossed. Why?
I want to find them. I'm gonna save my father, and then I'll find them.
This is the first time we hear Atreus talk about desiring anything beyond the scope of Ragnarok. The first purpose he expresses is a desire all his own, not one foretold for him. There's something beautiful in that. Although we should not go through life doing whatever we so please, we are required to choose the path we walk. No one, Atreus is discovering, can truly pave the way for him. Even if what he does fulfills some aspects of prophecy, the choices he makes still matter. They change him. They change the way events play out. They are real. As Angrboda reminds him,
our endings haven't been written, right?
If he is to write his own story, what better way to do so than by seeking out the people who have suffered the most? The ones who could finally return home once Odin is gone. This is what Atreus does, after all. He helps people. But for the moment, he's really just helping Odin.
It's here. This is the spot.
Well, where is it? In the lava?
I don't know.
No! No! Ah! Damn it!
Some advice. Sticking your hand in lava is never gonna feel good.
Wasn't thinking.
Good. It's better that way. All right, let's get out of here. Oh.
First off, good to know that Atreus can stick his hand into lava and act as if it's just a pot of water that's a little too warm for his taste. I forget that these are gods with superhuman strength and toughness sometimes. Second, don't ignore Thor's offhand comment about it being better to not think. And third, I don't have a good transition, so we're just going back to see Odin now, who is of course quite pleased with the results of the expedition.
Look at this. We make a good team. Don't we? Don't we? Make a good damn team?
Just like you and Baldur.
You both behave out there?
Thor was really great. I learned a lot from him.
You learned something from him? Really now? Okay. What did you teach the kid?
Nothing. What could I possibly teach him?
Exactly.
I could talk about how much of a diabolical, smarmy worm Odin is, with his whole "we're such a good team" bit, pumping Atreus up in a manner quite unlike that of Kratos. But when Atreus tries to include Thor in the compliment train, Odin can't help it and just has to diss his own son. This is where we see that Odin really is the opposite of Kratos, where our favorite laconic warrior is constantly pushing Atreus to be better, to make better judgments, and to clear his mind and think before he acts. Odin dismisses out of hand the idea that Thor brings anything of worth to the table other than his hammer, and has no interest in believing his son will ever be anything more than a mere brute, nor does he have any desire to. Thor being a mindless wrecking ball suits Odin's designs perfectly. It's a little surprising, honestly, that Atreus doesn't seem to mind Odin's spiteful disposition towards Thor, but I suppose that's what happens when he is caught up in the whirlwind of searching for answers, in the mystery of the mask and the challenge of translating its writing to find what he seeks. All thoughts of his father seem to have passed from his mind, and yet the connection remains in the knife he uses to clean dirt that was somehow not burned off of the mask when it fell into the lava pit. The knife whose twin brings us back to Kratos, who is now determined to seek out the Norns, the fates of the Norse world, in order to discover Atreus' whereabouts.
But if Atreus is in Asgard, there's no getting him back without an army. We should be raising one.
Yes, nothing like a catastrophic war to improve the situation. The boy seems quite capable. Perhaps if you simply give him some time.
You are not free of blame here. You encouraged his foolishness, his confusion. I do not seek war. But if Odin has stolen my son, do not doubt the lengths I will go to.
Your nature has always been clear, Kratos. But you, Freya. War is a first resort. That's not the Freya I knew. I hope the Norns can give you the counsel you need. Perhaps mine is no longer of use here.
Yeah, your counsel never was of use, you oversized pansy. Tyr is also rather dismissive of Kratos, acting as if he has not changed significantly from the Greek warrior who decimated Olympus into a much better and wiser man. Although Kratos did just suggest he might be willing to tear Asgard to shreds if it meant freeing Atreus, there's definitely some ghost of Sparta seeping through the cracks that have been forming through the repeated clashes with Atreus and the rising tension as Ragnarok approaches. Still, you would think that Tyr of all people would understand what it means to go from a god of war to one who seeks to avoid violence if at all possible, and, you know, actually try to be a little helpful instead of being a sulky baby. I know he doesn't look like one, but that's exactly what he is. If only there was a more poetic way to express the idea of the way you look not being nearly as critical as the way you actually are. Anyway, they're off to see the Norns, and Mimir is curious as to why exactly Kratos proposed this little field trip.
Brother, what exactly do you intend to ask the Norns?
How I may find my son. Nothing more.
I don't imagine it's a chance to clear up all this mess about prophecy. Perhaps get a second opinion on your alleged demise.
You didn't tell me you had a death prophecy?
When Atreus and I reached Jotunheim, we found a hidden mural. The giants, Freya herself, had foreseen our entire journey long ago. Who we would meet, who we would fight. All of it, as it happened.
But you aren't dead.
That image was from a time yet to come.
I see. You've never struck me as someone who fears death. That's not the problem, is it?
No. Death can have me when it earns me.
Then maybe it's not the future that bothers you. Faye sent you on your journey, and she made sure you'd see that image at the end of it. And you're still not sure why.
I wish to speak of this no further.
The line, "death can have me when it earns me," goes unspeakably hard, as they say. And yet it's so illuminating as to Kratos' attitude regarding prophecy. If what is foretold really will come about, then so be it. But he will face it head on, doing what he must for the sake of his son and his friends. He understands that running from prophecy is pointless. It is best to simply do what you feel you must do, whatever the future may hold. That is, he must ensure that Atreus is prepared to live without his father. And yet, Kratos can't help but be worried and confused. Why did Faye leave that part of the mural that told their future undamaged? Did she intend for Atreus and Kratos to see it? Did she not have time to destroy it? What was on the rest of the mural? Did Faye foresee some terrible fate and thus destroy the mural in the hope that Kratos and Atreus not knowing it would mean they would not fulfill it?
Her secrets haunt every step of this path.
As much as Kratos doesn't run from prophecy, he also knows that it is largely inevitable in one way or another. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the Norns to learn the nature of their prophecy for him and his son, so at the very least, he can be best prepared for the end. And the biggest takeaway from their visit to the Norns is simply this.
There is no destiny, Puck.
The protagonists are speechless. They do not understand.
There is no grand design, no script. Only the choices you make. That your choices are so predictable merely make us seem prescient.
Sindri and Brok were right. Hold your brothers 1, every other sorry, sad sap 0. This scene is really quite brilliant in its design and execution, but let's talk about that central point. Well, 2 central points. The one just mentioned, and this.
You will die, Kratos of Sparta.
In short, the Norns tell Kratos that the choices he make will lead to his own death, a fact they know for certain because killing gods is what he does. His choices do not change, he is utterly predictable, and therefore his fate is certain, even if there is no outside force carefully crafting his story. Which of course is how things have to be for any of this to have any meaning. If our protagonists do not have a choice, then they are simply characters in a story with its ending already written, instead of living, breathing people with the ability to freely choose how they act. But does that revelation put the minds of Kratos and Freya at ease? Quite the opposite. It deeply upsets and unsettles them. Such is the nature of truth. It is rarely comforting, and truths about ourselves and our loved ones are often the most disquieting.
You are the sum of your choices, nothing more. And because your choices never change, you will learn that Heimdall intends to kill your son in Asgard, and you will do what you do best. And then Ragnarok. The skies burn, the curtains fall. Exunt omnes.
Heimdall.
Now, one might wonder whether this epiphany might have some effect on Kratos' determination to bring Atreus back from Asgard, whatever the cost. And if you do think that, I might wonder where you have been for the last 4.5 games.
You wouldn't seriously consider killing Heimdall, would you?
I will do what I must.
Oh, is that all?
Kratos has had years to reckon with the fact that he will die, so that prophecy hardly scares him anymore. But ultimately, Kratos is simply resigned to act as he believes he ought to act. His duty to protect his son takes precedence over trying to change the supposedly inevitable future through inscrutable means. What is he supposed to do? Leave Atreus to the mercy of Heimdall? Sacrifice his child in the vague hope that it will prevent Ragnarok? He knows better.
There are many tales in my homeland of those who fulfilled prophecy by attempting to avoid it. So it was when Freya tried to protect Baldur, and so it was when I accused my son of going to Asgard.
Then we agree. It'd be foolish to go after Heimdall.
No. If Heimdall must die for Atreus to live, then Heimdall must die.
How can you say that, knowing what you know?
Because if Heimdall is a threat to my son, I must act. It is my...
Your nature. Well played, Norns.
When speaking with the Norns, Kratos was the only one who didn't question them. Where Mimir and Freya both question the nature of the Norns' prophecies and the supposed futility of attempting to subvert destiny, he seems resigned to his fate in a way they are not.
Now tell me of this power Heimdall wields. He sees the future.
More like he reads the person, sees their intention.
My intent will be to kill him. Knowing that will be no advantage.
Brother, this is no one to underestimate. Any move you make, he'll have seen it coming. If you must face him, we need something else. An edge.
You gotta love the big man's absolute confidence going into this endeavor, which turns out to be the forging of a Draupnir spear, a weapon capable of multiplying itself in a way that apparently not even Heimdall will see coming. A weapon observed inside Groa's shrine, a beacon that signifies the imminence of Ragnarok. The creation of this weapon is, of course, as always, reliant on the dwarves. When Sindri goes to retrieve the ring, we see his expression sadden. And then when it comes time to part with it, he can't bring himself to let go. At first, this appears to simply be Sindri not wanting to relinquish the source of the metal he uses for forging, but deeper examination suggests that Sindri is being forced to let go of something far more meaningful. In particular, in the forging of this spear, he is willfully drawing Ragnarok ever closer, bringing an end to the peace that he so desires, as he holds on tightly to the life that he and Brok have rebuilt together. And to make matters worse for Sindri...
Time to go see the lady. I'll take it from here.
No. This whole thing were my idea. I'll speak to the lady. I never get to speak to the lady.
There are reasons for that.
Brok will go.
What? No.
You heard him. Quit your fretting. I ain't gonna mess.
Of course Kratos chose Brok. Considering Sindri's history of aiding Atreus on his secret excursions all around Midgard, Kratos doesn't exactly trust him, and Kratos is quite tired of not being able to trust those around him. So Brok it is.
You sure he was the right pick for this, brother?
I trust him. He speaks plain.
And yet so colorfully.
It's ironic that speaking plainly is one of the aspects of Brok's that Kratos praises, and yet the next two significant sentences out of his mouth are both complex and somewhat obtuse. First, there's the riddle to Mimir.
Hey, got another riddle for you. What gets bigger, the more you take away from it.
And then shortly after that, he delivers a brief lecture on dwarven magic.
Dwarven magic's all about the intangibles. The relationship between the stuff what you can touch and what you can't. It's about understanding.
Understanding what?
The nature of a thing's more important than the form of a thing.
I love how Kratos responds with a more thoughtful grunt than usual, as if he's actually taking in what Brok says and pondering the meaning of his words. Which is, of course, exactly what we're going to do now, since Brok just hit us with one of the core philosophical messages of this game. Yes, 2+ hours into this insanely long video, we have finally reached the center of the lollipop. The nature of a thing is more important than the form of a thing. Put another way, You might say that substance is more important than accidents, that what something truly is matters far more than what it appears to be. Consider the path that Kratos has chosen, hunting down and killing Heimdall, an event that is fated to begin the ending of the world. Kratos kills Heimdall is that event's form, but the nature of the event depends on Kratos' intent, on how he kills Heimdall. But I'm getting ahead of myself. In case my examples haven't made any sense, perhaps Brok's will.
One more crank to turn and it's on to the forge.
I see no forge.
You don't see the form of a forge, but we're going to the nature of one.
In this story, form appears to be somewhat synonymous with expectation. Kratos knows what a forge looks like. He's seen dozens of them in his days, and this, quite frankly, is a lake. A lake which just so happens to conceal the mermaid, our mysterious lady, who serves as the nature of the forge, and who ignores Brok for a yet unrevealed reason, but seems happy to fashion the Draupnir spear nonetheless. And as she takes the final ingredient, the blood of a god, we see her form two symbols. First, the Greek letter omega, the symbol for war, at least that is how it is commonly used in these games. But she's unhappy with that, and instead makes and incorporates into the spear what appears to be the Greek letter lambda, which stands for Lacedaemon, the historical name for Sparta, and the symbol engraved on Spartan shields. There's a significance to this new spear sharing that symbol with the shield that Kratos would have carried in his youth. First, in that a shield is meant to defend and not to kill. While the form of this spear is obviously not that of a defensive weapon, its nature is. This is not a tool designed for destruction or intended to inflict as much damage as possible, but rather a means through which Kratos can protect his son. Second, in her rejection of the Omega and acceptance of the Lambda, the lady shows that she first sees Kratos as he appears to be, the god of war, the ghost of Sparta, but she knows that is not who he is, not anymore. She goes back further to his roots as a soldier, and the ideal soldier is one who fights not for glory or wealth, but for the sake of those whom he has left behind. In other words, the god of war may be Kratos' form, but his nature is that of a soldier. A great warrior, yes, but one who now fights without the hatred that used to drive his every step. And yet, despite all that meaning packed into a few moments, the story of the spear's creation is not yet done.
Ma'am, it would be an honor if you might bless it for us. Are you, hello? Hello? The fuck was that? She acts like I weren't even here.
Mermaids don't speak to our corporeal bodies. They speak to a part of our soul. A part specifically you might be missing.
Fuck! Damn it, Sindri, you lying cat scrubber! I knew it. I died. I fucking died! The fuck you want?
It needs a blessing.
Yeah, well, the one to give us the blessing just fucked off into the tomb.
I'll admit, this being the way that Brok finds out that he died and Sindri brought him 75% of the way back is not the most compelling method of moving a character arc forward. It kind of comes out of left field, but I don't really mind all that much because once we've hit the actual plot point, even if it feels like we took a shortcut, the emotional character work of the scene is simply fantastic. Brok absolutely loses his mind, which is fair, but Kratos as always remains focused on the mission. He has no way of knowing exactly what Brok is talking about, though it's not hard to get the general idea, and he seems to not really care. But he does though. Kratos very much cares about Brok, and he knows that whatever words he might say would be of little help. So instead he jolts Brok out of his tirade by giving him a purpose, by assuring him that regardless of what happened in the past, he matters.
It needs the blessing of a great blacksmith.
What? No, I can't bless shit. I don't have all my soul bits. The blessing wouldn't mean squat.
It is the nature of a thing that matters, not its form.
All right. May this weapon strike true. May it be wielded with wisdom. May it be put down when its job is done.
See, I told you that Kratos' grunt on hearing Brok talk about the form-nature dichotomy was more thoughtful than usual. What matters is not the appearance of the one who blesses the spear, nor even how broken that person may be, but rather the blessing itself. The words spoken by one whose nature is to craft and forge great works of metal are what truly matter. And of course Kratos wants Brok to bless Draupnir. He made the very axe Kratos wears on his back, the weapon wielded by the woman he loved as much as he has ever loved anyone. Who better to give the spear its blessing? And said blessing itself is simple, yet so powerful.
May this weapon strike true.
That is, after all, the hope of any weapon.
May it be wielded with wisdom.
This is a weapon to be used only by one worthy of it, one who fights for good causes and for those he loves.
May it be put down when its job is done.
Weapons should only be wielded with the hope that they will soon no longer be needed, that their use in a good and just battle will bring about a lasting peace. All of that is exactly what Kratos needs. He intends to face an enemy who is seemingly impossible to defeat, so his weapon must find its mark against all odds. He has, to put it mildly, struggled in the past to rein in his aggression and fight judiciously and with restraint, and despite his best efforts, he has continually found himself in battle after battle, ever hoping that one day he can let his weapons rest for good. I cannot emphasize how meaningful and impactful for the rest of the narrative these scenes in Svartalfheim are. I mean, Kratos learned and applied an abstract concept, and they added so much more depth to the character of Brok, who to this point was mostly used for comic relief. There's also the additional discussion on life, death, and the choices made regarding them.
I appreciate what you said back there. It's good to have friends when you find out your brother's a rack-scabbing liar.
No doubt he only wished to protect you.
Weren't his call to make. The guy dies, he's got the right to know about it.
In this particular instance, I am fully on Brok's side, and the story is too. Sindri, A, not accepting Brok's death, and B, not telling Brok about his own death are both deeply misguided actions. We'll have this discussion more in full once certain events transpire, and talk about our main theme of holding on and letting go then, but I wanted to include this bit because it is, like so many other pieces of dialogue like it, crucial in building up toward the payoff that will fulfill the story arc of the characters involved. That is the main reason why most of the Aesir characters feel underdeveloped. We don't spend nearly enough time moving about the world with them, hearing their stories and listening to their struggles as they work their way through their respective arcs. Odin has that problem far less, since once he finally shows back up, the game devotes a decent amount of time to his character, and oh look, there he is now.
Now a good time. I just want to talk. Dad to dad.
I'm going to restrain myself from breaking down Odin's dialogue line by line because I'd like to sleep at least a little bit this week, but I have to hit on some points, like how just now he tries to establish a connection with Kratos, pointing out a similarity in order to encourage mutual understanding. I'm a dad just like you, he implies, as if he isn't pushing his own son to resume drinking so he'll be easier for Odin to use as he sees fit. But oh, it gets so much worse.
That boy of ours is everything I expected. So clever, kind. You sure he's yours? Hey kid, you really ought to be very proud.
I'm sorry, did you just say ours? That boy of ours? I can't believe Kratos didn't immediately ram Draupnir down Odin's throat for that one. But of course, Odin views everyone who is of use to him as his. He's equally, if not more, possessive of Atreus than Kratos is. He's just better at concealing it from Atreus. And the nature of his possessiveness is not fatherly and protective, but rather is entirely self-serving. So too is his apparent desire for Kratos to be better.
I know you're not the god you once were. And now is your chance to prove it.
Odin is playing on Kratos' desire for growth, on his need to no longer be haunted by his past, which was of course the major point of the first Norse game. But again, not for any reason other than it is in Odin's best interest if Kratos were to sit back, relax, and watch fate unfold. Being a strong believer in the power of prophecy, Odin is disturbed by Kratos' presence in the realm he considers his own. It is thanks to Kratos that Magni and Modi, who were both prophesied to survive Ragnarok, are now dead. I only know this thanks to this video from Overly Sarcastic Productions, which I will link down below and you should definitely watch if you haven't already. So what is Odin to do with this destroyer of fate roaming about the 9 realms looking for trouble? Encourage him to set aside his anger and bloodlust and to be better. Which is of course what Kratos should do. Not because Odin wants him to, but simply because it would be the right thing to do. Not that Kratos shouldn't seek to protect Atreus, even if that means going to Asgard. But when the Nords told him of Heimdall's intent to kill his son, he immediately snapped to kill Heimdall mode. Not rescue Atreus directly, but rather remove the threat to his life.
Return my son, or you may meet the god I once was.
This is one of those lines that is just so Kratos, and thus so incredibly badass, and yet we have to acknowledge that it is not quite ideal. Kratos' desire to protect his son is of course good, natural, and justified, but if doing so means becoming the god he once was, the god who destroyed an entire pantheon and decimated his homeland in repayment for his dead wife and daughter, then he should probably rethink his options. I don't mean to present here a false dichotomy. There are plenty of choices that are not let Atreus die or become the ghost of Sparta again. I don't even mean to say that forging the Draupnir spear was the wrong thing to do. It's not a bad idea to have a plan to deal with Heimdall if necessary. But as long as Kratos has been a god, embracing his godhood has meant unleashing death and destruction upon those who have wronged him, and many who hadn't but were simply in his way. This ghastly reality makes it easier for Odin's next accusation to hit home.
And what kind of god is that, Kratos? What do you even know of godhood? In your lifetimes, has anyone ever worshipped you? Ever prayed to you? Can you even imagine that kind of love? No! You don't care about mortals. You don't care about anything beyond yourself. Beyond the monster who kills without cause. You fear what you can never even hope to understand. Is it any wonder that your boy is in no rush to come back to you?
Again, Odin lies by telling the truth. He is right. No mortals have ever revered Kratos. They have assumingly only ever feared him. His godhood was never, for a moment, spent in service of the men and women of Greece, but was only ever focused on his own designs, on his desire for revenge. And yet, is giving meaning to mortals what Odin believes the purpose of godhood to be? We know it's not. He said as much earlier. He accuses Kratos of not knowing what it means to be a god when he himself has rejected the same purpose he now espouses. Odin is the one who no longer cares about mortals, who acts purely out of self-interest. And as for fearing what he could never hope to understand, yes, Kratos does fear his own godhood, does fear what it would mean to be loved and adored by men because he thinks himself vastly unworthy. And yet, Odin is the one who truly fears the unknown, the secrets of life, the universe, and everything. This is what we like to call projection. We accuse others of the same sins of which we are guilty, not only because it's easier to see our own faults reflected in others, but also because it's far easier to justify our own heinous actions if we can cast those around us as similarly and equally depraved. And if those accusations have some grounding in reality, so much the better.
I do worry though, if I'm being frank. We've crafted a weapon to kill a god. One could say you're on the verge of returning to form.
Does it scare you? Aiding another violent god?
I'm scared for you, brother.
This is as close as Kratos ever comes to berating Mimir for his past sins with regards to Odin. Mimir is right, of course, that Kratos is very much on the verge of becoming the ghost of Sparta and the god of war once again. And at the moment, Kratos isn't too worried about avoiding that. For all his efforts to master his emotions, when it comes to threats to his son's life, Kratos is very much vulnerable to emotional manipulation, an art which Odin happens to have mastered. Yet Kratos is better than the man he once was. He reins himself in and attempts to focus on his true purpose of protecting Atreus without getting lost in his anger.
I am no one's champion but his, nor no one's god. That may be my form. It is not my nature.
Over the course of the 2018 game, we witnessed a Kratos who had been stripped of his identity and purpose, who was merely surviving and trying to prevent harm from coming to the boy entrusted to his care, gradually and reluctantly embracing his role as father. And now he is attempting to cling to that role, and that role alone. When he tells Atreus, "You are my son," and nothing more. He is also saying, I am your father, and nothing more. And as unmistakably important as that identity is, it cannot be his only identity. Like it or not, and he does not, Kratos has a larger responsibility in the Nine Realms than simply ensuring his son is able to survive without him. He rejects his godhood, his deific form, and insists that his nature is simply that of a father to a son. In this, his image of himself is incomplete, ignoring the charge placed upon a man with powers such as his, instead choosing to use that strength to serve a single cause. And when he is unable to act as he would wish, as they have no way to Asgard, Kratos appears defeated, exhausted, almost despondent. A man who is so used to action, now forced to wait.
Where are you going, brother?
Sleep.
The next several minutes pass by with not another word from Kratos, and yet there is so much to examine, such as the way he carelessly discards the blades of chaos, the weapons that symbolize his enslavement and the monster that he was. Why bother putting them away in an orderly fashion when they will always find him? He cannot escape them, cannot run from who he was. Now more than ever, that appears to be true. The old god of war is re-emerging, and he feels powerless to stop it. And although he treats Faye's acts in a far gentler and fonder manner, he still lets it drop the last foot or so to its resting place. He loved, respected, and depended on his wife, and yet he remains frustrated with himself for his failures as a father, and with her for withholding so many answers from him and Atreus, the very same answers that Atreus now seeks in Asgard. Before finally drifting off to sleep, Kratos ponders his wounds, the marks of the chains and the scar on his chest, wondering if the man who received them can truly be held back, pondering the meaning of all his suffering, questioning whether he wants to keep fighting, whether doing so is worth it if it means losing the man he has become. And still, despite whatever resentment he may bear, he still relies on the memory of Faye, without whom he would not have a son whom he loves so deeply, whose peril has brought him to the brink of becoming the god of war once again. It is no wonder, then, that the dream into which Kratos enters is one of Atreus as a baby, tiny, helpless, and entirely reliant on his parents to provide for his every need. This is how every parent sees their children, at least up to a certain point, I think. Honestly, I don't know. My kids are still quite young and dependent on me and my wife, but I would like to think that at some point my own parents stopped viewing me as a child in desperate need of their guidance and protection. Anyway, Faye is, being a mother, incredibly gentle and loving in her words to young Atreus, whereas Kratos, well...
I suppose it will fall to me to teach you language. Your father can teach you to hunt. Or perhaps that will fall to me as well, since all he seems to be good for is grunting.
I want to address Faye's character real quick, since this is only the second time we've seen her, the first being all the way back at the beginning of the story. Unlike the Aesir, however, she isn't required to have much of an arc, and her character is generally already established, serving as Kratos' guide, his muse, one might say, as he tries to adapt to this new life. Faye is, as you may have noticed, rather impertinent to Kratos. She pokes fun at him. She tells him to speak his mind when he would clearly rather just grunt, and, in modern parlance, she simply doesn't take his shit. Because of course she doesn't. A woman of a softer disposition absolutely could never have survived a day with Kratos, let alone married him and borne his child. Like Brok, the one person in these realms that Kratos actually appears to like, Faye speaks plainly, if with decidedly less profanity and vulgarity. No wonder Kratos loves her. And no doubt he loves baby Atreus, or at least he desperately wants to. But his silence when Faye suggests that he would teach their son to hunt reveals that he is driven by fear to inaction.
Have you nothing to say to your son?
What would you have me say, Faye?
Anything. Let him learn your voice. Let him know you.
He is far better off knowing as little as possible.
Knowledge is not always a burden. Think. The mighty god of war, frightened of his own child.
I do not fear our child, Faye. I fear for him.
The veiled pain in Faye's voice as she begs Kratos to connect with his infant son is brilliant voice acting. Shout out to Deborah Ann Wall, aka Karen from Daredevil, who I did not realize voiced Faye until my wife recognized her. Here is where we get the answer to the question, why is this memory coming back to Kratos? Because the fear he expresses in their canoe is the same one he is now experiencing. It was, at least in part, due to his failures, his anger, his possessiveness, and his lack of compassion that Atreus fled to Asgard. His own sins might just cause the death of the son whom he loves so dearly, as he feared they would that day so long ago. So much of life is learning the same lesson over and over again as we continually fall and fail, repeating the same mistakes, committing the same sins day after day. And yet we cannot hold on to those failures, cannot let them define us, because if we do, then we will never truly leave them behind and grow beyond them. We have to believe, no matter how many times we fall, that one day we will stand back up for good. You have to try every time. You can't quit because you're afraid you might fail.
We are not our failures. We are not who we were. We must be better.
Faye clearly speaks from the heart here. She does not say you, she says we. Although her past is largely shrouded in mystery, we do know that she has failed and that her failures caused great harm to others. And yet she found the wisdom and the strength to forgive herself, to trust that she was not doomed to repeating the same mistakes forever. And loving wife that she is, she seeks to share that piece of soul with Kratos. She wants Kratos to see himself as a gentle, loyal, and loving father to their son, as she certainly trusts he can be.
Atreus is our future. Keep him safe, Kratos. Protect our son.
Although we know Faye wished for Kratos to do more than merely keep Atreus safe, that was the entire point of the last game after all, Kratos' role as a father has, as perhaps its most foundational element, the responsibility to protect his son. And he is failing to live up to that call, in large part because he is still clinging to it as the highest of calls, albeit with a broader scope of mind and an eye to the future, as opposed to in the previous game where he was simply focused on survival from moment to moment. So as he awakens from his nightmares, his failings staring him full in the face, Kratos goes to the Spartan version of therapy. That is to say, he starts punching a wall, which is how the game and this script will now transition back to Atreus, who is doing the exact same thing in Asgard. And I love this being included in the story, because even though Atreus is rather annoyed with his father, he is still implementing the lessons that Kratos taught him, even if he doesn't really get it.
What did that wall ever do to you? Building focus. Something my father taught me. Did it work? Not yet.
There is still a bond between father and son, a trust that has been forged through their journeys together that cannot be easily broken. Atreus still very much believes in his father's experience and wisdom, that the training he put Atreus through was for the boy's own good. In short, Atreus still clearly cares for his father and trusts that Kratos loves him, even though the two have not exactly been seeing eye to eye lately. In this, Atreus feels connected to Thrud, who he hears arguing with her mother about her quest to be a Valkyrie.
This is my dream. Haven't you ever? You're not some farmhand. We're Aesir. We have duties, not dreams.
There's more detail I could go into about why Sif doesn't want Thrud to be a Valkyrie, but suffice it to say that the similarities between their situation and that of Kratos and Atreus do not end at the teenager being headstrong with respects to their chosen destiny. And in sharp contrast to those dynamics is the relationship between Odin and Thor.
What are you going on about? I just don't get it. The mask, bringing the giant that killed my sons here. Why?
I can explain it to you, but I can't understand it for you. Stop letting your wife think for you. She's clouding whatever's left of your brain.
This isn't about her.
No, it's about your limitations. Accept them and move on. Now go smash something, will you? Honestly, I liked you better as a drunk.
This conversation reveals Odin to be everything that Atreus, at the height of his emotional turmoil, would accuse his own father of being. Odin is dismissive of Thor, ridicules him for being an idiot who doesn't understand the Allfather's grand plan, and tells him that he would be better off as an alcoholic who would simply do as he's told without question. Okay, maybe it's just mostly the dismissive bit that sounds familiar to Atreus, but that attitude, or at least Atreus perceiving it in his father, is central to their conflict. Atreus is currently, however, happy to ignore the fact that Thor's attempts to think for himself are being brushed aside in the same manner that Atreus felt his own plans were, as he is so focused on the quest to find answers. I should say on Odin's quest, because again, Atreus is really just a piece on the game board. Here is when Odin finally reveals his true motivation, and I do believe he's actually genuine about it.
I don't know where I go when I go. There's no Valhalla for me. Ragnarok cannot be the end. I need to know there's something more than this. I need to know what happens to me. And that's the truth, I swear, on my last good eye. That's the truth.
Although Odin saying, "I swear that's the truth," makes me think he's not telling the full truth. And of course, he's not. He's simply telling Atreus as much as the kid needs to hear in order to stay invested in the search for the rest of the mask. What are we to make of Odin's need to know what happens after the death of a god? I was discussing this topic with my wife the other day, and she mentioned how it reminds her of Brandon Sanderson's Cosmere, in which there are these primordial forces, the shards of Adonalsium, that are treated as the gods of their respective planets. And yet, there is a higher reality than those shards, which are held by ordinary people, causing them to ascend to godhood, and whose bearers can be killed, and even the shard they bear shattered further. What happens then? No one really knows. Maybe we'll find out in the 10th book in like 30 years. Anyway, getting back to Odin and his existential crisis, it's worth noting that this, like all his endeavors, is a purely selfish one. He mentions how there is no Valhalla for him when he dies, an event he assumes will occur at Ragnarok, which is of course the very event he seeks to prevent by finding these answers. First off, there is no Valhalla for anyone after Ragnarok. Valhalla is a part of Asgard, no? Odin's Hall, where he, in conjunction with the Valkyries, I believe, allows those who have died bravely in battle to find eternal rest. Except it's not eternal because Ragnarok will destroy Valhalla, along with Asgard, I think. Second, the overwhelming need to know what happens after death is being fulfilled, he hopes, by searching this place of answers, by peering into the birthplace of reality and discovering a source of infinite knowledge, and thus learning how to prevent his death. Odin is not seeking to learn about the one true god or whatever exists on the plane of reality above his own, which in Norse mythology is just the kind of energy of the universe, if I'm not mistaken. But since these games mix mythologies, it's anybody's guess as to what it actually is supposed to be. Instead, Odin is seeking to be God. If he has infinite knowledge, he will have infinite power, or at least so he thinks. This is why the search for answers is so dangerous. It is far too easily conflated with the search for control over every aspect of life, and that kind of ultimate power cannot help but ultimately corrupt any man. And yet, as is continually the case, Atreus doesn't see it. He is far too excited by Odin's quest, the challenge it poses, and the reward it promises. So he heads off to Helheim with Thrud and Heimdall, only for the latter to immediately piss off to somewhere else entirely and leave us wondering just why he exists at all. There's not too much else to analyze when it comes to this part. Thrud wants to be a Valkyrie. Atreus is supportive because he's just that kind of person, and because he sympathizes with being held back from your dreams. They argue over Thrud's family history, that is to say, Odin's alleged misdeeds, and then finally the mask leads them to a giant wolf held captive by massive chains. Atreus, being Atreus, decides to free the wolf, and then it turns out the mask piece wasn't there after all, which begs the question, what? Why? Did the wolf swallow it? If so, why did the mask just go blank instead of continuing to point to the wolf, wherever it was? Was the mask pointing to the wolf all along, knowing Atreus would free it? I have a lot of questions and no answers. I'm inclined to give the developers the benefit of the doubt, since their story generally does follow a very strong logical order, but this plot point feels like the most contrived, since we needed to get the wolf free in order to move things along. Because it turns out the giant beast was in fact chained up in Helheim for a good reason, believe it or not.
You absolute, unqualified moron! You know that thing tears holes between realms, right? Well, I suppose I should expect nothing less from half-breeds.
Don't call me a half-breed.
I will call you whatever I like.
I haven't really talked much about Heimdall's philosophy yet, so now seems like a good time. I hesitate to call it a philosophy because, despite him having the ability to read minds or at least intentions, Or maybe because of that ability, his own brain does not appear to have had an original thought in, well, probably forever. He is, as we've been told by Mimir, and then shown in Asgard, Odin's lapdog, his most trustworthy and trusting servant who does as his lord commands without even a hint of doubt. This total subservience to Odin makes him completely reliant on the Allfather for everything. His entire identity is wrapped up in whether or not Odin approves of him. And if Heimdall assumes that Odin has only so much goodwill to go around, then he will not tolerate those who try to gain the Allfather's favor, and will revel in their failures. In short, Heimdall's philosophy is that it pays to be a jealous and spiteful little twerp, which you can get away with when you have the gift of foresight and can avoid receiving the punch in the face that you very much deserve.
You see, everyone takes it easy on you because they are afraid of your father. I am not. That fat, drunken, utter piece of trash! Hey!
Again!
Yes, yes, the dumb does not fall far from the tree. Very well, then. Give me your best shot. You have a lot to learn, little girl. Starting with who your family is and who it is not.
This fight is enlightening for two reasons. One, because it shows us how Thrud cares for her father and does not take lightly the insults that Heimdall throws at Thor. We have yet to even see Thrud and Thor on screen together, and while this scene does not totally make up for the general lack of the development of their relationship, it does at least draw an outline. Two, because of the last words Heimdall says in that clip. Family is important, incredibly so. Brok stresses how familial bonds are fiercely powerful in a very good way. The duties we owe to our family members help us to learn how to serve lovingly and look beyond our own selfish needs. However, the bond of family can also be used as bondage, exploiting someone's desire to stay connected to the ones they love. Love between members of a family must be bidirectional. It must be freely given by all parties involved. It cannot be commanded by a tyrant such as Odin as something owed by his children and descendants, but not something he gives in return. Thrud, Heimdall implies, is bound to her family, by which of course he means the will of Odin and nothing else. Get in line. But behind Heimdall. So they get back to the Great Lodge, and Heimdall taunts them some more.
If we could only somehow harness your uselessness, we could fuel this entire city.
Before bragging to Odin about the success of his unknown mission, while Atreus is sent away to await the wrath of the Allfather, which it turns out is not quite as terrible as Atreus likely expected. Odin seems to be downright understanding of the situation.
We all make mistakes, son. But freeing Garm, that was a big one. Chaos is already spilling out into the other realms. We're safe here in Asgard, but everywhere else.
Once again, Odin's manipulation is brilliant. He doesn't berate Atreus for his failure, doesn't insult his intelligence, or even question his judgment. Instead, he is sympathetic, while still impressing upon Atreus the seriousness of his mistake. This leads, or at least is intended to lead, Atreus to continue to view Odin as the opposite of the judgmental, argumentative father that he left behind. The father that Odin wants him to go see, hence him mentioning that the other realms were in danger by the release of the Helheim Hound. After all, Odin just talked with Kratos, who is impatient, threatening, and aggressive. Odin cannot imagine that the god of war will be as compassionate and understanding of Atreus' mistake as he is. Not to mention, Odin does very much want to avoid war, at least until he has unlocked the secrets of life, the universe, and everything, so sending Atreus back home serves a second purpose of appeasing Kratos, assuring him that Atreus is not held prisoner in Asgard. And naturally, Odin doesn't actually say any of this. Instead, he subtly plants the idea in Atreus' head, certain that his return home will be decidedly unpleasant and cause him to want to return to Asgard and the quest he left behind. As we will see, Odin was right about the form of those events, but not so much about their nature. If this bit is getting old, blame Brok, not me. But like I said, Odin was absolutely correct that Atreus' return home would not be peaceful, as he emerges from the gateway to find Sindri's house almost overrun by Hellwalkers. In part because his father is out searching for a way to reach Atreus in Asgard. And just when you think Atreus is going to be joining the ranks of the glowing dead, good old dad shows back up.
Father!
Off your back! Help Freya. I will draw them to me.
You gotta hand it to the Spartans, man. Their society had its problems, to be sure, but the ability to ignore distractions and focus on the mission at hand is invaluable. If I were to sum up Kratos' attitude here in a few words, they would be fight first, feelings later, which everyone seems on board with. Well, almost everyone.
Is it over? No thanks to you.
Oh wow. Tyr was completely useless in this battle. I'm so surprised. I mean, come on, man. What were you doing the whole time? Hiding in your broom closet? You couldn't even pick up a spear to fight Hellwalkers that have already died? Putting aside my completely rational and totally justified anger at this stupid idiot for the moment, let's check in on everyone else. Freya's doing fine, Sindri's all good, Brok too, unless you listen to Sindri.
I told you I'm fine.
Oh, you're bleeding.
Quit your blubbering.
But Atreus? Well, let's watch.
What do I call you?
Kratos starts out fairly antagonistic. His question to Atreus is a challenge, making his son decide if he is going to be Loki, the boy who allows himself to be dragged along by prophecy, or if he will be Atreus, the son of a god who has made a habit out of shattering fate. And yet, Kratos still wants to know. He does not demand that Atreus remain Atreus. He lets his son choose, even if he firmly believes the former choice to be the wrong one. Any anger that Kratos may have felt is, if not eliminated, at least severely lessened by his son's desperate hug, the embrace of a boy who has made mistakes, who is feeling crushed by his own guilt, and who needs the support of a loving father. There is a deep desire within all of us to be needed by those whom we love. We want to know that we matter to them, that we can change their lives for the better or for the worse if we're not careful, that they depend on our presence to make it through each day. This gives us a sense of direction and purpose that we cannot find anywhere else. For most of the game so far, Atreus has not shown that he needed his father, even as Kratos tried to help his son better himself, to master his emotions and to make wise judgments. Now he returns home, the prodigal son having failed miserably due to his imprudent decision-making, fully expecting to get a tongue lashing for the harm he has caused. And he receives it, just not from Kratos.
There was a wolf in hell. He was in chains and I set him free. I thought that if...
Garm? Great bleeding fuck, lad, you freed Garm!
Garm? Who freed Garm? That's madness. Surely not you, young one.
If the Hound of Hell is loose, he'll chew through the fabric of the realms. Hellwalkers are just the beginning. What were you thinking?
Aye, this is a fuck-up of not insignificant proportions.
What would drive you to such mischief? Is this Loki's doing?
Enough. Leave him. Atreus has made a mistake. One that we will fix together.
Again, good old Spartan practicality comes to the rescue. Kratos is clearly not one to hold back when his son needs correcting, but he's all too familiar with the experience of having screwed up on a cosmic scale and wanting nothing more than to undo the damage you've done. And in this case, that opportunity actually exists. No doubt if Kratos could go back and not destroy all of Greece, he would do so, provided it didn't involve any more time travel shenanigans, since that's what got him there in the first place. But no such foolishness is necessary here. The two will simply do what needs to be done. But don't let that fool you into thinking that everything is all hunky-dory between Kratos and Atreus. Kratos was wise not to chide Atreus in front of the others. That was a mistake he won't soon forget making. And while he doesn't waste breath upbraiding Atreus for his mistakes, he isn't about to let go of the fact that his son just ran off to work for an infamously nefarious god who cannot be trusted under any circumstances.
Your work for Odin. You said it is hard to explain. Why?
I just need you to trust me. I know I have no right to ask. Can you anyway?
What does he have that you need? Why can you not tell me?
It's complicated. What about you? Why do you have a new weapon?
thought you didn't want war.
I do not. But
It's complicated.
Does anyone else want to scream at these two to just tell each other that they know Kratos has a death prophecy already? Kratos, Brok just told you that keeping secrets about death isn't a good idea. Stop holding on to the man. The same goes for Atreus too, of course. He wants to protect his father, so he doesn't share that he knows of Kratos' fated death. But what would it do to Kratos if he learned that? From Atreus' point of view, of course. Would it cause Kratos, of all men, to freak out and start being like Tyr, hiding in a closet with a shield while everyone else risks their lives? I don't think Atreus has really thought that through. He just figures that learning of one's own impending death is bound to be psychologically scarring, and he wants to keep his father from harm until he, Atreus, can get the answers he needs to avert destiny. And although we should absolutely want to protect our loved ones and keep them from harm, there is such a thing as being overly protective, wanting to prevent any amount of harm from coming to those whom we love. This often comes at the cost of deteriorating both their agency and our relationships as the secrets erode the trust that should be present. Currently, both father and son have fallen into that trap. As my dear friend Roberts puts it,
life is pain, Highness.
Holding on to secrets in an effort to protect those whom they would hurt only sets them up to experience the additional pain of betrayal, along with whatever suffering they inevitably have to endure. Our loved ones are going to suffer, even if the actual harm falls on us. If we cannot prudently prevent it, it is far better to suffer with them than to delay that suffering until they have no one to walk with them. But for Kratos and Atreus, the secrets they keep, well, the secret, prevent them from fully understanding and trusting one another. Kratos repeatedly questions what Atreus was doing in Asgard, what his motivation was, what Odin taught him, all because Atreus hasn't told his father what he knows. And Kratos, for his part, does not reveal the secret of the spear, so the two-way street on which trust is supposed to run still has a significant traffic jam, to the point where Atreus even doubts that Kratos genuinely is trying to succeed in their mission, after Atreus raced forward with his plan to capture Garm without accepting any input from his father.
Okay, I'll distract Garm. You freeze his chains with your axe so he can't run and latch him onto something.
No, too dangerous.
It's a good plan. Let's move.
Wait!
Are you okay? We almost...
Your transformation. Did Odin teach you to control it?
No.
We will not rely on what he taught you. Next time, we do it my way.
Yes, sir. Why didn't that work? You didn't mess up on purpose, did you?
Now, who does not trust?
Sorry, that wasn't fair. I thought it would work.
Patience. We will find a way.
You gotta love the teenage cockiness of Atreus. There's no way that plan didn't work. I thought of it all on my own in like 20 seconds. It must be Dad's fault. So naturally, the pendulum of trust swings back the other way to Kratos enforcing his will and insisting on his own method of stopping Garm, which of course means killing the wolf. There's that Spartan practicality again. Remember when Atreus asked if it's moral to kill something that's trying to kill you, and Kratos answers yes without any hesitation? While Kratos isn't wrong, his answer's lack of nuance is less than ideal. Are they justified in killing the Hound of Hell and thus stopping him from tearing a million holes in the fabric of the realms? Yes, absolutely. But is that the best option? That's not a question that Kratos tends to ask.
It is over.
I wish it didn't have to end that way. It's my fault he got loose. That he's dead.
Sometimes there is no other way.
I know.
Again, he's not wrong. But that doesn't mean he was right about this specific instance. Both father and son charged ahead with his own idea of how to stop Garm, pulling the other one along behind without listening for advice or input. So when Garm revives himself after apparently being only mostly dead, naturally our heroes finally think, hey, maybe we should have a plan that both of us are okay with this time. I mean, the implanting of Fenrir's soul into Garm's body is Atreus' plan, but since Kratos' one idea didn't pan out, and his son is decidedly the more creative one of the pair, is that remotely surprising? So at last, the bond of trust is beginning to heal, to the point where they finally reveal to each other that they know about the death prophecy.
When I found you in Midgard, before Freya attacked, you said you needed to protect me. Why?
I saw prophecy. You were... in my arms. Dead.
I saw it too. In Jotunheim.
What? You knew? That's why you've been training me so hard.
One day, you will have to survive without me.
Not gonna happen. I won't let it. I won't.
All journeys come to an end.
Not ours. Not like that.
As is proper considering the theme of this video, I have to note that Atreus is now the one holding on, whereas Kratos is becoming ready to let go. He does not long for death, but he certainly desires, as any parent should, that it take him before it takes his child. The child he is now finally beginning to see in a new light, not as a boy, but as an intelligent, capable, and skilled warrior. Oh, Atreus is far from fully mature, and Kratos, for his part, is completely aware of that, and his trust in his son is not complete.
We did it!
Sit. How is this possible?
It's giant magic. I've been learning things.
In Asgard.
This has nothing to do with that.
More secrets.
No. A promise. One that someone's trusting me to keep. Like you kept your promise to Mom? See what I can do when you trust me?
To be sure, Atreus is being rather cocky here, again, but he's not exactly wrong. Yes, Atreus has made mistakes, and Kratos fears that him doing so will cause Atreus to get hurt. But if we never trusted anyone who messed up once in a while, we wouldn't trust anyone. Kratos has spent years training Atreus in the ways of the warrior, in discipline, in mastery of himself. And while Atreus' journey of growth will never be done, whose will? As much as he would like to, Kratos cannot keep watch over Atreus until he is assured that the boy will only ever make the right decision every single time. Instead, he needs to, you guessed it, let go. He needs to trust that the training he has provided his son will enable Atreus to act justly and wisely, and to atone for and correct his inevitable mistakes. There is no such thing as perfect trust in another person. We are far too flawed for such trust to be anything but grossly misplaced. Rather, we must trust that those we love act out of love for us. Father and son are beginning to approach that point, as indicated by the change in tone as Kratos confronts Atreus about this source of his knowledge of giant magic. Atreus is far less confrontational and frustrated that Kratos does not immediately and totally trust him, which is fair considering all that's happened lately, but rather is understanding of his father's discomfort, and yet holds his ground and keeps the promise he made to Angrboda. And yet their reconciliation is not complete. Because, as discussed earlier, reconciliation requires repentance. And when both parties have wronged each other, it requires double the repentance.
What's wrong?
I have been falling back into my old ways. Angry. Distrustful. With you. Now and before. I chased you away.
Without you, I got reckless. Overconfident. Made stupid mistakes. I don't know why I thought I could do this alone.
This scene is quite simply beautiful. Both father and son who love each other so deeply are finally able to let go of their pride, to admit that they desperately need each other, that without one another they are lost, purposeless, and prone to erring in ways they would not if they were together. I hardly need to list all the examples here, we've covered them quite extensively, but I want you to think back on how the mistakes they have recently made reflect those of their pasts before they had formed this bond. How many times during God of War 2018 did we see Atreus run headlong into danger or act impulsively and excitedly? And I hardly need to remind anyone what Kratos was like in the before times. In order to be who they ought to be, both Kratos and Atreus need each other, to give each other purpose, to temper each other's passions, to check each other's instincts, to be present to one another, and remind each other who they fight for. When apart, Atreus falls into the trap of thinking that his journey is his own, and Kratos becomes once again the father whose child was lost, and whose unchecked passion drives him to do heinous deeds.
You were right.
No. On our journey together, you have grown into a warrior, worthy of your namesake. I was the one who was not ready.
The smile on Atreus' face as his father offers him the rarest of gifts, a genuine compliment, is simply heartwarming. And to hear Kratos say that he is the one who was not ready is similarly touching, albeit in a very different way. Kratos did not believe himself ready to take on the challenge of guiding and mentoring a young boy through a tumultuous and dangerous world. He believed that the sins of his past made him unworthy to shape and mold his son. He wishes he could have been better from the very start. And as admirable as that desire is, it is not realistic. Any father with even one honest bone in his body will tell you that he was completely unprepared for fatherhood, that every new stage of his child's life was a challenge for which he was woefully ill-equipped. Every parent will make mistakes and fail their children, often multiple times a day. Such is human nature. But that does not mean that we should not apologize to our children for wronging them. The parents bear the far greater responsibility to be better. They are the adults in the relationship after all. Our failures, even if expected and normal, are still the result of our choices, our lack of discipline, and our selfishness. And so we should say that we are sorry.
You don't have to be who you were just because I'm not there. Let's make a promise. I'll listen for your voice in my head when you're not there, to guide me. And you do the same. All right? I need to know you'll be okay without me.
Atreus. I am sorry.
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better. Let's go home.
I would apologize for the length of that clip, but I won't because A, it's awesome, and B, we're like 3 hours into this video. If you don't have the patience to sit through 1.5 minutes of slower paced dialogue, I have no idea how you made it this far in the first place. Okay, but why is it awesome? Point number 1, Atreus' idea. The main thematic element of this video has been holding on and letting go. You can't help but notice how often I have brought up those apparently opposite terms. And while they are opposites in a very real sense, they need not be mutually exclusive. You can let someone go, you can let them walk their own path even if it diverges from your own, and still hold on to them. Still hear their voice in your head guiding you, still acting in a way that would make them proud, still being the person they know you can be. Point number 2, this line.
I need to know you'll be okay without me.
Like father, like son. These words show how deeply Atreus loves Kratos. He doesn't just need his father because he needs to be protected and provided for. He needs him because he desires his good. He wants Kratos to live and thrive for his father's own sake. That is genuine, true, selfless love. Point number 3, the apology. We witness Kratos prepare to say those most difficult of words, adjusting his grip on Faye's axe as if asking her for strength, taking in and letting out a deep breath, and then finally saying simply,
I am sorry.
And he says this not because he wants Atreus to feel good, or even to rid himself of feelings of guilt, but simply because it is true. He is sorry. He could and should have been a better father to his son, and he is resolved to be one now. I'm sorry should not mean, I feel temporarily bad because I hurt you, but if I say these words, I'll be absolved and I will be free to do whatever I want. Rather, it must mean, I want to, intend to, and am trying to change, which Atreus understands and why he responds with,
Don't be sorry, Father. Be better.
Look at the smile on that man's face when his son says this. In case you somehow don't remember or just didn't know, this is a callback to the first Norse God of War game.
Only fire when I tell you to fire.
I'm sorry.
In that, Atreus says sorry as a reflex, a word intended to placate his father by showing sorrow that he may or may not actually feel. Kratos, in his rather gruff way, turns that around by telling him,
Do not be sorry. Be better.
That is to say, only apologize if you do in fact know what you did was wrong and intend to change. Present-day Atreus thus knows that his father would only say I'm sorry if he truly meant it in that sense. His words are simply a reminder of the theme of the last game. We must be better. And they serve to tell Kratos that his son has been listening to him, taking in his wisdom, pondering his teachings, and learning how to live according to them. I've seen a lot of different theories about when Kratos and Atreus break free of prophecy, with this moment probably being the most commonly suggested one. And that theory certainly holds some water, as Kratos apologizing to his son, saying that he truly wants to change his nature, directly contradicts the Norn's statement that
your choices never change.
That, and immediately following this cutscene, is this dialogue.
Nothing is written that can't be unwritten. Remember? We shouldn't let prophecy define our choices.
Then we will make our own destiny.
However, I do think the breaking of prophecy goes beyond this one scene, but we'll get there eventually. Also, you may notice the growth that Atreus is undergoing, as he is finally the one to say that prophecy should not dictate their actions. First, he sought prophecy, then he fought prophecy. Now, he seeks to act as he ought, regardless of prophecy, which will not necessarily come easy for him. His struggle in this regard becomes manifest when he joins Kratos in visiting Vanaheim in order to rescue the captured Freyr, only to discover that the Einherjar, that is, Odin's infinitely replenishable army of the dead warriors recruited from Valhalla, have stolen the moon, and thus the celestial wolves are just napping, instead of chasing it and the sun across the sky and perpetuating Vanaheim's day-night cycle.
No moon.
Just like in their shrine.
Their shrine?
It's a long story.
Our heroes, being heroes, set out to restore the moon to its proper place and thus set Vanaheim aright. And of course, they managed to recover the moon without a lick of trouble.
This is definitely an ambush.
Yes.
But on the way back to the wolves' lair, Atreus begins to wonder whether they ought to be acting as they are.
All of this? It's almost exactly how we saw it play out back in Skull and Hati's shrine. The wolves are back in Vanaheim. We're rescuing the moon.
Yes. I remember the prophecy.
So, doesn't it make you worried? If everything we're doing now happened in the Jotnar shrine?
Remember our agreement. Prophecy will not dictate our actions.
Yeah.
Our allies need help. That is our focus now.
It's one thing to make a resolution, and yet it's quite another to steadfastly adhere to it, especially when a loved one's life appears to be on the line. Kratos and Atreus continue this conversation as they travel back to the den, but I won't bog you down with those clips since it's really more of the same, and the point is this. Even after all they've been through, after coming to trust in his son's judgment and apologizing for having failed Atreus, Kratos is still the father, his son's rock, the man who understands that acting according to principle is far more important than trying to guess how your actions will play out in the unknowable future. When Atreus falters, Kratos is there to assure him that he should not act in discordance with his judgment, regardless of what fate or prophecy says.
If I do this...
Fate only binds you if you let it do what is necessary, not because it is written.
This is a large part of who Atreus is, a helper and a lover of animals, especially wolves. To abandon Vanaheim's wolves would mean to discard a good and virtuous part of himself. And in his doubt and desire above all else to save Kratos' life, Atreus needs his father to remind him to hold on to who he is and what he believes to be right, and to let go of worries for the future. And yet, Kratos is still very much aware that they do in fact seem to be fulfilling prophecy, and is not without apprehension himself, despite his confidence when it comes to actually taking those actions.
Our actions in this realm follow the prophecy of the giants. Atreus believes Ragnarok is inevitable.
The Norns were quite clear on the nature of prophecy. They told us the sum of our choices were predictable. But we have changed, haven't we?
Perhaps.
Do the Norns not account for personal growth? From their own words, it appears that they don't.
And because your choices never change, you will learn that Heimdall intends to kill your son in Asgard, and you will do what you do best.
Which honestly just makes them a trio of gigantic idiots. If your predictions rely on people never changing and making the same mistakes, committing the same sins over and over again, okay, probably they're actually right like 99% of the time, but not this time.
Not tonight.
But that forceful declaration of free will gets challenged when Heimdall shows up and forces Kratos into a fight that, unlike a day or so ago, I don't know how time works here, Kratos does not want. A fight that ends, or at least appears to end, with Kratos being victorious and yet merciful. Heimdall is beaten. Not worth killing.
Wait. What is going on in that empty little head? Oh, no. You are going to spare me out of pity!
Let it go, you may live.
Is this about the little runt? Oh, now I am definitely going to gut him.
This is your final warning.
I don't think a warning's going to cut it. You think you get to just walk away? No. That is not how this works. You do not get to decide my fate!
Ah, pride. The chief of the 7 sins, the one that drives us to do all sorts of evil and stupid things, such as throw our lives away when we are clearly outmatched in single combat and we can't fathom accepting our opponent's mercy. What, that's not a common experience? Heimdall has to know, I would think, that his death heralds the beginning of Ragnarok, and yet he charges ahead with one arm, somehow thinking he can still win. Which of course he can't. He's fighting Kratos, and it appears that at the end of their bout, he might just be fighting the ghost of Sparta. Those haymakers and those face slams do not look like the actions of a man in full control of his emotions.
This isn't who you want to be!
This begs the question, has Kratos already diverged from the path of prophecy, or is he still on it? Although he initially spared Heimdall, and he did stay true to his word of final warning, the brutal way in which he kills Heimdall suggests that maybe the Norns were right after all. And that, I think, is the rub of so-called prophecy. The Norns' apparent prescience relies on the major players acting predictably, according to their base instincts, doing what others expect them to do because that's just who they are. While it is possible to break free of those instincts, it is far, far easier to fall back into comfortable and familiar ways. And in times of stress and heightened emotion, that is exactly what just about everyone does. Even Kratos here and now, despite doing his best to change his nature by granting mercy to a man who does not remotely deserve it, loses that better version of himself when he gets dirt kicked in his eyes.
Kratos, that was just... I don't know if we are breaking fate, or fate's breaking us.
Kratos was given no choice when it came to killing Heimdall, true, and yet he let the fight affect him in a way that he would rather it not. According to his codex, yes, that's the thing in this game that I am just now mentioning, he took some satisfaction in killing Heimdall, though that may just be because Heimdall was the worst, and he wonders whether he is proving the Norns right or wrong. They would, of course, insist that he is proving them right. He kills gods. It's just what he does.
Should I bring him a crown then? He still slays gods, but now he's sad about it?
How he feels about it doesn't matter. Except it does. It very much does. The nature of a thing is more important than the form of a thing. Killing gods in a merciless and remorseless fashion may look the same as killing them regretfully, but the man who kills in anger could hardly be more different than he who kills out of necessity. Does it matter if it all leads to the same place? If Gjallarhorn can now be used to spark Ragnarok? As it turns out, yes. Yes, it very much matters. But we'll get to that eventually. First, we need some words of wisdom from everyone's favorite blue philosopher.
Heimdall is dead.
Good. Is it?
Look, I don't know from fate, but I know Heimdall was a prize-winning taint stain with a capital stamp. If he was gonna hurt your boy, it's a good thing he ain't around no more.
The Norns didn't quite see it that way.
The opinion of them three shut-in spinsters ain't worth a goat fart in a hurricane. You did what you did. No need to fret about it.
Again, this is why Kratos actually likes Brok. He did what he did, and the past is the past. There is no changing it, only learning from it, and perhaps doing better in the future. But with Heimdall dead, it certainly seems as if the end of the world, or at least of Asgard, and thus Kratos' death, is inevitable. And yet he does not run from it, does not attempt to hide Gjallarhorn from his friends who might want to use it to enable their vengeance against Odin. Kratos does not seek to control the future. Mastering himself has proven time and again to be more than enough work. If Ragnarok comes, so be it.
Well, happy Ragnarok, everybody! Let's drink.
But of course, here comes the god of wet blankets to poo-poo a perfectly good celebration of the impending end of the world.
Odin swore peace only so long as you spilled no more Aesir blood.
I refuse that deal.
Yet he honored it. But now...
But what? You and I know better than anyone that Odin's promises never last.
Yeah, I'm with Freya on this one, mostly because she's arguing with Tyr, and Tyr sucks, but also because she's right. Odin is a self-serving, power-hungry tyrant who makes and breaks promises without a second thought. Why on earth is Tyr, a man whom Odin imprisoned and tortured for lifetimes, acting as if Odin did Kratos a huge favor by not waging war against him just because Kratos refused an informal peace agreement? Where does he get off arguing on Odin's behalf? But that's not the main point of this conversation. That would be Atreus convincing Kratos to let him go back to Asgard to finish what he started with the mask. It is a conversation quite unlike the prior one that led to him going to Asgard, and yet not without its struggles. For all of Kratos' growth and his trust of Atreus' judgment and capability, he is still the boy's father. Allowing him to walk straight into the home of an enemy whose captain Kratos has just killed is hardly preferable. It would be weird if Kratos just shrugged and said, "Yeah, kid, do whatever you want. I trust you." He does relent, but only after all the others have had their say.
I don't much like it, but it is our best play.
Even the useless one, who for whatever reason is on Atreus' side.
And give us a pair of eyes in the enemy's inner sanctum.
Dude, you just said that Odin wanted peace, and now you're calling him the enemy. Pick a lane. But like I was saying before this idiot distracted me again, Kratos eventually accepts his son's idea.
I can do this.
Remember our promise.
You too.
What was once an inconceivable action taken in haste, anger, and panicked determination to avoid a terrible fate is now a calculated one, made by careful discussion, planning, and mutual trust. I don't think I need to say the form nature thing at this point. You get it. Instead, let me briefly spotlight Sindri being the one to express the most concern about Atreus' plan.
I hope you know what you're doing.
I do too, Sin.
Sindri has always been a worrywart, so this is hardly out of character, but now we're beginning to understand that his phobia goes far beyond germs. Where his brother embraces the chaos that is to come, Sindri still obviously fears it. He has clung tightly to his home, his friends, and most of all, his brother. And he is watching all of that become endangered because of the plans made under his roof and at his table. And his worry is certainly not unfounded, as Odin immediately questions Atreus about any knowledge he may have of Heimdall's death as he arrives back in Asgard. If I didn't know any better, I think he knows exactly what happened to Heimdall and is testing Atreus to see how he reacts. But that's not really important to us or to Odin. What matters is the mask. And since Thor didn't work out too well last time, Odin sends Atreus to go retrieve Thor, who is currently drinking himself blind at a local establishment. Now, here's where I wish the story had been a bit more fleshed out. Yes, we can see that Odin did, in fact, all but shove Thor off the wagon. He tries to get him to drink the mead in Midgard, and then whenever we hear the two interact after that, Odin is supremely rude and dismissive of Thor, culminating in him saying,
"Honestly, I liked you better as a drunk."
The problem is, those are the only interactions we witness, with little context given around them. We don't really know the history of these two. Odin could have been treating Thor like this for decades. There's not much to suggest that this abuse he is doling out is anything unusual. So Thor's decision to abandon his sobriety does technically make sense, but it isn't given the rich detail that is provided to practically every other choice our main characters make. But nonetheless, this scene does hit home thematically, mostly because we find out that boy is a trigger word for Atreus, regardless of who calls him that.
Please, let's just...
I said, quiet, boy.
My name is...
In all seriousness, though, this scene is another depiction of the harm caused by the sins of the father, how the wrongdoings of one man can pass down from generation to generation. Such sins cause the cyclical violence which Kratos sought to disrupt in the prior game. Odin treats Thor like crap, leading Thor to resent him, bury himself in a bottle of mead, and take out his frustrations on his sons when they screw up.
Thor, blame me. Me. For what you did to Magni.
Leading them and his daughter to resent him, and so on and so forth. It would go on forever until someone is able to break free from the weight of those sins. Again, thematically, that is all present, and we have been shown the outline of such traumas, but have not spent quite enough time with Thrud and Thor to understand the nature of their floundering relationship. Thrud lays it out all fairly plainly now.
Mom and I are here for you, even when you're here. We love you. You know that.
I want to like this more than I do, because it fits excellently with the themes of these games, and the writing itself is quite good. Thrud doesn't expound about the nature of her father's drinking problem, or list all the things he's done in order to paint us a picture of their struggles. The dialogue feels natural. I just wish this wasn't the first time we'd seen Thrud and Thor on screen together. Such are the limitations when you are telling a story only through the eyes of your protagonists, and can't just cut to Asgard to flesh out your side characters more. As I mentioned, when they were in Helheim, we came to know that Thrud does love and care for her father, but there's just not quite enough meat on the bones of their relationship for these moments where she alternates between anger and pleading to hit home in the way they're supposed to. Atreus, however, is far more easily swayed towards sympathy than I am. His own experience with an absent father certainly helps, and so he takes it upon himself to try and bring whatever healing he can to the bond between father and daughter.
Was it worth it?
I don't know what you're talking
Fine. But I hope you know what seeing you like that did to you.
That last line of Thor's is quite telling. He knows what he did, what he is doing, hurts those who love him, and who, as far as we can tell, he loves. There's a conversation that I did not record, in which Thor and Sif argue about Thrud's future and Thor's willingness to stand up to Odin, or rather his unwillingness, which shows us that Thor is, or at least has been, trying to hold his family together as best he can. But the lack of love from his father, the constant jibes from Odin, and the repeated insults to his own intelligence and self-worth have torn him down, leaving nothing but the desire to be free of pain, and to have a good fight on the rare occasion he can find one.
Thor, I, hope everything goes okay when you see Sif and Thrud again.
Well, hoping is better than thinking.
These are the words of one who feels trapped, who can imagine a better life for himself and his family, but who cannot see a way to attain it. Odin is Thor's father, ergo, Thor must do as Odin says. He does not know of any other way to act. Thor has been hollowed out by Odin's abuse, reduced to nothing more than a weapon to be wielded by the All-Father's hand, and as much as he resents it, he feels stuck. He feels as if he deserves it. It is simply who he is. Or at least, so he believes, despite Atreus repeatedly trying to connect with him and sympathize with his plight. Such pity, as Thor would call Atreus' attempts at connection, is often most unwelcome by the people who deserve it and need it the most. It's one thing to be beaten down and despondent, but our pride hates it when others rightfully perceive us that way. And that same pride tends to make us lash out at the very same people who are trying to help us.
Can't you see what's happening? He's not protecting us. Magni, Modi, our boys. We used to tell them stories by the fire. Do you remember? We would carve those wooden horses. We would play and laugh until the sun sank and they fell asleep in our laps.
They were thrown at the All-Father's problems like brittle knives to a mountain face. And for what?
What if Thrud's next?
in their beds. Turn my father against me. My daughter.
I have no idea what's happening.
You know, I finally thought of something I can teach you.
Hey,
stand
down! Sindri better be right. Where you?
Now, obviously, Thor's motivation for going murder mode on Atreus go beyond his pride being wounded, but the fact remains that he is ignoring the true source of his pain, and goes after Atreus because, well, he's still at least a few steps shy of being able to commit patricide, and his anger has to go somewhere. This leads to Atreus taking the emergency exit that Sindri provided him and returning to the home for misfit deities in the realm between realms. This leads to the great debate. Now that they have the mask, the key to unlock all the answers to life, the universe, and everything, what are they to do? Tyr, of all people, suggests sneaking into Asgard to use it without Odin's knowledge, a plan that seems nigh on impossible considering how omniscient Odin has appeared to be throughout this game, and one with a transportation hangup.
Except begging your pardon, you don't have a way into Asgard.
They got the big horn, don't they?
Oh, so you expect them to sneak into Asgard blowing a horn that sounds across all the realms?
I expect you to bite my blue butt cheek.
What? That was an incredibly deep and philosophical exchange. Anyway, the gang does in fact need to make a decision, and although Kratos is not without apprehension, he ultimately leaves the choice up to Atreus.
This mask, the easy answers that it promises. I know this. Shortcuts always have a price. Atreus, you have carried it. What do you think?
I think it's a chance. At worst, we'll have something Odin wants as leverage. At best, if it really gives us all the answers, then we can make our own path. Nobody has to die.
That last grunt tells us that Kratos is still not exactly enthusiastic about this plan, but he will nonetheless walk with his son, continuing to serve as guide and counselor. Kratos is remarkably risk-averse for someone who spends his life in combat, and yet even he cannot deny the reality that if they wait, Odin will find a way to reach them with all the power of Asgard at his disposal. Desperate as the idea of sneaking into Asgard may be, it is the only one that could conceivably avert war, which has, as we have seen, been Kratos' main goal this entire game. And the other god who shared that goal, albeit in just the lamest way possible, finally decides he's going to get off his ass and lead them to Asgard via a way only he knows of, a proposal that tickles Brok's suspicious bone.
Slow down, you damn spruce. I still want to hear the details on this, new way to Asgard you got. Spill it!
It's an ancient path. We can't reach it from here.
Where then?
Let me collect my things and I'll show you.
You ain't got no things. And where are you going with that mask, Brok? That belongs to the kid. He earned it. All you done was make passable dirt soup.
Brok, it's okay.
No, it ain't. This ain't right. All the pieces ain't welding together true. Like, what's with him calling you Loki anyway? You know that ain't his name. Hey! I'm talking to you! You never shut up!
All the things,
Odin.
Yep, he's dead. He's dead! Come here, Odin, let me introduce you to the Flame of the West. Okay, I'm calm. I'm calm. It's just a game, Sam. Just a game. Let's continue watching, shall we?
Let go of the boy and face me!
Tell your brother to throw me the mask and you've got a deal.
Stop moving.
Freya, if he dies...
Now. It wasn't part of the plan, but if he dies, we are square for Heimdall. And honestly, you got a bargain.
I will kill you. Plan on that.
So nice spending time with you again.
Freya, please.
Can't be in two places at once, Frig. Hey! I don't move, you don't move. Don't do anything you'll regret.
I regret many things. Killing you will not be one of them.
I'm in control! Here! Throw me the mask! Now! Too bad, son. Looks like war after all.
There are so many little character bits in that clip that I have to call out here. Kratos doesn't even have a weapon out lest he hurt Atreus, and when Freya throws the mask and Odin leaves himself wide open, Kratos goes to ensure that his son isn't hurt rather than attacking Odin. Freya's desire for vengeance drives her to face off with Odin and delays her from helping Brok. Odin shouting, "I am in control," when he very much isn't, because the power to determine his own fate is the thing he desires above all else and will stop at nothing to attain. There's not much else to analyze really, especially from a philosophical or moral standpoint, but I felt compelled to include those clips because of how impactful this event is on the surviving characters. Brok's death at Odin's hand proves to be the spark that ignites the flame of Ragnarok.
I know what you've done, and I forgive you. But you gotta stop. You gotta let go.
I told you, Brok is the wisest character in this story. Pain will destroy us if we hold on to it, if we do not accept that loss is a part of life, and that we cannot control the fate of those whom we love if we do not let go of them when it is their time to leave. Sindri resurrected Brok not purely for Brok's own good, but because Sindri could not stand the thought of losing his brother. He could not fathom being able to handle the pain of loss.
I couldn't be alone.
It was ultimately a selfish choice, especially since we find out from Mimir that since Brok's soul has been separated, he is dead, denied an afterlife. And yet, Brok's final words aren't to berate his brother, but to forgive him and encourage him to be better, to let go of Brok, to not let pain consume him. Sadly, Sindri doesn't exactly listen. Throughout the two Norse games, we have seen the dwarves in just about every location imaginable, due to A, Kratos' need for a blacksmith in this video game, and B, the dwarves' ability to, well, basically teleport. But they never appear or disappear when you're looking at them, keeping their magic veiled, because in a world in which their race has been totally subjugated by Asgard, such secrets are all their people have left. But now, Sindri no longer cares.
Brok.
And it appears Kratos no longer cares either, as he takes Atreus and leaves Gjallarhorn behind. He feared this path of theirs would lead them to death, and then when his fears were manifested, he finds himself unable to cope with the thought of Atreus being next. He doubts his own judgment of what is right, or even what is real. And so he retreats back to who he was, a man whose only and ultimate concern is the safety of his son. And Atreus, for once in his life, accepts it.
Father, can we? I want to go hunting.
I will follow.
We are with you, Atreus.
The shock of what they have witnessed is completely understandable and serves to demonstrate how much they loved the vulgar dwarf that they called friend and ally. Atreus is in such pain that he walks right past Svanna and Sveki like they're not even there. But as that shock begins to wear off for Kratos, and he tries to pull Atreus back as well, he finds his son unresponsive to his efforts.
Do you wish to speak of what happened?
I think I heard something. This way.
Do you remember what Kratos told Atreus when he first killed a man?
Close your heart to it.
This is what Atreus is trying to do now. Close his heart to the pain, shut it out, focus on the task of tracking his prey instead, because that's what they did the last time they lost someone they loved. Atreus is trying to show his father and himself that he can endure such agonies without breaking down, without becoming weak, despondent, and helpless. But in trying to run from his pain, he is showing that it has a hold on him, that it is dictating his actions. The only way for him to let go of that pain is for him to face it, to acknowledge it, to begin the process of healing. And of course, his path to that healing can only be found through his father's leadership.
Why? That was running.
And so are we.
I don't understand.
When an animal is wounded, it must stop the bleeding, or it will die. We have been wounded, and this is a distraction.
These games shifted the narrative from being almost exclusively focused on Kratos, with some Atreus and a bit of Freya sprinkled in, to a more even distribution between father and son, with Atreus' story forming the more central piece of the game's plot. Since Atreus, or rather Loki, figures prominently in the prophecies of the giants and Kratos is largely absent, his path is the one that actually moves events forward. Kratos serves as his advisor, guide, teacher, and disciplinarian, but his own arc is largely focused on how he reacts to his son's journey, and how he has to grow as Atreus seeks his own fortune. I suspect that narrative shift may have annoyed some people, and while I certainly would much prefer to play as Kratos than as Atreus, the change in focus did not bother me one bit, and this scene is a fantastic example of why. Parents will have to experience their children growing up and becoming people whose identity is not entirely wrapped up in their mother and father. When you, as a mom or dad, are everything to your kids, it's easy for that conflation of identity to work both ways, such is the case for Kratos. Atreus is his everything, but he shouldn't be. And Kratos knows that he cannot be everything to Atreus, or else his son would not survive without him. If Kratos does not want to end up like Sindri, completely destroyed by the loss of the one whom he loves the most, he has to heed Brok's words. Yet even as Atreus becomes the man he is meant to be, Kratos can still be there for as long as he is able and needed, instructing, guiding, even consoling. Such is the nature of parenthood. It's so refreshing to see Kratos now take such good care of Atreus as he mourns Brok and pours out his regrets and his sorrows.
I miss when the lake was still water. I feel like I want to get on a boat and just sail away from here. From everything.
You cannot sail away from your mistakes. It is impossible to forget them. I have tried.
Aye. We'll follow you no matter where you go, little brother.
If you are to sail, do it toward somewhere.
This is wonderfully pragmatic Spartan advice tempered into wisdom by many long years of hardship and the kindness fostered by raising a boy to be a better man than Kratos was. And while it's largely the same lesson that Kratos has been doing his best to impart over the past little while, it highlights a different aspect of the nature of healing. That is to say, healing cannot be found in the past, but only in the future. When in pain, we should not look back on the times before we experienced it with mourning and regret over what we've lost, but rather to the future, to the hope that we will someday be made whole again, even though we will always carry the scars of our wounds. The worst fate we could ask for is one in which we lose ourselves in our pain, in the mistakes of our past, one in which we have no hope for a better life. Such is the tragedy of Sindri.
Sindri? Sindri, I'm so sorry.
No. No, I don't want to hear it. You don't know what sorry means.
We're not letting Odin get away with this.
Would that be the Odin you invited into my home?
We were all fooled.
But some of us were bigger fools than others, aren't we? I gave you everything. My skills, my friendship, my home, my secrets, my treasures. And you just kept taking. And now what have I got? Not even my family. You want sorry? This is what sorry looks like.
What can we do?
We. There is no we. There's only you. No matter what the cost. So what you can do is get the fuck out of my sight.
Come, Atreus. Leave it be. Mourn how you wish.
At this point in the video, I feel like I have communicated and elucidated all the major themes to the point where we can just watch this scene together and understand it without me having to break it down line by line. We've seen what Sindri describes. Atreus and Kratos repeatedly calling on him, relying on his skills and those of his brother to survive their journeys, asking the Huldra brothers to sacrifice time and again for the sake of their cause. And yet, is that not what friends do? Is not the quest to stop Odin aligned with the desire of the dwarves to be free from the Aesir rule? What would Brok say if he could hear Sindri air his grievances? I would guess something along the lines of, "He had to let go." But Sindri couldn't, and still can't, because Brok was all he cared about. His brother's safety had become his only and ultimate good, and once he no longer could cling to that purpose, he was empty. And as we have seen before, one who is hollow, angry, and grieving is so easily overtaken by their hatred and desire for vengeance.
There's no making this right, is there?
No. But I know I'll feel better when we brought Odin to justice.
Justice? Justice is not what we seek. It is vengeance. Every path I walk leads back to vengeance.
Maybe that's all we have left.
You hear it too, right? The haunting emptiness in Atreus' voice as he says those last words, in the angry, fierce resignation in the voice of his father. At this point, it seems to them that fate is inevitable. Odin must pay for his crimes, whatever the cost. Ragnarok will come. They sought to break fate, but as Mimir said, it appears that fate might just break them. As has happened time and time again in mythology, and as we saw in the previous game, every attempt to avert prophecy and avoid the foretold pain seems to lead right back to the inevitable ending, with the only change being that the tragedy is even more painful for all the attempts to prevent it. When Freya wondered whether they have changed, and whether those changes meant anything, she forgot something important. Change is not necessarily permanent. No matter how much we mature and grow, there is always the possibility that we will fall, that we will slip into old and destructive habits. Such a shift can happen in a moment, undoing so much progress and disheartening us as we stare back up to that distant point on the mountain of virtue where we had been just moments before. Finding the will to resume that climb is one of life's toughest battles. Think of it this way. What is the hardest thing to do in a Souls game? Beat the boss, right? Wrong. The most difficult challenge is summoning the will to pick your controller up off the floor and enter that fog wall again, knowing that your struggle is bit by infinitesimal bit making you better. Because you have walked the same path, made the same climb, fought the same fight over and over again, you have learned the way, even as your repeated failures cause your frustration to grow and your desire to quit to mount. If our heroes are to break fate, they cannot let fate break them. They must choose to be better, not just once, but after every single fall. My last God of War video's title began with, "We must be better," which was, of course, the main theme of the 2018 game. I honestly could have titled this one, "We Must Be Better-er," and it would have been appropriate, but probably not quite as algorithmically friendly or, sensical. But as it stands, Kratos, Freya, and the others will have their vengeance against Odin, and that means Ragnarok. There is no longer any doubt of it.
So be it. Good luck to us all.
So, for the first time in this story, Kratos moves to fulfill prophecy by seeking out Surtur, who was foretold to combine with his wife Sinmara, creating the monster from which Ragnarok gets its name. Not because it is written, but because it is necessary. Although if it weren't written, there's no way Kratos and Atreus would even know who Surtur and Sinmara are, but self-fulfilling prophecies are quite common around these parts, so we can hardly point that out as a flaw in the narrative. There is an apparent flaw in their plan, however, since Surtur isn't too keen on helping them, since doing so would mean causing his beloved wife to merge with him into the Ragnarok monster, effectively killing her, and he would rather not do that.
He must die. It's true. But I won't sacrifice her any more than you would him.
To no one's surprise, this gets Kratos to turn around and leave. He would not willingly sacrifice Atreus for the sake of vengeance or for any other reason, so he's just like, understandable, have a good day. But then the fire giant notices the blades of chaos and figures those will work if stabbed into his heart, well, Sinmara's heart. And then Kratos does just that, and voila, we have Ragnarok. Which begs the question, What exactly would have happened had Kratos, who had significantly interfered in Jotnar prophecies before, not been around? The giant's prophecy did not appear to be happening as expected, since Surtur and Sinmar were very purposefully staying separate in order to prevent becoming a world-destroying monster. But I suppose you could say that the giants knew these two would combine, they were just wrong about a few details. The other burning question one might have is this: did Kratos and Atreus do the right thing? They did what they thought was necessary to get to Odin, as Ragnarok himself is supposed to be the only one able to exploit Hrimthur's flaw and break through Asgard's wall. Now that Ragnarok has formed, Atreus is showing some of his old confidence in prophecy, and Kratos his hesitation at the cost it will demand.
Father, I know we're doing the right thing. Ragnarok has to happen.
The price we and others paid for this war is high. It will only get higher.
It'll be worth it.
Kratos is worried that they will win this war and lose themselves. Not only do they risk all their own lives and the lives of countless others by planning to invade Asgard, their pursuit of vengeance may also demand that they abandon the people they truly want to be. And yet, he is out of options. Things are in motion which cannot be stopped. Kratos may not love it, but this is the only path forward that he sees, to the point that when Freya requests he take on the role of general once again, he does not outright and immediately turn her down.
I don't care about the honors. I don't care about the prophecies and champions. I just need us to win.
Freya.
I know what I'm asking. Just sleep on it.
So then, when Kratos settles into his tent, he does not discard the blades as we saw him do the last time he slept. Despite his apprehension, despite having pushed against the idea of war with Odin all game, and despite the fact that he believes going to war will bring him no peace, Kratos will lead men into battle once more. Except now, one of those men whom he leads is his son, the son who knows what prophecy says tomorrow will bring, and who cannot stomach the thought of spending this night apart from his father.
Can I sleep here tonight?
You must quiet your mind.
I can't.
Then I will tell you a story.
I hardly know what to say other than this is just beautiful. Father and son have suffered together, argued and fought, struggled to trust one another, even as they wanted nothing more than for the other to be safe. And now that their final separation is upon them, Atreus wants only the opportunity to rest in his father's presence. Speaking as a husband and father, there is quite possibly no greater earthly feeling than knowing that your loved ones feel safe and protected in your presence. Being able to provide comfort and reassurance in times of trouble, the ability to give to others a sense of safety and peace, is one of the greatest gifts a man can receive. So yes, one of the greatest moments in the arc of the esteemed god of war is when he tells his son a bedtime story.
If I fall asleep, promise you'll finish it tomorrow?
Of course.
Atreus does not merely want to ensure that he hears the ending of the story that Kratos will tell. He wants assurance that his father will be there to tell him the end. For all their chasing of prophecy since Brok was killed, these two still hold out hope that what they saw in Jotunheim and Ironwood need not come about. Their promise to each other still holds firm, even as they prepare to kick off the end of the world. And this story Kratos tells Atreus, the tale of a man who has carried a heavy burden for far too long, and who finally throws it down and asks for death to come and take him. It's hard to put into words how powerfully haunting it is to see a man grieve even as he lives. Kratos has never sought death before, but now it seems he's beginning to long for it, to be spared of the pain of living, of seeing the toll that war will take on Atreus, of having to be the monster he once was. Most of all, of course, he fears losing his son. Would it not have been better for him, for Atreus, if the two had never formed their bond? If this is where it led them? And with those haunting thoughts in mind, Kratos drifts off to sleep for his monthly nap. And as is tradition by now, he awakens to find himself once again reunited with Faye, this time as she prepares for her own death, an event which past Kratos also cannot fathom living beyond.
We will always walk together, Kratos. You will always be a part of me. I will always be a part of you.
And when you are gone, that part of me dies as well. Faye, you feel your absence.
Culmination of love is grief. And yet we love, despite the inevitable. We open our hearts to it.
Try to exclude the possibility of suffering, which the order of nature and the existence of free wills involve, and you find that you have excluded life itself. Every wedding vow, or at least every one that takes itself seriously, includes some variation on the words "till death parts us." That is not merely an acknowledgement that husband and wife pledge to stay true to each other all their earthly lives, but also that they know their union will one day come to an end. The pain of loss is inevitable, but life cannot be spent trying to avoid pain. If you are going to run towards something. Run toward those you love. Care for them and hold on to them for as long as you are able. And when the time comes, let them go, knowing that any pain you may feel is only because of how strongly and purely you love them. And now that pain, the result of the love they had for Brok, drives Kratos and Atreus to war.
I came to these lands to escape my past, to start a new life. I can hide no longer. I do not want this war. We have suffered enough. Prophecy did not lead us here, nor will it win this battle. Wars are won by those that are willing to sacrifice everything. If that is the cost of vengeance, so be it.
In case you couldn't tell from his words in the music, the old god of war is back in form. But his words are now colored with warning, emphasizing to those around him that if they do this, if they bring war to Asgard in pursuit of vengeance, they will surely sacrifice part of themselves as well. Odin has taken so much from them, yes, but are they willing to give away still more in order to exact vengeance? The answer, of course, appears to be a resounding yes.
If going out in a blaze of glory means that Odin burns too, that's where I'll be. A big, fat smile on my face.
That is not to say that those gathered in Tyr's temple do not have objectively good reason to go to war with Odin, to overthrow his tyrannical rule, but rather that they must consider their intent. Is killing Odin worth it if doing so means destroying yourself, sacrificing everything? Kratos says so, or at least states that it is necessary, but as the battle begins and their plans are falling apart, we hear that he does not fully believe so.
No! That Valkyrie falls onto the realm tear!
Your friend,
She'll be fine! We got more important things to worry about, even if we can breach the wall.
Perhaps it is better this way.
Better for who?
Right there, Kratos sees what he feared would happen, that war would change Atreus, that the pursuit of his ultimate goal would consume him, would make him forget who he is. The boy abandons his friend and pet wolf to the mercy of a Valkyrie because he is so focused on reaching the wall and thus Odin. Perhaps he picked up a little more from Kratos than his dad thought. And as a manic-looking Sindri smashes the dwarven-built war machines, and Kratos and Atreus stumble upon the Midgardian encampment, Atreus tries to hold fast to the lessons that his father had taught him.
No. Close your heart to it. Close your heart.
Who are they?
Midgardians. Odin took them in. They shouldn't be here. They're not soldiers.
Odin put them in our path to die.
It's war. Wars are won. by those who are willing to sacrifice everything.
Closing your heart shuts out the pain caused by your own actions, allowing you to push forward, unrelenting, mercilessly, obtaining your goal no matter what the cost may be. It does not allow for sympathy, compassion, or caring about anyone but yourself.
Son, listen closely. You feel their pain because that is who you are. And you must never sacrifice that. Never. Not for anyone. I was wrong, Atreus. I was wrong. Open your heart. Open your heart to their suffering. That is your mother's wish. And mine as well. Today, son. Today, we will be better.
In every moment, at every opportunity, we must choose to be better. In order to truly break fate, Kratos must reject his instincts and his base self, not just once, but constantly. For himself, for his son, even for those whom they do not know, but who would suffer at their hands should they pursue vengeance without hesitation or remorse. The Midgardians were placed there not only to trick Atreus into seeing Odin as benevolent, but also as meat shields for whenever this invading army inevitably appeared. Odin has constantly cast Kratos as a brute. Thor fought him just to bring out the ghost of Sparta, because they believed that was truly who he was, who he is. Odin was certain that when this moment arrived, Kratos would charge through the Midgardian encampment, doing what he does best, and in the process ensuring that those who might waver in their support for Odin would be firmly turned against his enemy. And since Odin doesn't have any true friends, all he needs is the people around him to hate Kratos more than they hate him. This is the ultimate and defining difference between Odin and Kratos. The Norse Allfather manipulates his family and his people to do what he wishes, through fear, intimidation, trickery, or whatever means he needs to achieve his goal. Even as they set off to war, Kratos did not ask for anything but the willingness to fight. But now he leads not through strength of body or mind, but through strength of character. Perhaps when their stories began, one could say that the Odin-Kratos dichotomy was best explained as Odin thinks his way around problems and Kratos simply smashes through them. Now, Odin relies on everyone, his enemies and his allies, being as morally depraved as he is, but Kratos trusts that his son and friends are willing to turn from their vengeful path to be better than he was. And so he instructs them to get the Midgardians to safety, to slow down the Ragnarok beast as best they can, and to trust him to take care of Odin.
We will breach the wall at Hrimthur's Flaw.
With what army?
Atreus and I will be enough.
That's suicide.
It may be. But we will die seeking justice, not vengeance. Odin will not get away.
If he does, so help me.
I know.
Freya has come an incredibly long way in this game, now trusting that Kratos knows what he's doing, accepting that his new plan is the right one, and yet we still see in her eyes and hear in her voice the desperate need for vengeance. She's still holding on to the pain that Odin caused her, still letting it drive her even as she strives to be better than the man whom she despises. She is, or at least she should be and will be, grateful to Kratos for setting them all on the path to justice. A path that was likely their only way to victory as it was. When Thrud shows up and is understandably pissed at Atreus for invading her home realm, she is only talked down when her mother shows up with Skjoldir in tow. A fun fact that I learned thanks to the OSP video, which is linked down below, Skjold is the Norwegian and Icelandic word for shield, which is exactly how Odin was using Skjoldir and his people, a fact that Sif now knows and shares with Thrud.
It's who Odin is. It's who he's always been.
Mom, why are you here?
What? He'll sacrifice anyone at a problem in front of him. The Midgardians. Your friend. Our family, any of us. I'd hoped that your father would stand up to him, but now it has to be you.
Again, I really wish we had spent more time with Sif and Thrud. Last time we saw Sif, she was quite pissed at Atreus for getting Heimdall killed, making Thor miserable and putting Thrud in danger. She blamed Odin too, for sure, but mostly in that scene anyway, simply for not protecting their family from Atreus and thus from Kratos. Sif didn't seem to have much of a problem with Thor turning on Atreus and almost turning him into a meat pancake with Mjolnir. Not that I don't buy her anger with Odin here, it was set up, just not as fully as I would have liked. And I would like to know why she's not at least a little pissed with Atreus for bringing war to their doorstep, which he did objectively do. This lack of detail in the Aesir character arcs is part of what makes this final act of the story feel rushed. Their intra-family conflicts were only just set up, had very little time to progress, and then are resolved in the space of a conversation or two. However, they do at least stay true to the thematic elements that form the core of this game's philosophy, breaking free of the cycle of violence, of the sins of the father, letting go of trauma that has been handed down from generation to generation, and instead holding on to what is good. Those are all present here. The other main theme, of course, being the importance of trust. That all-important assurance that the one you love loves you in return, and acts not out of selfish interest, but for your own good. It's incredibly rewarding to see Kratos and Atreus trust each other totally now, to the point that when Thrud introduces herself as Thor's daughter, Kratos has no objection.
Get back to your sister. You must hold back Ragnarok. This fight is mine.
But if I could just...
Take Atreus and the mask and do not look back. My son trusts you, so I'll trust you.
Which, as you can see, leads to the rematch we have all been waiting for. A battle to the death between these two gods with equally sordid pasts, one of whom has sworn to choose to be better than the man he once was, and the other who has let himself be dragged down to his lowest point and is seemingly content to remain the brute that he is known to be.
We do not need to do this! We do! It's what we are!
Thor has no hope that he can change, that his past will ever stop haunting him, that he can ever be free of his sins or of his father's tyrannical rule of his life. Resignation to this nature has sunk in and cannot easily be uprooted. Kratos does not share Thor's despair, because of course he doesn't. It would be wildly hypocritical of him to believe that the god of thunder was beyond redemption. When he did as Faye said and opened his heart to the world, to the pain of those around him, he saw his own agony reflected in Thor. And it is with Faye's knife appropriately that Kratos pins Thor to the ground, ending the fight, and yet not ending his opponent's life.
What the fuck are you waiting for?
Your daughter. My son calls her friend.
If you try to hurt her...
I would not.
Thor is not just an enemy, but a father, a man with a daughter who loves him despite everything he has done. Killing Thor would inflict upon Thrud the same pain from which Kratos hopes to spare Atreus, a pain which his righteous sympathy will not allow him to inflict unnecessarily.
Don't you know what I've done? Yes!
But what will you do now?
I can't tell you how hard it is for me to not just start every bit of commentary on the previous clip with, I love this so much, or isn't this just awesome? Kratos knows Thor's sins. Atreus and Mimir listed them quite thoroughly during their canoe rides, in an attempt to bolster Kratos' willingness to go to war against the Aesir. And yet, he doesn't care about them. Not that the atrocities committed don't matter, but it matters far more how we choose to act now. Whether we let ourselves be convinced that we are who we were at our worst, or whether we choose to believe that we can reject our base instincts and fatal temptations and simply do what is right. So Kratos offers Thor a choice. He can continue to fight, or he can be better.
We don't change. Destroy us!
No more. No more. For the sake of our children, we must be better.
I want you to pay attention to the music there. I'm not by any means an expert or even an amateur in musical theory, but notice how we start out with the incredibly familiar 3 notes that form the basis of Kratos' theme, which gradually move up the scale or into a higher key or whatever. The transition signifies a move from darkness to light, from despair to hope, from destroyer to healer. And it is only after Thor's statement, "We are destroyers," that Kratos puts away his axe. Just moments ago, he had left open the option to continue the fight should Thor choose to do so. Now he takes it away. When first the two clashed, all Thor wanted was to see the real god of war, to test his mettle against the ghost of Sparta. He desires a challenge, a real fight, not simply to kill. Kratos removes that possibility. Although their forms may be that of destroyers, that need not be their natures. They can choose who they are, but someone has to start. Someone has to do what is right because it is right. And so Kratos does. He chooses peace. He chooses to trust that Thor, this son who wants to be free from his father's ever-present thumb, this father who desires to be able to freely love, care for, and encourage his daughter, will follow his example, will reject the lies that led him to believe he is no better than his worst sins, will choose to change his nature. And against all odds, despite the weight of his sins and the sudden appearance of his ever-demanding father, Thor does. For the sake of his daughter, he will be better.
Why isn't he dead? Are you talking? Who told you to do that? You don't talk! You don't think! I think, you kill! It's a simple fucking concept!
Because you see, simple concepts are the only one Odin expects Thor to be able to understand.
Sif was right about you. I just didn't want to see it.
What is this? Are you broken? I am your father. Take the hammer and kill who I tell you to kill!
You are nothing but my weapon. A tool cannot choose to be better. It simply must be what it is. You are not even a man, simply a means by which I attain my end.
No.
The immediacy with which Odin skewers Thor with Gungnir is both shocking and completely expected. It's hard to fathom the depths of self-service one would have to descend to in order to be able to kill his own child, let alone do so without a second thought the moment he refused your complete and total control over his life. And yet, of course he does. He's Odin. As mentioned before, he is not content with merely being a god. He wants to be God, to hold all knowledge and wield all power. If anyone will, or even might, stand in the way of his quest, they must be disposed of. And such utter selfish depravity is of course accompanied by the perception of one's own actions as justified. And if they are even perceived to be unjust, blame must be cast elsewhere. Hence, Odin telling Thrud,
"This was all their fault. They've done this to us, to our family."
Dude, you just severed her father's spine with your spear. She's not an idiot. The arrogance of this man, honestly.
Your own son? You planned on you! Why?
Thrud's gonna be fine. I say, Thor! That one's on you. You turned him against me. You turned them all against me.
Quite literally, it's your fault that I had to kill Thor because you helped him finally realize that I'm a complete monster who doesn't remotely care about his well-being or that of his daughter. Is it any wonder that everyone hates Odin? And the one who hates him perhaps the most of anyone shows up when he appears to be back in control, turning the tides of the battle and finally getting her opportunity to exact the vengeance she has sought for far too long.
I spent many long winters thinking about what I would say to you as I watched you take your last breath.
Do those words sound familiar to anyone else? I could have sworn I heard someone say something like that before.
I've spent the last 100 years dreaming of this moment. I rehearsed everything I ever wanted to say to you, every word, to make you understand exactly what you stole from me.
Even now, even after all the healing she has gone through, the forgiveness she's extended to Kratos, and the peace she has regained, Freya still pursues vengeance. And now that it is finally within her grasp, she is not about to let it go.
I realize there's only one thing I need you to know. You have no hold on me anymore.
And yet, her words do not ring completely true. If Freya was totally free of Odin's hold on her, she would not still be holding on to her quest for revenge. A quest which gets interrupted by a distracting raven and Odin using some Aesir magic or whatever to break the floor and get us down to the next part of the scene before Freya can finish the job. And as it turns out, they were right above the birthplace of the rift, the source of infinite knowledge, a door which they can finally unlock thanks to Atreus' presence. At long last, Odin has the opportunity to obtain what he has desired for so long if Atreus will only heed his words.
Champion of the Jotnar. Only he can put on the mask. Only he can gaze into the truth of creation. Unfold the secrets of life and death. No more doubt, no more confusion. You were born for this. Put on the mask, Loki. Ask it the question.
Atreus must choose. Does he chase ultimate knowledge and the power it promises, or does he let it go?
This is your choice, son. I trust you.
This is the culmination of their journey, the one final decision that will shape their futures, and Kratos does not cling to control over the situation. He does not know the weight of having carried the mask, having been offered the opportunity to know all that you need to know to save the ones you love. But he has warned Atreus about the dangers of such shortcuts to knowledge, has advised him that whatever the mask may give, it will exact an equal price. If it truly grants everything the wearer wants to know, then surely it must cost him everything. And due to Kratos' trust and reliance on his son's decision, Atreus trusts his father in return, heeding his warnings, rejecting the temptation to become God, letting go of the corrupting allure of ultimate knowledge and power. It is ultimately thanks to his father's advice and guidance that Atreus makes the mask go snap, which of course makes Odin just the happiest guy in the world.
Why did you do that? What was it all for? You choose to be nothing!
Can we appreciate in the final QuickTime event where you kick Odin's ass for good, how restrained Kratos is? We've seen him knock Thor's teeth out, decapitate a troll in less time than it takes to do a pull-up, and cause an earthquake with Heimdall's face, but here he just gives Odin a few love taps to keep him off balance while Atreus and Freya go ham on the Allfather. We all know Kratos could have knocked Odin's eye patch all the way to Niflheim, but he is not that god anymore. He doesn't want to be, and he doesn't need to be. Odin is beaten. And yet, our heroes do not go for the kill.
We could have made the 9 realms better!
This was never about the realms, or me. It was about you!
You destroyed everything. My home, my family, my kingdom!
You did those things! Your choices! You killed your own son!
It wasn't my choice. I had no choice.
There's always a choice!
If you take anything away from this video, it should be this. We can always choose to let go of the sins we've been holding on to. We can always choose to change our nature, whatever our form may be.
You have to stop. You can choose to be better.
No, I can't. I have to know what happens next. I will never stop.
Why'd you have to say that?
Our failures are only final if we let them be so. If we persist in them until the very end, refusing to let go of our selfishness and pride. Odin ultimately fails because he refuses to be better, doesn't want to be better, and perhaps he doesn't think he can be better than the self-obsessed, power-hungry egomaniac he has become. And admittedly, it would feel weird from a storytelling perspective if the big bad guy who has been so stubborn in his pursuit of power suddenly renounced his past wrongdoings and swore off his self-centered ways. It worked with Thor because he was a broken, struggling man who did, despite all his flaws and evil deeds, love his daughter and want to be the father he ought to be for her. Odin is and always has been of sound mind as far as we can tell, and yet he has persisted in serving only himself for lifetimes. To turn 180 degrees in a single moment is certainly possible, as Atreus says, but it is far from easy, and for a story such as this one wouldn't feel well earned. Which redemption technically isn't, but again, I'm talking from a setup and payoff standpoint here, not a moral, philosophical one. Atreus' words do have an impact on Freya, however. She finally holds Odin's fate in the palm of her hand, quite literally, and yet...
I have waited so long for this moment. And now that I'm here,
need this to make me whole.
We stopped his madness. That's all that matters.
What a perfect ending to Freya's arc in this game. She began furiously pursuing vengeance against Kratos and slowly opened her heart to the possibility of understanding, forgiveness, and reconciliation, but still remained fixed on revenge, intent on killing Odin. And she almost did. But when she finally has the chance with nothing and no one to stop her from ending the existence of the man who had caused her so much pain, she lets it all go. She has done her duty. She has brought him to justice. Killing him would be simply giving in to her anger, admitting that Odin does still have some hold on her, and that she succeeds where her own son failed. Despite, like Baldur, holding on to the pain for so many, many years, she finds within herself the strength to resist its pull, and no longer lets it drive her. Sindri, however, is not quite so far along the journey of healing.
That's what comes next.
Sindri, the champion of the Jotnar, responsible for the creation of the spears seen inside Groa's secret shrine, the one who kills Odin in the same secret prophecy. Even as our heroes broke fate, they fulfilled it, just changing a few details. One might say that they did not divert from the form of the prophecies, but rather from their nature. What we see here looks almost exactly like the Ironwood Shrine, and yet it could hardly be any different. And with that, our story has ended. Except, not quite. After Asgard falls due to the Ragnarok monster that they unleashed unnecessarily, as it turns out, and our heroes escape thanks to Freyr's sacrifice, a death I felt was not well set up and did not hit home emotionally at all, Atreus must now decide what comes next. But first, Kratos must finish what he started the night before Ragnarok, fulfilling the unspoken promise to his son that they would survive that day.
When death arrived, he asked why the old man had called for him. Seeing death before him caused the old man to reconsider his request. After a moment, he asked that death help him lift the logs onto his back, so that he may continue on his journey.
He wasn't ready to die.
He wished to keep living.
Kratos has opened his heart to life, even one without his son's constant companionship, as we will soon see. His foretold death was one he feared for the sake of his son, but also one he welcomed because it meant he would not have to experience the pain of loss with which he was all too familiar. That prophecy was, as we now find out, not one that even Faye truly believed in.
My shrine in Jotunheim. She destroyed it. She didn't want us to know our fate.
We forged our own path because of her.
She went against her own people. Our people. To protect you.
As it turns out, even a giant believed that what was written could be unwritten and rewritten with a new and better ending, if only father and son were allowed to forge their own paths. The funny thing is, Faye didn't exactly accomplish her goal, at least not the form of her goal. Kratos still saw the panel depicting his death in Jotunheim, and Atreus saw the entire prophetic mural in Ironwood, and yet they averted fate anyway, coming to trust totally in one another and resolving to make their own choices regardless of prophecy, accomplishing the nature of Faye's plan for them. It's worth noting that the man in Atreus' arms is definitely Kratos, as we can see the red tattoo, but it also bears some passing resemblance to Odin, another bearded man who did kind of die in Atreus' arms. Again, the form of prophecy was fulfilled, but its nature was vastly different than it was believed to be at the first glance. And now that they have lived out their foretold story, even while changing it in a fundamental way, they must continue writing their own stories, with no prophecy to pursue or from which to flee. For Atreus, that means, as we have heard him say before, searching for the giants who fled Jotunheim and all the 9 realms, I believe, finding his people, doing his duty.
I don't want to do it alone, but I need to. It's hard to explain.
Does it frighten you?
Yeah.
That is why you must do it.
Like you taught me. Yeah.
We survived today because of your choices. Who to trust. Who to call friend? Son, you are ready.
Just as grief is the culmination of love, letting go is the ultimate and inevitable end of holding on. Parents and children cling tightly to one another for so long, as rightly they should. Children rely on their mothers and fathers for nourishment, protection, guidance, and wisdom, and, well, just about everything, but not forever. As we have observed in this story, there comes that crucial point where the child believes he is ready to be let go, to be self-sufficient and rely on his own cunning, courage, and capability to survive and thrive in the wider world without parental oversight. Rarely is the parent ready to let go at that point, and rarely is the child truly ready when he thinks himself so. The journey of father and son to this point came through extensive and difficult growth for both of them, as Kratos gradually relaxed his grip on Atreus' life, accepting that he could not be a boy forever, that he must be allowed to make his own choices, mistakes and all. And as Atreus' capacity to judge wisely grew, through absorbing Kratos' constant and often out of necessity repeated bits of wisdom, through coming to learn that if he wanted his father's trust, he must trust Kratos in return. Ironically, it is only when father and son have come to truly rely on and trust one another that they are finally willing and able to let go.
Remember our promise.
Loki will go. Atreus. Atreus remains.
I hardly know what to say at this point. This moment is simply beautifully heartwarming. Again, I must praise the voice acting of Christopher Judge. There are very, very few times Kratos repeats a word because he is struggling to say what he wants and needs to say. So when that happens, we take notice. It tells us how incredibly difficult this decision is for him, even though he knows beyond any doubt that it is the right one, that he cannot hold on to his son any longer. Not in a literal sense, anyway. Because although we must ultimately let go of those to whom we hold so tightly, we do not need to let go of their memory, of what they mean to us, or of the love we have for them. We can still cling to the person they have helped us become, honoring their memory by keeping the promise we made to them to be better for their sake. And even though Loki is the one who was chosen to leave, Kratos is the one to finally break the hug. Not because he wants his son to get going already, but because he knows that he must, and that when a child finally does receive the freedom he thinks he has wanted for so long, he finds that independence, that weight of being completely responsible for your choices quite terrifying. As Kratos said earlier, that is why he must go. Loki cannot stay behind because he is afraid, or else he will never be able to take that journey to fulfill the duty that he now knows is his. Which begs the question, what is Kratos' duty now? For so long, his mission has been to connect with, protect, teach, and train Atreus so that his son will be ready to experience the world without his father's guiding hand ever on his shoulder. But that mission is accomplished, at least for the time being, so what comes next? Well, it turns out, despite Atreus trying to do his giant magic thing and open up the shrine to no avail, the kid never thought to just walk around to the other side, which Kratos now does and discovers his own story. His arrival in these lands, his battle against the Norse gods, and finally him being honored and revered by mortals, a good and gracious god.
What did you see in there, brother?
Path. One I had never imagined.
And what now?
There is much to do.
Throughout these past two games, Kratos has been on a long, arduous journey of healing. First, he stopped running and hiding from his past sins, from the monster he was, and acknowledged that only by revealing the painful truth to Atreus could he help his son be better than he was. Now he has learned to trust his son, to trust in his own training and teaching of Atreus, and was able not only to further heal from the wounds of his past, but to help others heal from theirs. And yet, he never could have thought of himself as someone to whom others would look for meaning and purpose, because he did not believe in his own goodness. But Faye did. and even though she wanted him to walk his own path, she still had a dream for his future. And Kratos now knows that said future depends on him, on the path he walks, the man he chooses to become. He must let go of the shame at who he was in order to hold on to his wife's vision of who he can be. It's a beautiful ending to a tale fraught with conflict and distrust among friends and family, the struggle to choose what is right over what is written, choose who we ought to be over who we want to be or who others believe us to be, and the battle against despair, against the pernicious, persistent whisper that we are no better than our worst sins. I can hardly think of a better culmination of this journey than Kratos being inspired to be better than he ever thought he could be. And yet, it still isn't quite the end of our story, for we have to say goodbye to a dear friend, the one who was always there for us whenever we called on him, one whose vulgar language and blunt speech could not mask the care and love for his brother and friends, one who saw through a deception that fooled everyone else, and who gave his life in the service of truth and goodness.
I have met many on my travels. You are one of the few I would call friend.
I always thought you were one of the dumbest creatures I'd ever met. Didn't expect you to be the bravest, too.
Big words from a head who couldn't figure out a simple riddle. This story is largely one of growth, healing, and ultimately triumphing over fate, so this scene feels like a punch to the gut, a check into the boards of realism as we witness the price that was paid, the price that Sindri paid. The formerly germophobic dwarf hasn't cleaned Brok's blood off of his armor or even his bare skin. He's still holding on to his brother. Perhaps he will always hold on to him, clinging to the regret and guilt he feels at having selfishly brought Brok back, dooming his brother to a final death, and hanging on to the anger he feels at his former friends for bringing his brother's murderer into his home. Like Odin, his story is one of warning, showing us how seemingly impossible it is to let go of something or someone when we have held on to them as if they are the ultimate and only thing that matters.
A hole. What? Gets bigger the more you take away.
The more we lose, the worse our despair gets, and the more tightly we are tempted to cling onto whatever we have left. And when even that is gone, we are unable to see our way out, perhaps even unaware of which way is up, unless we let go, put down the metaphorical shovel, and call for someone to help us get out of this damned pit. One of the most wonderful aspects of these games is that they highlight the natural and unshakable need for relationship. Kratos would never have become the man he was when he called Thor to be better if it were not for the inspiration of his wife and his son's need for a father who loved and cared for him, who had to strive to be better for Atreus' sake. Freya needed Kratos to show her that she need not be defined by her pain, that taking vengeance on those who wrong you will not fulfill you or give you peace. Atreus needed his father's guidance and wisdom in order to make the right choices, and Kratos' blessing and assurance in order to be ready to take on his next journey alone. Thor needed an example to show him how he could be better, and a daughter who loved him and whom he loved in return, whom he wanted to be better for. Odin failed because he treated everyone around him, including his own offspring, as merely tools to accomplish his goal. This is what pride ultimately does. It drives others away because it cares only about what we want. Odin had no one to live for but himself, so he felt unable to change, to alter his goal and walk a new path. There was simply no one else he could live for or serve but himself. Sindri is the opposite and yet the same. He held Brok's well-being above everything else, including the realm's freedom from Odin's despotic rule. He would have sacrificed it all to keep Brok alive, a choice Brok himself certainly would not have made. Without that singular, all-consuming purpose, Sindri lost all hope. And it is with that note that the journey ends. I mean, not entirely. The final credits do roll after Mimir finally deciphers Brok's riddle, and yet the player is, of course, free to wander around the realms, cleaning up messes and encountering sights such as through lifting her father's hammer.
I'll make you proud, Dad.
Well, good for her.
I like to think that Thrud witnessed her father's final moments, his ultimate and fatal decision to stop fighting, to begin to believe that he could change his nature, and to finally stand up to his father before being struck down. She witnessed a broken, imperfect man finally beginning to heal, and she seeks to continue that journey. When talking about the philosophy of a particular story, we have to look at the central conflicts, as it is from those struggles that learning and growth come, and philosophy is of course the study of wisdom. So what were the main battles faced by our cast of characters? We have the struggle between Kratos and Atreus, the lack of trust due to their inability to trust each other with what they knew, and the universal experience of a teenager wanting to forge his own path while his parent tries frantically to maintain some semblance of control. We have Freya fighting her temptation to seek revenge on all those who have wronged her. We have Thor trying to win the favor of a father who wants only to use him, battling his own tendencies toward despondency and inadequacy. And of course, we have Odin, grasping for answers, knowledge, and power, set against all those who oppose his egotistical quest. In all these conflicts, we see the themes of holding on and letting go. It would be easy to say that it is better to let go than to hold on, and while that may be generally true, it would be better to say that our heroes grow the most when they are prudent and judicious when discerning what to hold on to and what to let go. Freya needed to embrace the fact that her painful past is still a part of her story. She could not be rid of it, but needed to acknowledge how it changed her and how she could still heal despite the presence of those wounds, even as she had to release the hold that her pain had had on her for so many years. Kratos, of course, clung tightly to his son, refusing to let go to relinquish control, but by the end had accepted that he could hold on to the memory of Atreus, the things his son had taught him, and of course, the boy's voice in his head, always encouraging him to be better, to be the man who Atreus and Faye believed he could be. Atreus, fascinated by his role in prophecy, eventually had to discard that attachment and instead choose to hold on to his morals, his beliefs about acting in a just manner, regardless of what the giant's visions of the future showed him. I think you get the point. None of these changes altered the form of our heroes. They look and sound much the same as they did when we first met them, although Freya lost the hysteria in her voice. And yet they act differently. They choose differently. Their natures have changed. Because our natures are always changing. The person you are today is not the person you were yesterday. And with that knowledge comes a choice. Do we accept who we are, knowing that if we do not seek to grow in virtue, we will one day find ourselves completely devoid of it? Or do we strive to be better? This is why these games really matter. Why they leave a lasting impact on those who play them. They speak to universal truths about human nature. We are broken, but we are not our failures. We must hold on to what is good, but we also must know what and when to let go. Trust cannot be a one-way street, but needs to be reciprocated and packaged with love, with the guarantee that we place the good of the other higher than our own. And of course, we can be and must be better, or betterer. Last time I made a God of War video, it was by far the longest one on my channel, and so it was only appropriate that I do that again. Did I need to take it to this level? Yes. Yes, I did. Thank you for your apparently endless patience with me. God bless, and I will see you in the next, much shorter video. Oh, did you expect me to talk about Sweet Baby Inc? Well, I will, merely as a post note, and only to say this. They're not worth your time, and they're certainly not worth mine. Their contributions to this game are pointless and meaningless, and any energy you spend thinking about them is probably completely wasted. Focus on the story. Forget about them. Everyone else will too. That was just for the people who comment about the game being woke or SBI garbage, who obviously didn't watch the video. But you did, and I appreciate you. You're awesome. Okay, we're done now. For real, right? Wrong. In an effort to have as many endings as Peter Jackson's Return of the King, I would like to take this opportunity to promote my Patreon and channel memberships. YouTube has its ups and downs, so it's always nice to know that I have consistent support from you wonderful people who want to do a little extra to encourage me to keep doing this. So thank you, the viewer, for sponsoring this video. Again, I appreciate you.